Representative Barnes.
Present.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Present.
Representative Ting. Representative Best. Representative Chang. Representative Chang. Representative Colson.
Present.
Representative Goulet. Representative Henderson.
Present.
Representative Johnson Law.
Good evening and present.
Representative Thompson. Vice President Williams. Vice President Williams. President Patterson.
Present.
Mr. President, you do not have quorum.
All right, we will wait until either we have online or in person at least one more member.
We have online, they're talking, but you guys can't hear them.
We can't determine without their voice to be reported.
They're on mute. Maybe unmute.
Let me know when we can hear their voices so that Director Butler can establish them as present.
You love that, do I ask you to unmute?
I'm unmuted. Can I be heard?
All right, we will call the roll again. Representative Barnes.
Present.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Present.
Representative Ting. Representative Best. Representative Chang. Representative Chang. Representative Colson.
Present.
Representative Goulet. Representative Henderson.
Present.
Representative Johnson Law.
Good evening and present.
Representative Thompson. Representative Williams. Representative Williams. President Patterson.
Present.
Mr. President, you do not have a quorum.
Welcome to Zoom. Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again. Welcome to Zoom.
827-1984-4209.
You are in the meeting now.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Great.
We will call the roll again. Representative Barnes.
Present.
Representative Lynn. Representative Mayer.
Present.
Representative Ting. Representative Best. Representative Chang.
Present, thank you.
Representative Colson.
Present.
Representative Goulet. Representative Henderson.
Present.
Representative Johnson Law.
Good evening and present.
Representative Thompson.
Present.
Vice President Williams.
Present.
President Patterson.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Director. A quorum has been determined, and the State Board will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. Members, we have a draft agenda before us. Are there corrections or additions to the agenda? Seeing no discussion. Seeing no discussion, the motion is to adopt these minutes. I will ask for the yeas and the nays. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No, somebody needs to move. So moved.
So moved. Can I have a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Seeing no discussion, the motion has these minutes. I will ask for the yeas and the nays.
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? The motion is approved. We now have the minutes from both our February working session and our retreat. Is there a motion to adopt these minutes?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Henderson and seconded by Johnson Law. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, the motion is to adopt these minutes. I will ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion is approved. On behalf of the District of Columbia State Board of Education, I want to welcome guests, members of the public, including those who are watching live via the District Knowledge Network, to our public meeting for February. The State Board holds its public meetings on the third Wednesday of each month in the Old Council Chamber at 441 4th Street Northwest. This evening, between written and live testimony, we have a total of 87 public witnesses. Again, 87 public witnesses who are signed up to share. Thank you all for engaging with us. We encourage the public to sign up every month at sboe.dc.gov. On February 1st, the State Board held its retreat where we had an in-depth discussion about strategic priorities, committee structures, and more. We also met with Dr. Mitchell last week to discuss ongoing work together, and we look forward to meeting with Deputy Mayor Kine next week to share updates and discuss continued areas of collaboration. Now I'm pleased to turn to our interim superintendent, as she comes up, State Superintendent Dr. Mitchell, for remarks.
Good evening, and thank you. Thank you so much. This is my first opportunity to address the new board as a whole, as I was unable to attend the January public meeting. I would like to reiterate OSSI's congratulations to the new board members and the new state board leadership team. It was a pleasure to have the opportunity to meet one-on-one with the new board members, Representative Johnson Law and Representative Colson, and I valued your openness during our discussions. I will begin by acknowledging that the new federal administration has announced policies that have potential impacts on our educational landscape. As new federal policies emerge, OSSI, in partnership with our colleagues across government, will prioritize understanding what these announcements mean for education in the district. I have spoken with many LEA leaders, and we will continue to coordinate with LEAs if any policy changes impact their programming. Since the last public meeting, OSSI published final dual enrollment regulations that further clarify expectations for the program. We also published a one-pager highlighting OSSI's dual enrollment consortium program. DC students have several opportunities to engage in dual enrollment programs, which allow them to take courses free of charge while enrolled in high school. These opportunities include OSSI's DC Dual Enrollment Consortium Program and OSSI's district-wide Advanced Technical Center. Dual enrollment reduces college costs by enabling students to earn college credits while still in high school. Last year, DC students took more than 600 college courses worth more than $600,000 in tuition at 13 colleges through our consortium program. In addition, the National Assessment of Educational Progress results were published in late January. This assessment is commonly called the nation's report card. DC tied with Delaware for the greatest fourth grade math improvement in the nation. And Harvard University used these data to rank each state's recovery from the pandemic. They found that DC's recovery is happening faster than many other states. And while we still have a long way to go, this progress is a testament to our students, teachers, families, and current educational leadership in the District of Columbia. To accelerate learning in the wake of the pandemic, OSSI dedicated recovery funding to expand access to high-impact tutoring, scaled high-quality instructional materials, scaled literacy training grounded in the science of reading, strengthened math instruction, extended learning time, strengthened English learner programs, built educational professional development opportunities, and developed new social studies standards with aligned materials. These results suggest that OSSI's approach is yielding dividends. Looking ahead, I'm excited to share OSSI's progress over the past year with the Council of the District of Columbia at our upcoming performance oversight hearing. In addition, I want to remind all families of students entering pre-K through 8th grade that the My School DC school lottery deadline is March 3rd. Please ensure that you submit your lottery applications before the deadline. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you joining us tonight, Dr. Mitchell, and thank you and OSSI for your continued partnership and collaboration.
Thank you.
We hear testimony from public witnesses at every public meeting, and your comments become part of our official record. If you would like to speak at a future public meeting, which includes a virtual option, please sign up on our website at SBOE.dc.gov or contact our staff by email at sboe@dc.gov or by phone at 202-741-0888. Sign-up closes 48 hours before the public meeting. Again, between written and live testimony, we have a total of 87 public witnesses who have signed up to share this evening. As a reminder, all public witnesses must share a copy of your testimony with our staff at SBOE@dc.gov so we can add it to the public record. We will hear from those in attendance in a panel format. Each witness will have up to 3 minutes to provide comments. If you are with us in person, please note that you must use one of the microphones at the table which are already on. After each panel concludes, we will pause for questions from State Board members. Members have questions for public witnesses. They will have up to 3 minutes. Those 3 minutes include their question and comment and the panelist's answer. Director Butler, will you call the public witnesses in groups and announce the question round? She will also assist with timing to ensure our witnesses and members stay within our allotted time. Again, we have 87 witnesses, so I ask that you please stay within that time limit. Director Butler, please call the first round of public witnesses.
Yesleen Irahita. Carmelo Freeman. Ashley Ruff. Sally Schwartz. Mallory Dominique. Elizabeth Riddick, virtual. Laura Fuchs. Scott Goldstein. Jamisha Baru, online. Jamisha Serene Alomine. Ethan Henshaw. Ethan Henshaw. Felicia Rice. Felix Rice. Asher Maxwell. Darius Wagner. Elizabeth Weiss. Michael Lucas, virtual. Kamani Durakan. Colette Gregg. We will start with Yasmin.
Just start.
1 second, we will need the timer. As a reminder to the panelists, you all have 3 minutes. The timer will display the time. Please try to adhere to the 3 minutes. There are a lot of us this evening, and I don't want to cut people off, but I will. As soon as we get the timer up, Yasmin, you can start. You can start, Yasmin.
I hope you're all having a great day so far. Members of the State Board of Education, my name is Yasmin Iraeta, and I'm a sophomore at School Without Walls. I live in Ward 5, and I'm here today to urge the State Board to adopt SR 25-1 tonight. As a student, I experienced the challenges that outdated HVAC systems create for students and educators. According to Washington USA Channel 9, at the beginning of the school year, 600 open requests were made to the Department of General Services to fix broken and outdated HVAC systems, leaving students in 90-degree heat with no air conditioning. This problem is even more urgent because NASA has stated that 2024 was the hottest year on record. With rising temperatures around the world, climate control in schools is important now more than ever. Without adequate HVAC systems, these issues in our schools will only worsen. But this isn't just about statistics. Imagine taking an exam while the room is overheated. I've personally experienced an hour-long class while wearing a jacket and wishing I had gloves. These are moments of learning that are stolen because of faulty infrastructure. Investing in modern HVAC systems is not just about comfort, it's about health and education. Polluted air and extreme temperatures lead to decreased concentration, lower test scores, and in severe scenarios, increased absenteeism among students. By considering the long-term effects of neglecting infrastructure and prioritizing the necessary upgrades to HVAC systems, you are ultimately supporting teachers, students, and other faculty and staff who have to deal with the problems caused by inadequate systems. Furthermore, it is not only students facing these uncomfortable conditions, the faculty and staff face them too. If it's hard to learn in an environment like this, it is also hard to teach effectively. Upgrading HVAC systems will enhance the overall school experience for everyone involved. It will allow teachers to teach without any additional distractions, such as poor air quality or scorching heat. Lastly, as we evaluate the needs of the students and the future of education in DC, I urge the Council to prioritize upgrading HVAC systems. As a result, you are not only investing in a more comfortable learning environment, but also you are investing in the well-being of everyone in the community, and especially in our schools. Thank you for your time and consideration.
As soon as we reset the timer. We'll just go straight. Mallory Dominique.
Sure. Hi, I'm Mallory Domain, and I'm here because on both October 28th and 29th, live unfired 9mm bullets were found on 2 separate occasions in my daughter's first grade classroom at Ludlow Taylor Elementary in Ward 6. I'm here because DC Central Office policy severely lacked common sense, and because no teacher or school administrator had the authority to take reasonable action to protect the children once those bullets were found. This means that students were not removed from the classroom. Backpacks were neither checked nor removed from the classroom, and parents were not notified until 6 hours after the first bullet was found and 3 hours after that day's dismissal, when it was too late for us to act responsibly. While I am disappointed in how my school handled this incident, the lack of common sense action is a direct result of DCPS's definition of a weapon. According to DCPS, bullets are defined as found property, not weapons. Please listen again. Live ammunition found in a DCPS school is classified the same as a lost sweater, and no immediate action will be taken to safeguard students in that classroom. This has to change. A common sense solution will include 3 things: recategorizing live ammunition to weapons rather than lost property, to edit current DCPS policy that will require the evacuation of students and teachers from a classroom where a weapon, including bullets, is found, and to notify families immediately. I've discussed this matter at length with school board members Brandon Best, Ben Williams, and Robert Henderson, and former member Carlene Reed, who all agree that a change to policy is warranted to better protect our children in their classrooms. Gun violence is not new to any of us, and gun violence in schools is particularly atrocious. You have seen hundreds of shootings and the deadly aftermath, and you have the power to redraft DCPS policy around bullets, and it must happen before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Riddick, virtual. And just so I'm going in the order in which people signed up so that everyone knows. Is Elizabeth Riddick online?
Yes. I'm guessing it's intentional that we can't use video. Okay, it doesn't matter, I'll just start. Thank you. Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Elizabeth Reddick. I have a Ward 7 resident, and I have a student attending Monument Academy. I'm also an ANC commissioner for 7B05 and a parent leader. I am here today to advocate about the importance of advancing equity in education. By implementing various initiatives, you can create more equity and expand the pathways to the middle class and allow DC natives, Washingtonians to thrive in the district. There are two initiatives in particular that I believe can advance equity in the district and lead to better outcomes. Paid parent leaders have identified the most pressing issues across the district and identified policy solutions to address those issues. Two of those primary areas of concern are safe passage and specialized school programs. In terms of safe passage, I believe it's imperative that we continue to fund and expand DC School Connect. It provides a safe and reliable way for students to get to school. Additionally, DC School Connect works with the Advanced Technical Center and some of its partner schools to provide transportation to and from ATC during the school day. This service is essential as we continue to implement new and innovative opportunities for our students to prepare them for the workforce. It is critical that we think through how to make those opportunities equitable. Having transportation to and from the ATC during the school day through DC School Connect makes the program equitable, and it provides transportation that would not otherwise be available to those students. I am passionate about increasing our children's pathways to a fair shot of success and expanding pathways to the middle class. The partnership between the ATC and DC School Connect plays a role in expanding these pathways. I urge the State Board of Education to prioritize advocating for the continued funding and expansion of the Department of For-Hire Vehicles DC School Connect program. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Fuchs.
Good evening. DC is in a precarious position. We are on the front lines and experiencing some of the most direct effects of a callous federal administration that is impacting us all. As a student and teacher of history for over 2 decades, one who is focused on the rise and effects of dictatorships in the 20th century for most of my academic and teaching career, there are no two ways around it. We are staring fascism in the face. DC Public Schools is in the crosshairs of a federal administration who will be looking for symbolic wins at the expense and safety of our school communities. Immigrants, LGBTQ+, teaching real history, our books, and more will be attacked. Likely directly, there is no hiding from this fact. There is only preparing our institutions to withstand them as best we can. We cannot obey in advance. That is the #1 lesson we are told when facing tyrants. We cannot obey in advance. Unfortunately, Mayor Bowser and Chancellor Farabee believe if we just stay quiet and keep our heads down, that perhaps the eyes of fascism will overlook us. I promise you they will not. We are already in the middle of it, and they are just getting started. The poem by Martin Niemöller is displayed in the U.S. Holocaust Museum and around the world for a reason, because if we do not say anything and stand aside hoping somehow we won't be next, then we will all fall. Silence from those who should protect us creates fear. We are seeing this firsthand as families begin to leave DC or stop sending their children to school. Silence from those who were selected to lead breeds complicity. We are seeing principals communicate contradictory statements to those being shared by DCPS that lead many of us to believe that they will comply with government officials should they come to our schoolhouse doors in ways that directly contradict the guidance from the District Attorney General. Silence from those who are entrusted to uphold our institutions sows chaos and allows fascism to thrive. Principals don't know what to do or whose guidance to follow. Teachers are being told to stop enforcing the very guidance we were given, such as providing information to families regarding their rights in our schools. Educators are left feeling threatened by their own bosses for doing what they know and have been told by our District Attorney General is right. Those who are doing the right thing are communicating that this is happening despite DCPS's instructions, not because of them. The so-called leaders of DC cannot be silent. We are educators and we will not be silent. We don't need another symbolic press conference. We don't need painted words on a street where the person who helped make those words happen also leads the police force to kettle and arrest us for trying to make those words a reality. We don't need central office employees to say one thing and then for the principals who are expected to be the front line of enforcement to say another. What we need is for the mayor and her chosen education leaders to create and communicate clear policies that uphold our stated values as a district. What we need is for DCPS to clearly articulate what we stand for and how we will stand for it throughout our schools in a way that will actually benefit our students.
Tonight I want to cover several topics of immediate interest for our city and this board. First, we're all deeply concerned about the federal threats facing our students and schools, from immigration to the protection of trans students, funding for our students with disabilities, and attempts to censor history and the celebration of diversity. We know the threats to DC's autonomy are real, but we cannot allow ourselves to cower in this moment or acquiesce in advance. This is how fascism takes root. As one teacher said, we need to learn from the past that just keep trying to keep our head down and avoid notice only protects you so long. Another said, this keeping quiet and pretending it isn't happening is just appeasement. While we must proceed thoughtfully, we need our leaders, like you on this board, to be forward-thinking about how to protect our students and schools, communicate with all residents proactively, and make sure every school has the resources they need. This intentionally quiet approach taken by DC leaders this far has neither proved sufficient to support families or avoided attention on our city. That approach cannot last 4 years. We need to be prepared. Second, I applaud the board for moving forward on the resolution to remove smartphones and devices from the instructional day today. While I once agreed with the sentiments expressed by Representative Best that we should not avoid the changes in society but find ways to use these technologies to engage learners, the research on the negative effects on mental health of our young people and the best research on pedagogy shows this to be a dangerous approach. We owe it to young people to do our best to keep them safe and provide spaces for the true social interaction and real student inquiry. Coding classes, robotics, digital literacy, all of that is important. But teaching math using Madden and social studies using TikTok is not a comprehensive approach to pedagogy, nor does any of that mean students need personal devices on them during the day. We do need school devices, and the concern about DCPS communication that we just heard about is a very real barrier to this cell phone policy. We need DCPS to address communication in traumatic events with families and build that trust at the same time. At the same time, we must consider how to increase student engagement. Tech did not create the lack of student engagement, it is just exacerbating it, which leads me to our budget recommendations. If we care about improving student outcomes, we must transform the student experience. We ask you to stand with us in advocating to the mayor and council to increase funding for the Bridge the Gap Fund created last year to provide funding for teachers for field trips and experiential learning, double the funding for study abroad, and invest in outdoor learning. And to ensure the learning investments pay off, we must have stable school environments that support the whole child. So we must invest in staffing through the creation of an educator retention fund, invest in permanent substitutes for all schools, and continuation of OSSE's educator wellness grants. And we cannot ignore the root causes of educational inequity. So we ask you to fight alongside us to expand community schools, reform and expand Safe Passage, provide reparations funding to school communities who have seen decades of enrollment spirals, and invest in an expanded child tax credit. This is a critical moment to rise in defense of our students and not shy away from making the investments we know are needed to transform opportunities and outcomes for DC kids. Thank you.
For the opportunity to speak today. I'm Dr. Serene Al-Momen, CEO of Attune, formerly known as Senseware, a leader in real-time indoor air quality monitoring for school. I commend the board for its renewed focus on air quality in DC public schools as demonstrated by the January 15th panel hearing on IAQ. I was invited to testify today to bring to your attention that DCPS has already taken significant steps to monitor indoor air quality. In 2020, DCPS became the first school district in the nation to implement real-time indoor air quality monitoring district-wide, resulting in the installation of over 1,300 monitors across all 117 schools through Attune in partnership with DCPS. These sensors have collected over 9.5 billion IAQ data points annually, tracking CO2 levels, particulate matter levels, volatile organic compound levels, temperature, humidity, mold risk, air changes per hour, and ventilation performance to improve indoor air quality and safety. Despite this investment, DCPS and DGS staff no longer have access to this data due to the non-renewal of the data aggregation and visualization platform contract. While Attune continues to collect the data at our own cost, school administrators, parents, and facilities team lack access to insights needed to inform decision-making. This system has already proven its critical value. During the Northeast wildfires, DCPS monitors were instrumental in assessing air quality and guiding mitigation efforts. Beyond data collection, schools that actively use such platform benefit from automated alerts that allow facility staff to triage HVAC issues before they escalate. Montgomery County Public Schools installed 10,000 sensors, Boston Public Schools installed 5,000 sensors, Denver Public School 5,000 sensors, and they all have successfully used the system to improve ventilation, streamline maintenance, and drastically reduce complaints from teachers and staff. Air quality monitoring is also rapidly becoming a standard in schools. ASHRAE's design guidance for educational facilities recommends IAQ sensor installation with data aggregation platforms as a high priority task, while ASHRAE Guideline 44 recommends permanent particulate matter 2.5 monitors in new and retrofitted buildings to mitigate wildfire smoke. These guidelines underscore the growing expectation for continuous air quality monitoring in schools. I am committed to explore ways to help realize the board's vision to improve IAQ at DCPS, including quickly reinstating access to the system already in place and providing training to DCPS staff to maximize its impact. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Ethan Henshaw.
Thank you for hearing us all out tonight. I appreciate your time and consideration. My name is Ethan Henshaw. I'm a student at Georgetown University, and I'm here today for the third and hopefully final time to testify about legacy and donor preference admissions and the discriminatory role they play in the college process. I appreciate your support last time and your willingness to introduce this into the City Council. Growing up, I was fortunate to have access to opportunities that many others around me did not. Thanks to scholarships and financial aid, I was able to attend private schools. But I come from a lower income background, and the people around me had to sacrifice day in and day out for years only so that I could have a shot. My parents worked tirelessly to pay for my education, missing out on meals, falling behind on rent, missing bill payments, not heating our house in the winter in order to keep me in school. My parents worked long hours and couldn't afford after or before school programs, so my friends would take me in, letting me sleep on their couches and stay in their homes so that I could have an access to education. What they didn't know, and what many don't know, is that even with all that they invested in me, we were still at a disadvantage because of our income status. Elite universities in this country are a great means of social mobility and financial success, the kind that can have an immense impact on families like mine, but they're not designed for people like me. When you apply to Georgetown and schools like it, they have structures in place, like legacy and donor preference admissions, designed to preference those who can pay higher tuition, whose parents are more connected, and who they see as having a higher value. A wealthy applicant has a 3 times higher acceptance rate at Georgetown than a middle or low income applicant with the same GPA and SAT score. Thus, when I arrived at Georgetown, I was greeted with a culture of wealth and privilege much more prevalent than I had ever experienced. You would hear about the crazy vacations people went on and the homes they lived in, the luxury cars they drove, and the clothing they wore, and sometimes it feels like you're looked at differently when you're not able to do the same. Your opinions and ideas end up feeling less valid in the spaces you occupy on campus. That's not to say everyone feels this way. I ran for student body president last November with Darius, with one of our main priorities being admissions reform, and we won overwhelmingly. This is because increasingly more people are realizing that Georgetown has a rigged admission system that creates a toxic on-campus culture that feeds those same people into some of the most elite and powerful positions in our society. There are more students at Georgetown from the top 1% than the bottom 60%, and it's not remotely close. We're among the worst in the country for the amount of Pell-eligible students we admit and enroll, and in fact, in this past year, Georgetown rolled back to their need-blind status, began examining Pell eligibility in the name of class-conscious admissions, and conveniently saw a drop in the amount of in the acceptance rate for Pell-eligible students. This is something that we need to fix and we can fix. There is talent across our country, not just in elite northeastern private schools, not just the children of successful businessmen and politicians, and not just the children of donors and alumni, but children like me whose mom had to join the military at 19 in order to go to state school, children in low-income communities and rural communities at public schools. You'll hear more from the people who come after me today, but legacy and donor preference admissions are barriers to college admissions for the less fortunate. They are a means of keeping wealth in this country in the hands of a small, privileged few. They explain over half of Georgetown's preference for the wealthy, and their abolition has led to significant gains in socioeconomic and racial diversity at universities all across the country. Scholars everywhere are calling to end these practices, from the Department of Education to even at Georgetown. It's time to open the door for people who have historically been kept out of these institutions, and I urge you to end this practice of discrimination in our city and in our universities. Thank you.
Thank you. Felix Rice.
Members of the board, thank y'all for having us this evening. My name is Felix Rice. I'm a junior at Georgetown University, a federal Pell Grant recipient, and a very proud product of public schools. I'm also one of the leaders of Hoyas Against Legacy Admissions, and I'm here in favor of the FAIR Act. I helped start this campaign, and I'm here today because our admission systems are deeply broken, and the cracks they create leave impact on real students feeling like their campus is a place where they don't belong. I know that because one of those students is me. When I was growing up, I was very lucky to have parents that put my education first. I went to great public schools. I never doubted I would go to college somewhere, and those are incredible advantages. But even still, getting into a top university felt like a long shot. Fueled by application fee waivers, I applied to Georgetown and many other elite universities, chasing the promise of a gateway to any opportunity I imagined and the economic security that would set me up to build intergenerational wealth. When I opened my acceptance letter, I cried. The summer after I completed high school, I knew I would have to work hard to pay what was left over after financial aid, so naturally I looked for the highest paying job I could find. That turned out to mean over 40 hours a week in a manufacturing setting, printing graphic t-shirts in a warehouse with no AC, a job that I was not legally old enough to have. That job, in addition to a second job, is how I paid for my freshman year. As you can imagine, going from those settings to a school where there are more students from the top 1% than the bottom 60 was quite a whirlwind. My experiences have fundamentally shaped who I am and how I see the world, but I don't see those experiences reflected on my campus. From the minute I walked through Georgetown's front gates, I felt out of place, and I soon began to wonder if I'd been admitted by mistake. But what I came to realize, in part because I met some of the incredible people that you'll hear from tonight who were feeling the same way that I was that it's not that we weren't built for this type of university, it's that this type of university wasn't built for us. For as much as colleges like the one I attend claim to be sources of opportunity for students from every background, it can be easy to forget that's not what they were founded for. They were founded to pass wealth and power among the same people, generation after generation after generation. Legacy admissions is an archaic policy that was invented to maintain that divide. I can't think of a single mechanism of systemic inequality in this country that, if left untouched, doesn't continue to serve its function. Do we really think this is any different? This policy hurts real students. It hurts the student that will have to work multiple jobs to pay tuition, the student who will be the first in their family to go to college, the student who had to fight centuries-long systems of inequality just to get an equal public K-12 education in the first place. Georgetown gave me an opportunity that is going to change my life. Every day that I wake up on that campus, I feel the weight of that power and an obligation to use it to fight for others, regardless of who they are or how much they can pay. That's what I want my legacy to be. At a time in our nation's history when there is so much opposition to striving for equity, it is the duty of those of us in a position to do so, at the very least to tear down barriers that directly oppose it. So I'm asking you to please join us in doing that today. Thank you.
Asher Maxwell.
Members of the State Board of Education, it's a pleasure to speak before you. My name is Asher Maxwell, and I'm a junior at Georgetown University. Tonight you are going to hear a compelling personal story from many of my fellow students about why the threat that legacy admissions poses to diversity and opportunity is so important. But before you hear from them, I want to use my time tonight to make very clear the exact effect that legacy preference has on our admissions process. And I think the best place to start is at the very beginning. In the 1920s, an increasing number of Jewish students were winning admission to America's elite Protestant universities in the Northeast, Harvard, Yale, and Princeton, to name a few. This upset many alumni families who feared too many Jewish students would change the culture of their schools and knew many of their children could not compete in an admissions process that prioritized academic qualifications. But they realized if they offered preference to the children of alumni, they could boost the chances of Protestant applicants and exclude many qualified Jewish students without making their discrimination explicit. And with that, legacy admissions was born. Today, while the justifications offered for keeping it in place differ, legacy admissions serves a very similar purpose: to preserve intergenerational access to these universities for a handful of families that are mostly white and disproportionately wealthy. But you don't have to take our word for it. This campaign actually began because when affirmative action was struck down, our university president sent a letter to all Georgetown students that cited a report from Georgetown's higher education experts that said the best first step to protecting racial and economic diversity would be to eliminate legacy preference, a policy that benefits mostly white students. Because 40 years ago, when many parents of today's legacy students were graduating, Georgetown was 80% white. And while Georgetown refuses to share exactly what the pool of legacy applicants look like, we can get a good sense from Harvard University's data, the only school so far required to disclose this data. It shows that their pool of legacy applicants is twice as white and only a third as Black, Hispanic, or Asian as its pool of non-legacy applicants. Race is not the only story at play here, though. Georgetown's legacy applicants are also remarkably wealthier than non-legacy applicants. The most sophisticated study to date of college admissions found that if you were a student from an average income background applying to Georgetown with the exact same test scores and academic qualifications as a student from the top 1%, the top 1% student will be 2.7 times more likely to win admission. And to reiterate, that is even if your academic qualifications were exactly the same. Those researchers looked into the explanation for why this was, and they found the biggest contributor to the over-enrollment of students from the top 1% was legacy preference, accounting for 46% of the artificial boost offered to the wealthiest students. Because that's what legacy admissions does. Just as it did a century ago, legacy admissions today is about creating in-groups and out-groups. In-groups who generation after generation have access to wealth and power, and out-groups who have to work twice as hard to get just as far. But we can change that. By moving forward with the FAIR Act today, you will not only be helping us overcome important legislative roadblocks set up by the university's lobbyists, but you would be sending a powerful signal that this city does not want its tax dollars funding admissions policies that do not comport with its values.
Thank you. Colette Gregg.
Good evening. My name is Colette Gregg. I am a junior at School Without Walls High School in Ward 2, and I live in Ward 5. Today I'm going to talk with you about economic inequities in school zoning practices. First, I'm going to tell a short story. Jordan and John both live in Washington, D.C., but their school experiences couldn't be more different. Jordan, a sixth grader in Ward 3, attends a well-funded public school with state-of-the-art facilities. His school boasts small class sizes, AP courses, modern science labs, and a full arts program. Every student has a laptop, and teachers frequently take them on field trips to museums and government buildings. His after-school options range from robotics to debate, and college counselors start working with students as early as middle school. Across town in Ward 8, John, also in sixth grade, attends a school struggling with outdated textbooks, overcrowded classrooms, and a shortage of teachers. His school lacks consistent funding for extracurriculars, and the computer lab only has a handful of working devices. Field trips are rare, and many of his teachers are overworked, some juggling multiple grade levels. John is smart and eager to learn, but rather than spending time on extracurricular activities, he spends more time worrying about broken heating in the winter and security at the school entrance. One day, Jordan's class visits Capitol Hill to meet with lawmakers. That same day, John's school goes into lockdown due to neighborhood violence. Both boys are bright, both dream big, but their zip codes dictate the opportunities they have, shaping their futures before they even realize it. This isn't just an isolated issue. It's the harsh reality for students across D.C. School zoning has created a system where wealth and privilege dictate the quality of education. Take Jackson Reed High School in Ward 3, where minority enrollment is only 62.1%, yet it received a staggering $28.9 million in funding for fiscal year 24. Or my own school, School Without Walls in Ward 2, where nearly half the students, 47.8%, are white, and minority enrollment sits at just 51.8%. Now, compare that to Blue in Ward 8, where 98.5% of students are minorities, yet it receives $4.1 million less than Jackson Reed or School Without Walls. Another example is Ron Brown College Preparatory in Ward 7, which struggles with only $6.1 million in funding. These disparities are not coincidences, they are consequences of a deeply inequitable system. There is a very direct correlation between the neighborhood schools with high minority populations and consequently lower funding. In Washington, D.C., schools in affluent Northwest neighborhoods benefit significantly from substantial parental fundraising, while schools in Southeast and Northeast areas often struggle to raise comparable funds. For instance, in 2014, parents at Horace Mann Elementary School in Northwest D.C.
Thank you, the time.
Oh, sorry.
We will now have a round of member questions. Members, you are reminded to keep your questions and response time to only 3 minutes. We will start with Representative Barnes.
Thank you all for your testimonies today. No questions.
Representative Mayer.
Thank you all so much for your testimony today. Thank you especially to the two School Without Walls students. Go Penguins. Thank you for being here. I agree wholeheartedly with everything that both of you said. As for questions, I want to start with Ms. Fuchs and Mr. Goldstein. You both discussed the new federal threats that we are all facing. That is very top of mind for me as a student and us as a board. And one question that we've discussed some already that I'd be interested to hear your thoughts about is how we balance protecting student interests and equity without setting off the federal government. Because as you said, like, they know we're here. There is already an act introduced in Congress to remove home rule, but things can get worse and they can actually remove home rule. And that is a terrifying thought for all of us. So how do we do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen by not provoking them while also sticking to our values, which I think is the most important thing?
Problem is that it's a false one. We're not going to be to blame when they attack us. The attack is coming. It's not anything that we can hide from. It's nothing that if we just hope and pray that it won't come, it won't come. It's here. It has arrived. Now, we've seen what other schools have been able to do in Florida and in other places where they are facing similar style attacks, perhaps not at this scale. It is possible to provide a quality education to protect our students despite policies that directly tell us not to. We have to have plans in place. We have to, I don't need a speech, I don't need a paint on the ground, right? I don't need the mayor to be out making a press conference and trying to antagonize, but there's a difference between antagonizing and still communicating clearly to your schools. And no trans bathroom is going to cause us to lose home rule. It's just going to happen if they want it to happen. And we don't want to blame anyone for any action they take or any policy they make here. It is not our fault if we get attacked. It is not because we stuck our hand out and waved that we get attacked. The attack is coming when they want it to come. And no scapegoating, no blame should ever be placed on the victims of that attack. And that includes our mayor. And so I just think, you know, I understand it, and I don't think we want to antagonize. I get that, but a policy, an internal policy, is not an antagonistic act. Our existence, unfortunately, is what antagonizes them, right? And we can't change that. So we have to have policies in place. They should be in writing. I don't need it announced on a website with a pretty picture, but it needs to exist and be communicated because it's coming, unfortunately. Sorry.
Thank you.
Representative Ting, who is online.
Hello. The person who had the wonderful, John, well, not so wonderful, John and Jordan story, would you like to use my time to finish?
Okay, so for instance, in 2014, parents at Horace Mann Elementary School in Northwest DC contributed over $470,000 to support school programs, equating to an additional $1,600 per student. This funding enabled the hiring of art and music teachers as well as classroom aides for small group instruction. In stark contrast, many schools in Southeast and Northeast DC have parent-teacher organizations with annual budgets not exceeding $100, and some lack the volunteer base to form such organizations at all. This disparity highlights the inequities in educational resources between different regions of the city. This issue is not social, it is systematic. Here's another reason why. Because housing segregation is tied to race and income, school zoning often mirrors these divides. Minority and low-income students are disproportionately concentrated in underfunded schools, while wealthier, often predominantly white students attend better resource schools. This deepens racial and economic divides in society. Education is one of the most powerful tools for breaking the cycle of poverty. When students in low-income neighborhoods receive a lower quality education, they have fewer opportunities for college or high-paying careers. This perpetuates economic inequality and makes it harder for families to move up the socioeconomic ladder, displaying systemic inequities. Funding should be reallocated from wealthier schools, such as School Without Walls, to those in under-resourced communities. In affluent areas like Palisades, parents contribute thousands of dollars to support art programs and after-school activities, ensuring their schools have more than enough resources. Public school funding should not be distributed equally, it should be distributed equitably. Schools in wards 5, 7, and 8, where students lack basic materials, should receive a greater share of funding instead of diverting resources to schools that are already well funded. Education should be a path to opportunity, not a reflection of inequality. Thank you.
School zoning or increase school choice with charter schools, or?
Could you repeat your question, Representative Ting? We're having a hard time hearing you.
I apologize. What is the exact action item that you're proposing? Where in the government are you looking to change, like ending school zoning?
I think ending school zoning might be too much to ask right now. So I'm asking to move funding from schools that receive parental support, like funding from parents and the HSA and things like that, move funding from those schools, like federal funding, to less fortunate schools that don't have like the parent support.
I see, thank you. And then before my time's up, I would like to thank everybody for testifying. It's been really nice to, or not nice, but really good to hear from all of you guys. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Representative Chang.
Good evening, everybody. I have some questions for you, Scott. In preparation for our vote tonight on SR 25-2, calling for the elimination of student cell phone usage during the school day, as an educator that leads a group of educators, I would appreciate to hear from you some of the specific challenges that you've seen in the classroom due to student cell phone use.
Yeah, I mean, first, I think that obviously what we need to have in the classroom is really great pedagogy and taking students on an inquiry journey. And we ask a fundamental question, and I think in a social studies classroom that I'm familiar with, we're asking a question and we're trying to take them on a journey of inquiry that gets them to an answer there. That is not a quick hit thing, right? And so competing with the dopamine hits of a cell phone when you're trying to guide students on a learning journey, it's not good for pedagogy. So it's at first, it's an impediment to good teaching. Second, I think obviously we need the social emotional skills to build with them, and I think we owe it to them to allow them to develop those skills in school. School is the place that we get to develop those skills for ourselves. And then there's all the other things that we've heard about mental health, about using cell phones to set up fights and other things, but I think those are the main ones from educators.
Great, thank you. And why now do you think it's important to do, and how can we ensure that when we do it well and we do it equitably?
I mean, I think we should do it now because we've seen the research on mental health that has come out in the past couple years, especially anxiety in this age group, is stunning. And I think we owe it to ourselves to act with urgency about that and not delay action that could really protect our young people in that way. Second, I would say equitably, two things. Communication. We have to change this DCPS communication policy. We cannot have situations where we have emergencies and it takes 6 hours to tell parents anything. And that's why some people don't think, are not for the cell phone change, right? And I get it, because in an emergency, people do not get equitably and immediate information from schools. So we have to do something about that to make sure it's equitable. And second, we have to make sure digital literacy and digital equity, I should say, is real. So it's not fair to say we're going to take cell phones out, but we're not going to have tablets, we're not going to have laptop carts, because we need to do research, we need to teach digital literacy in our schools. So we have to have digital equity in our schools and devices in order to do it equitably.
Great, thank you.
Representative Colson.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Mr. Goldstein, I want to come back to you as well. Thank you for your testimony. I do have questions. We talked about pedagogy, which is beyond key. That's the foundation, the house and the roof. My question for you is, we're talking about the distraction of cell phones for students. Have you ever discussed the distractions of staff members and teachers because of cell phones?
Do you mean staff members' devices?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know that we've discussed it explicitly. Do you mean staff members being on devices or having
Correct.
access to devices? I think one of the things that's become very difficult, actually, and I'm sure that that happens, right? But I think one of the things that's become very difficult that I have heard from educators about is the number of things they're required to do on their device during class, meaning taking attendance has to happen on the device. They have to have the lesson plan up on their laptop if someone comes in to ask them for that. There's a lot of things that have to get, behavior things that have to be input in real time on their devices. So I think we should find ways to reduce the distraction of devices for all in the school building. So I'm not saying that's not a concern, but I do think we've set up systems that make it hard because we are reliant on devices for a lot of our school-based systems.
Thank you for that. So maybe we can change it for students and staff. I do have another question for you. And this is just asking, by any chance, do you understand what the process that goes into collecting phones and maintaining them during the day?
Absolutely, because we partner with over 20 DC schools and we've worked with them to implement these policies, so intimately familiar with the differences and how that works. So it would require funding to some degree, but what I know from an educator perspective is that fight is much better done once at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day than having every educator fight that battle class period by class period, which is much more of a burden on the school than doing it once at the beginning, once at the end, even though I do know that it requires resources. It's not a perfect process. And the other thing I would just say to the staff cell phone use that you mentioned before is we're required to use Remind, right, in the class. We're required to use Class Dojo in elementary schools to assign points to students. There's a million things educators are required to do on the phone. So I do not think it's practical to not do all of those systems, and emergency communication, so educators can tell parents when things happen in the classroom. So I do not think it's really practical on the staff side, but I do think we should figure out how to remove distractions.
I agree with you, because the same things that can be done for a student on a tablet or a laptop can be done for teachers and staff on a laptop as well. I just have one more question for you. You are very versed in technology and the systems and all of that. Are you aware, and would you be in support of, instead of collecting cell phones, using technology to turn off signals to cell phones, which will remove the need of collecting them every day?
I think we can explore options. I do think the legislation that Councilmember Pinto produced was pretty thoughtful about letting schools have options about how they do it while setting some bottom lines about how to remove the distraction and protect mental health.
It is. There's language that says storage. Thank you so much.
Representative Goulet.
I want to thank everybody for their testimony tonight. Glad to see our students from Georgetown back again, and I just appreciate your advocacy on this issue throughout the entire process. So thank you for coming in. Mr. Goldstein, I agree 100% on the cell phone issue. I'm pleased to introduce this resolution. Definitely would support Councilmember Pinto's bill and moving forward quickly with that. I did want to direct my questions to, let me make sure I've got the correct witness on the list here. It would have been, is it Dr. Ella Momin? Okay, thank you. So can you explain what the ASHRAE standards, and I want to make sure I have the correct ones here. It would be ASHRAE 241, 62.1 and 62.2 would require, like, to comply with those three standards. What would that require a typical DCPS school to do? Like, what does it mean, kind of?
Well, I'm not an expert in those standards, so I don't want to speak to those. The specific the ASHRAE guidance that is related to what I'm familiar with and expert in is the ASHRAE design guidance for educational facilities that was developed by the Technical Committee 9.7. And in that particular guidance, which is for ASHRAE, there are standards, which is a requirement for buildings to follow, and there are guidances that are best practices. So in the guidance document for education facilities, so what you need, best practice for education facilities, there are several tasks that are listed there, a very high priority task, and so on. And the high priority task is recommending that the indoor air quality monitoring, continuous monitoring, be part of the solution in educational facilities. And they also list the types of sensors that you want to look at on a regular basis, including CO2, volatile organic compound, particulate matter levels, temperature, humidity, and other things like that.
And I think that's important, but will that, if we just reinstall the monitoring that we had during COVID, will that bring us into compliance with these ASHRAE standards? Do you know that? Or is there something more that we have to do? Because, I am concerned about saying we need to prioritize this over other modernization priorities when I don't understand what ASHRAE requires schools across the city to do. So do you know what it requires?
The requirements is related to how well the HVAC system is operating, so ventilation performance and filtration performance. And the data is, you cannot manage what you don't measure.
I'm sorry. You have to go to the
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Appreciate
yeah,
the.
of course.
Representative Henderson.
Dr. Al-Momen, I'll continue with you right here. Roughly what would it cost to re-engage the monitors per year?
It's about it's less than a cost of a textbook per year per student. So it's very cost effective. And I can provide more specific numbers
That'd be helpful. And that would be to cover DCPS schools? That's what was covered prior, was DCPS schools?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All of the schools, yeah.
Ms. Domain, we as a board cannot dictate DCPS policy, so our route for influencing that would be in advocacy. I know when we talked last, you were also engaging with council members. I'm wondering if you got anywhere with that.
Yes, I have. So we're fortunate that Council Member Allen is a parent at Ludlow Taylor as well. And he was in conversation and in touch with Brandon Best to draft some policies around this. I think he's tied up with some other things that are happening around. I certainly understand that this is not the only thing that's going on with DCPS or with the city right now. But as the last I heard that no policy has been drafted, I have certainly not seen a copy of that. And I am here today just to push this forward in whatever way makes sense and whatever is possible.
Yeah, thank you for coming back. I can include it in my testimony when I testify this spring. Ms. Fuchs, you covered a range of issues, and this isn't the most important one of them, but I am concerned about like the implementation of our social studies standards. And so I'm wondering how you are being supported currently as a social studies teacher. Or do you feel that you're able to implement what we passed, which I think ended up being a pretty good set of standards?
Yes, I think currently, yes, because right now the only true attack on our students has been nationally against our immigrant students, right? But we know that they are coming after home rule, and even if they decide not to come directly at it with a legislation, that they still may attempt to influence DCPS because it can be their playground for just making symbolic wins, whatever that might mean to them at the moment. So I do think it's on the table and that it could be coming. And that's why we need them to be setting up policies now to protect us now, so that when there is a push to try to get us to change, that there is a plan to not engage with their nonsense.
Thank you.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank all of you for your testimony. Felix and Asher and Ethan, it's always good to see you. Dr. Momen, I'm proud of you. Thank you, Scott and Laura, for everything that you're doing, especially on a national front. But Miss Collette, I'm coming to you, and I want everyone to look at you about how you are fighting for those who are across the river, who have been here, who have not been served. We fight for everybody else in this city, but rarely do we really fight for Black children who have been forgotten, who have been dismissed, who are overlooked, and the only time people are looking at Ward 8 is because there's a new council race coming. Yes, I said it out loud. So I want to thank you that in the foolishness, I call it political reindeer games, in these political reindeer games of times, thank you for standing up for Black children, because it's only so many people standing up for Black children in this city, especially right now, because we should have been standing up for Black children. We can stand up for everybody else's children, but can we stand up for Black children? Can we stand up for their funding? I just came from Blue. And what we did was I walked with Principal Haith, shout out to Principal Haith. We weren't sure if there was gonna be a fight. And so we literally walked behind the students and they could hear his radio. And it just kind of calmed it down, right? But he was talking to me about his budget. And he was saying that if I get the same amount, everything's still going up. But even with the kids that I have, the needs are so great. And I wish we had more people that would just walk with me to fight for my children. So baby, I don't know where you're going in your life, but I just want to say thank you. And I didn't know if you had anything else to add to your testimony, but I can give you the rest of my 1 minute. But Miss LaJoy sees you. I said it out loud, political reindeer games. And I don't play about my Ward 8 children and my families. So I want to give you the rest of my time.
I don't have anything else to add, but thank you.
Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time, Madam Director.
Representative Thompson.
Good evening. I don't have a question. I actually do have something I want to state for the record. I had a conversation with the OAG's office last week, so I'm delinquent in sending my email. But I sent an email because the testimony today reminded me that the OAG actually does have guidance for schools. That guidance actually is public. It is available, and I want people to know this because this is information that everybody needs, and they did take the time to put together updated guidance given the executive orders and what is happening not just in the United States, but not just in D.C. As the capital of the United States, but across the country. That guidance is available in English, Spanish, French, Korean, Chinese, and Vietnamese. The way to access it is to get to the OAG's website, to go to their newsroom tab, and it is available for community members. It is available for educators. It is available for concerned citizens. It is available for students. It is available for everyone. I want folks to know that because not only do we have 86 people who are signed up to testify, we also have folks who watch this meeting. And part of our responsibility as a State Board of Education is to share information. So I'm sharing that information with you all as the public because it is not a secret. It is publicly available on the OAG's website, and they did have a press conference. My email to the OAG's office was actually to also then share that information directly with the board members. So I did put my colleagues on that email, so that should be coming to their inboxes. But I want to make sure people know and understand that in real time. I do have some questions differently, switching gears, but I thought that was important to say. So in my 1 minute, I don't know if I completely understand what happened at Ludlow with the bullets. Will you behoove me with some one-word responses? So were the bullets inside the school or outside the school?
They were inside a first grade classroom.
Inside. So they were found inside during the school day, correct. After school, during the school day? Okay, and you are recommending, and you're assuming, or the assumption is, or do we not know any information that a student was involved with the bullets?
We do not know where they came from.
We do not know where they came from. Okay, but Councilmember Allen is aware, and he's following up on the situation.
Yes.
Okay, I'll follow up with Councilmember Allen. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Vice President Williams.
Thank you, Director Butler, and thank you to all of our panelists today. I also do not have particular questions this time, but I want to respond to some of the things that have been mentioned. First off, to a couple of our high school students, Ms. Arajeta and Ms. Gregg, thank you for your continued advocacy around updating and possibly upgrading our HVAC systems. It is something that students all across the city deserve as a basic right to to being able to get a good education and to be able to be able to learn every single day. So thank you for your commitment to that issue and also for highlighting the economic inequalities for students across our city, particularly Black students in DC. Ms. Dominique, I appreciate the continued advocacy as well. Know that you have a continued partner in potentially looking and exploring what redrafting this DCBS policy looks like. I know that it's important and that the council member has also been included in on that. So thank you for your continued advocacy. And then the last thing I want to say, along with generally being in support and appreciative of the work of Georgetown students in helping us get to this point with the tonight's resolution with Ms. Fuchs and Mr. Goldstein, is I definitely think that your advocacy around preparing is essential right now. I think the question that comes to my mind is how can we do that best? And I think at this moment with all of the challenges and threats that have been named and said already, it's important that we collaborate around the how. And realize that we are all on the same team with being able to make sure that we are protecting our immigrant students and protecting all of our students and developing those plans. And so I just look forward to continuing working with you around what the how it looks like so that we can make sure to get resources and supports into schools and make sure that our students feel safe. The last thing I'll say is I appreciate Representative Thompson for redirecting us as well to the OHG's guidance. It is a start. It is not an endpoint necessarily, but it is an important start for where we can continue to build around supporting all students' rights, particularly right student education for immigrant students in the District of Columbia. So thank you all for being here for your important topics this evening.
Thank you. President Patterson.
Thank you, Director. I'll try to be quick. I don't have any questions, but I do have a few statements. Ms. Fuchs, I truly appreciate what you just said. I actually wrote it down because I hope to use that a little bit later, that there's a clear difference between antagonizing somebody and actually advocating for our most vulnerable. So I truly appreciate you saying it in that manner so that those who want to put their head down in the sand know the difference and we can remind them of the difference. So thank you for that. Ms., and I don't want to mispronounce your name.
Ms. Domain.
Ms. Domain, I appreciate what you said because I have students I have children that attended Ludlow Taylor previously. I look forward to helping you out with that. I want to make sure that we address that issue. First and foremost, I still have many friends that are at Ludlow Taylor. I actually pass it every single day when I take my daughter to school, and she goes to Capitol Hill Montessori now for the middle school and comes back there a lot of the time to help with the dance teacher that's there. So I look forward to working on that. I want to make sure that we address it as fast as we possibly can. For my Georgetown, my Sac Ahoy people, I appreciate you guys coming back. You have my support, as you guys have before. You guys know that, okay? So I look forward to supporting that. And lastly, Ms. Gregg, I can't say it as well as Ms. Johnson-Law said it, but I so appreciate you saying what you said. I know you used a anonymous name, so to speak, in your story. I actually have a child that has had the experience of being in a Ward 3 school and then going to Ballou. So I definitely, as a parent, can actually, I know that difference. I know that difference across what they receive at school, what he received at school when he went to in Ward 3 and what he received in Ward 8, my home ward. It's enormous in the difference all the way around. The experience, what he experienced in classrooms across across everything. I appreciate you talking about that. I look forward to working with you because there's some things I'm working on to make sure that every child can have a quality education. That is a guarantee for every family, no matter what zip code they live in or where they traverse the city. So I thank you for saying that the way that you said it. I don't think I could say it any better. I just want to thank you for raising that the way that you did. I yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony tonight. We will now move on to our next round of public witnesses. Carmelo Freeman, virtual. Ashley Ruff, virtual. Letitia Vincent, virtual. Ty Andrews, virtual. Dawn Smith, virtual. Dawn Smith. Tiffany Randall, virtual. Kiana Lamons, virtual. Takia Shire. Takia Shire. Allie Schicklick. Allie. Carlone Leach. Chayelle DeQuoc. Max King. Maria Jose Morales. Connor Simon. John Odenweller. Sonia Halawani. Johanna Turner, virtual. Delilah Anderson. Okay, that gives us our panel of 10. I will call you in order in which you appear in the sign-up sheet. Carmelo Freeman.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carmelo Freeman. I go to Creamer Middle School, which is located in Ward 8. I am an 8th grader. Today I'm going to be talking about school and the behavioristic. School doesn't feel like school sometimes because of the students who are having challenges with sitting in their seats during their class work and not being a class disruption to the whole class and stopping students from getting their education. Students need to be removed from the classes and supported in an appropriate environment with appropriate consequences. DCPS should provide guidance and on how to deal with behavior challenges and support families with holding children with behavior challenges accountable for more funding to support the system to help students with more tutors, deans, to help them support their negative behaviors that is impacting classrooms and taking action when students make 2 or more disruptions to students that are learning. I yield the rest of my time.
Ashley Ruff.
Good evening. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity for you all allowing me to speak tonight, especially being on the go. Good evening, members of DC State Board of Education. My name is Ashley Ruff, and I'm a parent and an elected ANC Commissioner for 7FO2. A dedicated community advocate and a DC paid parent leader. I come before you today not only as a public servant, but as a mother deeply concerned about the systematic barriers my son and other children with disabilities face in our schools. Recently, my son, an enthusiastic and talented student with an individualized education program, IEP, was excluded from participating in his school's play. His exclusion was not due to a lack of interest, effort, or an ability, but because of his IEP status. This was not an isolated incident of oversight. It was a direct failure to uphold the principles of inclusivity, equity, and the legal protections afforded to students with disabilities under the Individuals with Disability Education Act, IDA, and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. When I inquired about these exclusions, I was met with excuses rather than solutions. The school failed to provide reasonable accommodations that would have allowed my son to participate fully, reinforcing a pattern where students with disabilities are treated as an afterthought rather than as equal members of the school community. This discrimination is not just unacceptable, it is unlawful. This situation is part of a larger troubling pattern with DC public and charter schools where students with IEP and 504 plans are disproportionately denied access to extracurricular activities, advanced coursework, and leadership opportunities. Such exclusions not only violate students' rights, but also send a message that their contributions are not valued. Let me be clear, no child should be denied the opportunity to participate in school activities because they require accommodations. No parent should have to fight for their child to be included in the very programs that are meant to enrich their educational experience. As a commissioner and advocate, I work tirelessly to ensure that all children, especially those who have historically been marginalized, receive equitable access to education and opportunities. But as a mother and an advocate, I'm heartbroken. So tonight, I urge the State Board of Education to take immediate action to address the systematic exclusion of students with disabilities from extracurricular activities. Schools must be held accountable. They should also have mandated training on how to properly assist children with disabilities and IEPs and 504s. And I thank you all for your time, and I yield my time on the floor.
Ty Andrews.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Taisha Andrews. I'm a Ward 8 resident. My kids go to Plummer Elementary and McKinley Technology High Schools. I currently serve as a paid parent leader on the citywide and Ward 8 boards, and as the first vice president for McKinley Technology Campus Parent-Teacher Organizations, and a LSAT parent representative for the Plummer LSAT team. Thank you for your partnership and leadership in putting DC kids first. I'm testifying today because there is a lack of safe and reliable transportation for DC students that require an increased budget funds for the Department for Hire Vehicles to expand the DC School Connect program. This matters to me because almost every week my McKinley student comes home from school complaining about witnessing fights and arguments on Metro while trying to get to or from school. While he was in middle school, he was attacked outside of the Waterfront Metro station. The incident was reported and no action was taken by his school or PD despite multiple follow-ups. My youngest son catches the school bus via OSSI. Although he is now in 3rd grade, we have used OSSI since he was in pre-K3, and the issues are still the same. The office responsible for parent communication does a horrible job because my family is rarely informed when the bus will be late or not arriving at all. This is detrimental to a child's education. If they're late for school, if we do not make it on time due to the bus being late or not showing up without notification. It is also a nuisance for parents with a set work schedule. We've had situations where the OSSI bus claimed that the bus came but they didn't, and the bus went to the wrong address for pickup. I don't want to read the entire thing due to time. I don't want to take up any time because I know there are a lot of witnesses. I know you received a copy of testimony. I'll continue if you'd like me to, but I would like to yield time back for you to guys to get through.
Thank you. Dawn Smith. Dawn, if you're talking, we cannot hear you. We will proceed without you, Dawn. We cannot hear you. Tiffany Randall.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Randall. I too am a Ward 8 parent, also a paid parent leader, and mom of one middle schooler that attends DC International. I'm here today as a concerned parent, advocate, and community member to urge immediate action on a critical issue of safe passage for our youth. I also want to emphasize that safe passage also includes our kids feeling safe in the building of the school, as my son and I are currently experiencing him being mocked by 3 administrative leaders in his school, and them actually been trying to silence us for months. With that, everyday students across our city leave their homes to go to school, places meant to nurture and educate them, but far too many, the journey to and from has been a battlefield. They are being robbed, physically assaulted, and some even more devastating cases, even killed. These tragic incidents do not just harm individual students, they leave everlasting scars on the entire community. When children fear their safety, their ability to focus and succeed in school diminishes. The psychological effects, chronic stress, anxiety, and trauma often can hinder academic achievement, disrupt their social development, and even lead to long-term health and economic disparities. No child should have to weigh the risk of violence against the right to an education. Beyond the immediate danger, the long-term effects of unsafe passage can lead to generational issues. Students who experience or witness violence are more likely to struggle with school attendance, exhibit behavior issues, or even disengage from the education system entirely. This cycle contributes to a higher dropout rate, increased interactions with the juvenile justice system, and reduced opportunities for economic mobility. Safe passage is not just about physical security, it is also about protecting the promise of a brighter future for our youth. We must treat safe passage with urgency. This means working collectively with schools, law enforcement, community leaders, and families to implement solutions such as expanding school safety zones, increased adult presence, and mentorship, and strategic investments in community-driven safety programs such as DC Connect. Our children's futures depend on our actions today. I too urge the board to make sure that safe passage is a priority, because our students' first barrier to learning should never be the journey to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiana Lemons.
Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Quiana Lamont. I am a proud Ward 7 resident and a paid parent leader. All my children attend DC public schools. I'm here today to speak about the critical importance of continuing to fund safe passage. Safe passage is the key to helping students in the district thrive. Having a safe way for our students to get to and from school each day and increase the number of students in school. This can help with lowering truancy rates. The more frequently students go to school and have the ability to focus on learning, the more likely we will see improved math and reading outcomes across the district. Safe passage plays a critical role in ensuring our students are able to succeed. This is why paid parent leaders are focused on advocating for safe passage. This year, we are advocating to continue funding the expansion of DC School Connect program. We need to expand the program in order to give more children opportunity to have a safe, reliable way to get to school. Ideally, as the program grows, it will include equipping DC School Connect with the proper training and to ensure our students with disabilities can receive the support if they decide to take DC School Connect. But DC School Connect provides parents with a sense of relief and peace as they know their children have a safe way to get to school without having to worry about any of the chaos or danger that can occur on public transportation. Not only are we advocating for the expansion of DC School Connect, but we also advocating to continue to support the Safe Passage Ambassador program. SBAs play a vital role in community. However, the quality can vary greatly across schools and locations. This is why we are advocating for standardized training for SBAs that will include training in neighborhood-specific context, ensuring each SBA receives standard quality training, have all SBAs perform to the best of their ability and keep our children safe. We are also advocating for implementation for strong system of communication between the Safe Passage Ambassadors and the school leaders in the same area. Continue to play a key role in keeping our children safe. SBAs must have a way of quickly and effectively communicating locally with school leaders in case of emergencies. Our babies deserve to be safe, however they choose to get to school. This is why I urge the state board to advocate for the continued funding and expansion of DC School Connect program and the continued funding of improvement of Safe Passage Ambassador program. Let us all work together to keep our students safe. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. Chanel Dupois.
Hi, my name is Devin. Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Devin Parton, and I'm a sophomore at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. And today, I'm going to be talking about mental health in schools.
I'm sorry, you were not Chanel?
It was, they put the wrong name. They put the wrong name.
I'm sorry, are you Chanel?
Yeah, they put the wrong name in place of her. They put the wrong name in place of her.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. In DC, students face unique pressures. Many juggle the rigorous demands of a competitive academic environment, navigate social challenges, and manage responsibilities that extend beyond the classroom. With the high stakes of standardized testing, college admissions, and preparing for a rapidly changing future, the emotional burden on students can be overwhelming. To make matters worse, many students in our city face additional stressors, such as living in communities affected by violence, economic hardship, and the uncertainty of their future. As we all know, mental health struggles are often invisible. Research shows that nearly 1 in 3 high school students in DC report feeling persistent sadness or hopelessness. These aren't just statistics, and they aren't just numbers. They represent our neighbors, our friends, and our young people who are feeling lost, overwhelmed, and unsupported. Unfortunately, there is still a stigma around mental health, particularly in underdeserved communities where seeking help may not feel like a viable option. There's also a lack of mental health resources in wards east of the river, such as Ward 7 and 8. I'm here to ask for more resources in our schools to provide mental health support. Our students deserve access to counselors who are not overburdened and cannot be with them in meaningful ways. Our schools need trained professionals who can help identify warning signs and provide proactive interventions. We also need comprehensive wellness programs that teach students how to cope, manage stress, and build resilience. Washington, D.C. is a city of diverse experiences and opportunities. Let's ensure that every student, regardless of their background, has the mental health support they need to succeed. With greater funding for mental health programs, better access to counseling services, and a commitment to removing the stigma, we can ensure that the next generation of DC students thrives academically and emotionally. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just one more time. Can you please state your name for the record?
Devin Parton.
Devin Parton?
Yes.
Next, we have Max King.
Hello, my name is Aisha Silla.
So is there no Max King?
There's no Max King. We're part of the same organization, and my name wasn't added to the list.
So I am not sure we can testify. Do we have? I'm very confused about what this happened. So, did Max King sign up or not? Do we know who Max King is, or you are Max King?
I'm not. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak from here. Can I speak from here? They're part of the same council. He signed up, but he didn't come. She's much later in the list, so she went in his place. I don't know if that's allowed or not, but he's not here.
That is not allowed,
Okay,
because
we're
this
gonna
is
go
on
to
public record. And
We'll go to
take
that
note of
at some
each
point.
person.
Okay.
Okay. Please state your name. That is not the name that we're expecting, so that we can have a public record.
My name is Aisha Silla. Good evening. My name is Aisha Silla. I attend school without Walls High School, and I live in Ward 7. 2 years ago, I was looking out the window of my mother's room. I was excited to see my siblings come home after I had been sick and missed school. As I peeled back the curtains, to my surprise, I saw my 12-year-old brother and 10-year-old sister watching as another boy pulled out a pocket knife. The boy, while showing off this knife, had clicked the button to make the blade come out. The world felt as if it stopped for a moment. I had many questions going through my head, like, how did he get this knife? Why are my siblings trying to touch it? I was scared, angry, and extremely disappointed. I quickly opened the window and yelled for my siblings to come inside. This followed with a very emotional conversation about what I had just seen. I knew that they needed something, and that things needed to change, and my siblings needed a role model, and most importantly, a mentor. This situation is too common for DC's Black and minority youth, being exposed to violence in and outside of the home. In Wards 7 and 8, who have 31 to 35% of youth under the poverty line, this increases their struggles with food insecurity, neighborhood violence, family stress, and mental health issues. With parents spending majority of their time working to provide, these students continue to get exposed to the harms of their environment and become bound to a path of hardship. But this all stops when children have a mentor, a person who is dedicated to guiding them. This is a person who can help them with hardships that some children don't feel comfortable sharing with their family or friends. Mentors help meet the basic human need of letting young people know they matter and they are not alone. This is important because our youth feel like they are alone. They are eating at the dinner table alone, doing their homework alone, and going through critical periods of their life alone. Investing in our youth by providing them with a mentor that can help with personal and educational struggles can change the trajectory of their lives. This can be attained by working with colleges to allow students majoring in education or social work to intern at DCPS schools and have a group of students that they become a mentor of, or high school students gaining community service hours by working with middle school teachers to become mentors to students in need. We can also work with local organizations to give support to students and provide them with mentors. Having a community that invests into our youth will allow us to build a future where children feel supported and are not alone. Today, I still worry for my brother and my sister, and I try my best to be a role model and a mentor to them, but I know there are more children in DC waiting for the opportunity to have a person to guide them. By investing in mentorship programs, you will make that wait just a little bit shorter. Thank you.
Sonia Palawani.
Good evening. My name is Sonia Talwani. I live in Ward 3 and I'm a senior at the School Without Walls High School. For the past few months, I've had the opportunity to research a topic important to me: how to make math and science more engaging and accessible in public schools. PARCC and CAPE scores for middle and high school students have not returned to where they were before the pandemic, and I believe that supporting integrated STEM education in middle schools can be part of the solution. Interdisciplinary or integrated STEM education involves real-world problems, applications across disciplines, peer collaboration, and project-based learning, and can benefit students through a deeper understanding of the subjects, greater interest, and by helping them gain crucial life skills. At the middle school level, this can look like teaching algebra alongside financial literacy, geometry alongside physics, and arithmetic with other real-world scenarios. When students learn actively rather than memorizing information, they can better understand the applications of their knowledge, think critically, and develop problem-solving skills. Teachers may incorporate scenarios their students are familiar with into their curriculums, including taking a trip to the grocery store or a restaurant, planning a birthday party, or going to the park, to allow students to better comprehend the context of the problems and improve their ability to problem solve. In some classrooms, students can enrich their understanding in multiple subjects with research pertaining to food security, bioenergy, climate change, or more. In others, they can apply their knowledge in math and physics with lab projects and group assignments that encourage constructive peer discussion and feedback. Through this, project-based learning and interdisciplinary STEM education can foster a long-term interest in these subjects, encouraging it to be pursued in college or as careers. Additionally, by teaching math alongside subjects such as financial literacy, students can grasp both the applications of what they're learning and fundamental life skills. I know that school districts are increasingly noticing the positive impacts of financial literacy electives or mandates, and teaching these skills alongside middle school math can go on to benefit students for their entire lives. Through a survey I conducted representative of my school's population, I found that the students who attended middle school in wards 2 and 3 were much more likely to have been taught with project-based learning and interdisciplinary STEM education, and therefore were likely to rate their preparedness for high school STEM classes and interest in pursuing STEM in college or for their careers higher than their peers in wards 6, 7, and 8. With this in mind, I'm hoping that you will encourage academic standards for middle schools in DC to include interdisciplinary STEM education. It's an important way to encourage all students to pursue STEM in their futures and gain necessary life skills that can set them up for success. Thank you.
Thank you. So we just want to let the audience know there was a full page of witnesses that were not on my copy that we will get back to the very next panel. So please do not be alarmed. I was like, that's not 70 some odd people. Yeah, we will come back to that list right after this panel. The last person we have on this panel is Dahlia Anderson.
Hello, members of the State Board. My name is Dahlia Anderson, and I go to school without walls. I am here today to illustrate the need for functioning and regulated HVAC systems in our schools and urge the board to adopt SR 25-1. As you may know, extreme heat and underperforming HVAC systems can cause concentration issues among students. This can lead to underperforming in schools, which is a massive problem, especially as heat waves we have previously experienced will increase in frequency and intensity. According to the Department of Energy and the Environment, extreme heat will become more frequent, which will impact students and staff in DC schools. A study conducted by the Department of Energy and the Environment states that in the future, the district will experience up to 2 to 3 times as many dangerously hot days. The study also predicts that heat waves will become both longer and hotter. Additionally, just in the last 50 years, average annual temperatures in the district have increased by 2 degrees Fahrenheit and are expected to continue rising. Extreme heat events can cause a lack of focus and underperformance in students, as well as health concerns. According to the American Psychological Association, heat can cause irritability, impulsivity, and concentration issues. However, it can also cause or exacerbate more severe issues. For example, mental health and temperature are so intertwined that the American Psychological Association has found a 2.2% increase in mental health-related mortality for every 1.8 degrees rise in Fahrenheit. Also, there are physical impacts of an increase in temperatures, such as heat exhaustion, which can lead to heat stroke. The risk of heat stroke can be exacerbated by most psychotropic medications, which can be prescribed for ADHD, depression, and anxiety. This type of medication is taken by 1/6 of Americans. Heat stroke can be deadly and can cause persistent brain damage in those who survive. We need to be aware of the dangers of heat we will face in the coming years and prepare for that by prioritizing HVAC maintenance, conducting biannual inspections of HVAC systems, and making sure HVAC systems in schools comply with ASHRAE's standards. Also, we need to make sure both schools and the public are kept up to date with management of HVAC systems and their status within schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. At this time, we will start the next round of member questions. Members, please remember you only have 3 minutes for your question and responses. Representative Mayer.
I first just want to say that we have a full in-person panel of just students, which is so amazing and exciting. So thank you all, 3 of which are from School Without Walls. So thank you guys for coming. I want to start, Sonia, your topic and ideas about how to connect math education and STEM education reminds to like what students are doing in their day-to-day lives. Reminds me of the experiential learning that Scott Goldstein, who was on the last panel, discussed. I don't know if you guys are in touch, but if you're not, you should be, so I can make that connection because Empower Ed has done a lot of great work around experiential learning, and I think that this is something that's very applicable to that. Aisha, I have a question. So I agree with everything that you said about mentorship, and I think it's key, and I think that it is crucial to have resources in schools for students. The one thing that I'm curious about is that at School Without Walls, I know that some of those resources have been available and students don't really utilize them. Not to say that they shouldn't be available, but I'm just wondering what your thoughts on how we can healthily push students to take advantage of resources like that are.
Well, in my testimony, I'm more talking about middle school students because I feel like that is more of a critical period in their lives, especially as me. When I was in middle school, that was a very critical period and I needed a mentor, and unfortunately I didn't have access to one. But for School Without Walls, I see that our mentorship program is just not promoted. You can't get mad at the students for not using a resource that they don't know about. If we had posters or announcements talking about a mentorship program that could give students who need an internship a reason to be a mentor. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Representative Ting.
I'd like to address Letitia Benson is saying that she was not called, but she's saying that her written testimony was submitted. I don't see it in the Dropbox. I'm not sure what's going on with that. In addition, I'd like to ask about the person talking about their kid's experience of exclusion from extracurricular activities. What do you have in mind for how to enforce inclusion of students? It's because, like, for example, at my school, extracurriculars are mostly run by the student leaders who might not be able to like attend trainings and things. Or I can repeat the question if necessary.
Representative Ting, are you directing the question to a particular speaker?
Yes, the person talking about their child's experience with exclusion from extracurricular activities.
Oh, sorry, that would be me, Ashley Russ. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Sorry for audio issues. What do you have in mind for enforcing extracurricular inclusion?
I think, so what I ask for the school is, if you know that the child wants to participate in that certain activity and you feel like they're not fully prepared, then why not help prepare them? That should be included in their IEP or their 504, if that makes sense.
I see, and then school administrators and teachers would work with the clubs?
Yes, that way there's, they're included. They are normal, they are the same people. Sometimes kids' minds think faster than a normal adult. My son is very, very smart. People down there sitting with you all know him. He is very, very smart. But sometimes he learns different from other kids. And I don't have a problem advocating or standing up for him, but I also notice that it's not just him that's treated like that in the system. It's other kids that are treated that way too. And I see that as a commissioner every day, and I see that as a paid parent advocating every day. So I think that that is a loophole that needs to be fixed. No one should be excluded from anything, regardless of disability, color, race, whatever.
I see, thank you. I yield my time, no further questions.
Representative Barnes.
Thank you all for your testimonies today.
definitely insightful. I want to start off with my dog Carmelo. Definitely appreciate you being a young Ward A student. My little brother, are able to see everything that you're doing and hear, the words challenge you to come up on the board, and you definitely, took on the challenge. So I definitely appreciate you for showing up on tonight. And then to Ms. Andrews, hearing you focus on transportation, talking about the metro issues, the lack of safety, from even onto the school bus, it definitely resonates with me because being a Ward A student, we hear a lot regarding our youth who don't want to go on the bus due to, the violence that happens there. We have a lot of young people who may have issues with another community, and the bus may drive past the community, and this is just issues. So that is a key issue that we see a lot within, our district, all over, and I do believe we need to do something about that, so I thank you for raising that up. And then as far as Ms. Randall and Lemons, speaking towards safe passage, definitely stuck out to me. And my question, if you can make a very brief answer, my question is, what are some common themes shown by students that you see that come up to make them, that you see that they may feel unsafe? And how do you as an adult address those issues? And that is both to Ms. Randall and Lemons. Any one of you can answer.
Ms. Lemons and Ms. Randall?
If not, it's fine. Okay. And
Can you say the names again?
Representative Barnes had questions for Ms. Lemons and Ms. Randall.
Okay, yes, so I didn't know you pronounced my name. I'm Quiana Lamont. So yes, safety, just me as a parent when I ride public transportation, it's dangerous for me as a parent. So I know it's dangerous for students, like you said, when they run into other students from other communities and they don't even have to know each other. It's just that their mind is filled with violence and they just want to be violent. So they see a kid that look like they are not that violent and they will attack that child. And that child won't make it to school.
Understand.
That child will be busted up, beat it up, and won't make it to school. And then that child will stop traveling to school and start hooking school.
Understand.
Because they scared.
And I would love to connect with you regarding that. And yes, and so, yeah. And then to Devin, I have 8 seconds left, but I do want it to highlight as far as the mentorship peer-to-peer as well. I'll get with you later. I'll talk to you.
Thank you. Representative Colson.
Good evening. I thank you all for your testimony. I have no further questions at this time. I yield my time.
Representative Goulet.
I want to thank everybody for testifying. I do want to ask Mr. Freeman if he's still on. Mr. Freeman, are you still there? He was the youth. Thank you for sharing that story with us. We've had similar incidents in Ward 3 where the supports are not there for a student. What we're going to try to do is to work to make sure, we certainly want inclusive education, but your story was very, very concerning that the supports weren't being provided. Was this incident something that occurred once, or is it a recurring challenge that your classroom faces?
From my school per se, it is a ongoing challenge. You have students coming in late, coming in the classroom being disruptive. A teacher may tell them to step out and they may give the teacher attitude which would involve an argument. So it can go from there, or just students getting disrespectful out the mouth to staff members, people not wanting to do the work, so they will act up in class and disrupt the whole classroom learning, which is taking some of our time. So it's an ongoing thing, and I just don't see it being solved in any way.
Well, I appreciate you raising it, and we're going to try to take a look at this challenge, along with the challenge of bullying that we're seeing. So I'm really grateful you decided to testify today and raise it with the board. So thanks for participating in today's hearing. want to just turn to Ms. Ruff. Thank you, Commissioner Ruff, for raising the issue of ensuring we have inclusion in after-school activities. And I look forward to working with you that, and then our champion here on the State Board of this issue as well. And just lastly, thank people for raising the funding issues to pave of the safe passages, which is something I fully support. We had support for our school-based mental health program, and then mentoring as well. And then I'll conclude by saying, Sonia, you won the lottery here. We skipped a page and you got to move up. I was looking for you on here. So that's the best luck of the night. So I appreciate you sharing the information on STEM. I thought that was really interesting. I'd like to hear more about it. So I'm really grateful you came to testify tonight, and you hit the lottery here by getting to advance up to the, from the third page to the first. So congratulations. Thank you so much.
Representative Henderson.
First question to Commissioner Ruff. Towards the very, very end of your testimony, you said you referred to a mandated something, and I didn't catch. You said every school should have a mandated something, and I missed what you said.
Good evening, Mr. Henderson. Let me go back. I am actually pulling up.
Okay, I can follow up with you later. I think you might have said attorney, but I wasn't sure.
No.
Okay.
So basically what I was saying is that the teachers and the educators and the people that work in the school with children, they should be will mandate it to take classes that show them how to properly deal with children and to train them on how to deal with, how to teach, how to nurture children that have 504s and IEPs. And not just them, just even general core classes. Children have different emotions. They go through different things. Just for me last year, I didn't know if we were going to be homeless. I didn't know if I was going to have enough money to feed my child, whatever, losing my grandmother and losing that income from the house. So when you have other things on your mind, the last thing that child wants to feel is being excluded from activities that could actually boost their self-esteem and their success in life, even when they're having a bad day.
All right, thank you for raising that. Next question to Sonia. You talked about interdisciplinary STEM. Could you speak to how interdisciplinary intersects with our traditional way of having separate courses? How does that work in practice?
I think in practice it works best at the middle school level, and the reason I talked about it specifically in middle school is because I know it's harder to implement at high school because you have standardized AP classes and et cetera. But I think in middle school that can look like having a math and physics class so they can be taught together to boost both skills at once, and when relating them to each other, the student can more easily see how both skills are applicable.
Thank you, that makes sense. Thank you. And to Devin, you talked about stigma around mental health. Do you see that peer-to-peer stigma, or is that coming from somewhere else?
I see that with peer-to-peer, and I also see that with staff to student. Oftentimes, it'll be as simple as, oh, go talk to your counselor, or ask your peers for help, and I feel like it's deeper than that, than just speaking it oh, we're going to have you speak to somebody that may be able to help you, but actually getting that help within the school community.
All right, thank you.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. I appreciate all of you. I want to start with Mr. Carmelo. Is he still online, or did he leave? He's still online?
Yes.
Hey, Mr. Carmelo, can you hear me?
Hey.
Hi, sweetie.
Yes.
Okay, you're a Kramer, right?
Yes.
Okay, come on, Ward 8 in the house. I love to see my Ward 8 babies. Really quick, have you taken these concerns to Principal Shelby?
Yeah, so me and her have talked about it multiple times, but something that has been brought up is how are they supposed to suspend students and put students out, which creates an experience on students not being able to learn? And sometimes school doesn't feel like school, but schools and parents aren't holding their children accountable for their actions.
Okay. Have you all had a town hall with families yet, or not, or you haven't gotten to that part yet?
We have not. We've been working on the part where it comes in students, students, teachers, and administrators having our town hall, but it never been with parents. But I will bring that up with her.
Okay. And I'm going to help you. Do you have an email? Can I follow up with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much, and I'm happy to see you and proud of you for advocating. Okay. Thank you, sweetie. My next question is for Ms. Ruff. Ms. Ruff, I want to follow up with you as well. Did she leave? I hope she's still here. Well, I'm just going to say it anyway because I only have 1 minute.
Commissioner Ruff.
Commissioner Ruff, my apologies.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay. Hey, Commissioner, I'm going to also follow up with you as well. I've been preaching this from the mountaintop about, I'm going to say, appropriate training for all teachers to make sure that they are implementing 504s and IEP. So I will follow up with you as well, and thank you for your testimony. And thank you, Commissioner. And then for my panel here, again, thank you all. Appreciate you. Keep advocating. Keep fighting. Okay? All right. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Representative Thompson.
I want to thank everyone for their testimony. Comment first. We've heard a few testimonies about safe passage this evening. In December, when the board sent its letter to the mayor, safe passage was included as one of the budget priorities, both expanding the number of sites and the number of hours that safe passage covers. So I just want folks to know that has already been communicated to the mayor's office. That is not to discourage anyone from continuing to communicate, but we do want you to know what our priorities are and when they align with the public priorities, which tends to be a lot because we are your public voice for education. Commissioner Ruff, I have no questions because I can talk to you at any time, but I do appreciate you sharing both your story and other considerations that we should be taking into account. I appreciate all of the testimony this evening. We actually did not include, I will note, normally we include a note about mental health, but we did include one about school nurses and just overall increase to the funding formula because, and I apologize because we're having a little bit of mix up with the witnesses, so I don't remember your name. And it's
Devin.
Devin. But Devin, I'm hopeful that is also reflected. I want you to know how that's captured in our requests because it does matter. And then I think Ms. Andrews was on this panel. Ms. Andrews, you did not talk about HVAC testimony this evening, but I also appreciate your correspondence with the chairman's office because I know they held their hearing on HVAC. And I know that you were one of the parents they reached out to per my request. And so I always appreciate you lifting up Plummer, not just because I'm a Panther, but because I still have kids in coats. So I hear what Representative Goulet is saying about some of our schools potentially being pushed to the back of the line with new requirements, because I definitely have more than my fair share of schools in Ward 7 that do not have a modernized HVAC system yet, and that is something we deal with every day. Thank you, everyone, for your testimony. I yield the rest of my time.
Representative Chang.
Thank you all for testifying. I also yield my time.
Vice President Williams.
Thank you, Executive Director Butler. I'll be brief. I have no additional questions at this time, but I do want to highlight the student testimonies around the mental health support, particularly with trained professionals that can really support students in what they need in schools. I also particularly think that the integrated STEM and project-based learning at the middle school level is a suggestion that the state board should continue to look into. So thank you for that testimony, and generally want to thank all of our panelists for giving public input during this comment period today. I yield the rest of my time as well.
Thank you. President Patterson.
I want to thank everyone for their comments, the panel especially, and everyone who is online as well. I don't have any questions at this particular time. I do want to say, Ms. Devon, I believe I saw you today. I was in your school today with a young lady. Saw you working very hard, working with students today and everything. Definitely hear you about the mental health aspects of it, and I really appreciate you advocating the way that you are doing. With that, Director, I have no more questions, and I will move that we have a 5-minute break. I would like everyone to return, the members to return at 7:55.
Hello, hello.
I haven't heard you. I was like, okay, let's see. No, I'm gonna see what's wrong. 1 2 1 2. See, not working. 1 2 1 2. Yeah.
the dais.
We will now resume public witnesses. Darius Wagner. Letitia Vincent. Is Letitia Vincent online? No, okay.
She had to get off.
She said in the chat that she has to go somewhere for her kids.
Trey Jackson. Kennedy Samore. Amber Jackson. Reva Robinson. Christy Matthews, virtual. Athena Goins. Xavier Van Croft. Angela Williams. Astro.
Apologies, Miss Vincent is online. I'm so sorry. She is online.
I'm sorry, who's that? Okay. Astro Getchum. Gabrielle Fox. Brendan Mingo. Prince Will Anuwanu. Woo. Naima Kanote. Isaiah Hodges. Victor Horton, virtual. Ayagush Muraka. Justin English. Okay, all right. We have our 10. We will start with Mr. Darius Wagner.
Board of Education, and my fellow students, good evening. My name is Darius Wagner, and I'm a student at Georgetown University and a lead organizer against legacy admissions. It's a great privilege to return to this room for a third time to talk about an issue that continues to deny opportunities for more students like me and students who are sitting next to at this table to attend schools such as Georgetown, GW. As a first-generation student from Brooklyn, New York, my journey to Georgetown is highly improbable. For many hardworking students not born into wealth or status, there exist many long-dormant systemic barriers that make attending institutions like these impossible. And at this moment in time in our country, there are those working to fortify these barriers and disparage our identities. But through drive, dedication, and burning passion, working-class students continue to overcome systemic obstacles and defy those that say they can't. We together can take a step to knock down a long-dormant barrier that perpetuates inequality, and that barrier is legacy admissions. I do not need to tell you the statistics that there were numerically fewer black students at Georgetown in 2022 than 2001. I do not need to tell you there are more students from the top 1% and the bottom 60. I do not need to tell you that there are more legacy students than black and Hispanic students respectively at Georgetown to explain that we should not stand for a system that continues to uplift the wealthy and well-off while bypassing working-class students and students of color who have busted their backs to break down and overcome systemic barriers. The argument that our university offers is not that legacy makes our university academically or financially better or even more diverse. Instead, the university tells us that legacies will have a stronger cultural connection to our school. Well, I sit before you today, a first-gen student, now as a student body vice president of Georgetown. You cannot tell me I, a legacy, will have less care, or I, a non-legacy, will have less care or concern for my institution than a legacy student. We are all here because we see a brighter future for our university and for the students that are to follow, many of who are in the room today. To those who say this will help our students of color in the long run, it will not. And in our advancement of social equity, we strive not to recreate flawed structures of the past, but make them anew, more equitable, more equal, more inclusive for those who will follow. Therefore, I urge this board to vote yes on the FAIR Act and make our admission system more fair and give more students like me and others a fair shot. Thank you.
Letitia Benson.
Good evening. My name is Letitia Vincent, and I am a Ward 7 resident and mother of 2 children who attend our DC public schools. I am here today not just because I'm a concerned parent, but also because I'm an advocate, because I refuse to accept that my children and children of the city must navigate their education under the constant threat of danger. Just moments ago, I sat in front of my children's school for hours, not only waiting to be able to speak on their behalf today, but also because I refuse to allow them to catch the train. I'm here because despite the existence of safe passage programs, I do not allow my children to ride the metro to or from school, not because I don't want them to, but because I'm simply afraid. Every day, I have to make special arrangements like I did today to ensure that they do not have to take public transportation. I restructure my work schedule, I rely on others, and I sacrifice my own priorities, all because of the current state of safe passage and the student safety on public transport. My children have the independence. It shouldn't be this way, by the way. My children have the independence, should have the independence to travel safely to school and to their activities and back home. But instead they are, like so many other students, at risk of being harassed, attacked, and worse. We've heard several stories today about knives and guns and people being jumped and shown different instruments of destruction. Just trying to get an education is not fair. I'm advocating for real, immediate, and effective change so that we can feel safe, allowing our children to have the freedom they deserve so that they, like many other parents, can fulfill responsibilities without fear. Safe passage must cover the whole journey, before and after school. We talk about supporting the whole child, but how can we claim to do that when we fail to protect them during the most vulnerable time of their day, getting to and from school? Safe passage must extend beyond dismissal hours. It must account for the students who stay late for sports, clubs, tutoring, student government, and other enrichment activities. These are the programs that we say make students successful, that helps outcomes. However, we are not creating pathways to make them feasible or accessible. Yet their participation means that they have to travel home in the dark without adequate safety measures in place. If we truly believe in the whole child approach, we must ensure safe passage is available for students beyond the 8 to 5 hour. We must take in consideration that students are traveling for more than 30 minutes. A student's commute should not feel like survival training, but today it is exactly what it is. Recently, students attacked, people attacked a student right on the block of our school campus. This is not an isolated event, it is a pattern, and is the reason why my children do not ride the metro. If we as city leaders, parents, and educators truly believe in independence, academic success, and opportunity, then we must ensure safety. The full testimony is online. Thank you.
Thank you. Kennedy?
Hello, my name is... Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Kennedy Summerall, and I'm a senior at Dunbar High School, and I'm talking about the lack of professionalism. One day, me and my friend were walking on the overlook at school. My friend had an injury, so we stopped for a brief moment. We were approached by a dean who asked us what we were doing. We told the dean we were just taking a break due to my friend's injury. The dean told us that we were okay and informed us if we needed any assistance, they would be more than happy to help. This sounds like a great story, but let me tell you what really happened. Me and my friend stopped on the overlook due to a recent injury. As we sat for a moment, the dean approached us and asked us, "What the F are we doing here?" I looked at my friend in confusion and disbelief. I told the dean we were just here for a brief moment due to my friend's injury. The dean replied, "As long as you guys aren't causing any trouble, I don't really give a F." As a student, I am ashamed to say that I also see the security guards instigating fights and engaging in student conversations that talk about fights. As a current DCPS student, I fear for the future generations and my younger siblings who will soon enter this system. I believe in community building. We do want students to feel welcome. Having minor interactions with the students and even small conversations on how their day was can make a big difference. However, we shouldn't break the barrier of professionalism to talk to students in an inappropriate way to make them feel welcome. We should have higher expectations for climate and culture. I have interactions with adults that feel professional and others don't. It would be great if they can model better communication skills. I have conversations with barely a handful of teachers that I feel are preparing me for the future. The problem is adult and student interactions, and they need to have standards. Currently, I'm not being treated like I am a young adult. It may be an unpopular opinion, but I'm offended by the use of profanity at the workplace. When students are exposed to unprofessionalism, it leads to students believing it is okay to do this in professional spaces. DC is among the lowest ranked school districts in the United States as far as education. I believe the first step of solving this issue is having clear expectations and guidelines for the adults who take on the roles of security guards and deans. This means that the head director of climate and culture should make clear expectations for the professional behavior, which could be done through code of conduct, employee handbooks, or even training session. By the time the session is over, everyone should know what is expected from them as far as behavior, communication, and work ethic. Another approach is having the adults participate in professional development workshops, which can be considered as regular training sessions that help staff stay updated on professional behavior. Minor teachings like clear communication, which teaches transparent communication between students and staff, also building trust and credibility, and policy informant, which consistently enforces school policies to set a standard for behavior and professionalism. My final suggestion is that trainees go through similar scenarios that I opened with. For example, if a dean were to get the scenario I stated at the beginning of my speech, based off their response, their supervisor could give corrections on behavior and language, or in other words, how to be professional. According to the Center for Innovations in Teaching and Learning, some professional conduct in education includes...
Your time is up. Thank you. Sorry. Christy Matthews, virtual.
Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Christy Matthews Jones, and I'm the director of DC Girls Coalition. DC Girls Coalition works to elevate and amplify the voices of young girls of color who are young women of color and gender nonconforming people of color in DC. We are a youth-centered organization that is led by a youth advisory board. Today I will spend my time talking about our youth town hall that was hosted in January and ways we believe that the State Board of Education can help the young people achieve some of their demands. In January, we led by our Youth Advisory Board, DC Girls Coalition, along with Black Swan Academy, Vogue Yoga, Critical Exposure, DC Action, School Talk DC, the State Board of Education Student Advisory Board, the Youth United Leagues for Freedom, YWCA National Capital Area, and Youth for Justice hosted our 4th annual town hall at Trinity University. We had about 125 young people in attendance and 75 of their adult allies. And we held a conversation with city leaders, including many members of the State Board of Education was there, representing, as well as 4 council members and 3 agency directors. We want to thank the members who attended, and we also want to thank the advisory board for co-sponsoring the event. Our youth advisory board members will hopefully be able to join and share some of the specifics on the details about their experiences. But I just wanted to share that we will be sharing a demand letter that will be a written summary of what our young people talked about during this event. And I also wanted to share that we have been working with young people for several years on issues impacting them in their community. In the fall, we hosted a summit with over 80 young people present where they developed themes for this town hall and our campaign goals. I wanted to share that we really do need to be listening to our young people and creating space and opportunity for them to express the solutions that they feel like will be helpful in resolving issues affecting their lives. I won't go into too many details unless people ask me questions, but I did want to share an overview of what was discussed. We focused on gender justice, social emotional learning, youth economic stability, and basic needs. Within gender justice, our young people would like to see improvements to the sex education program. They would also like to see lessons on grooming, consent, and LGBT inclusive sex education. For social emotional learning, we would like to, our young people would like more supports in schools, including peer-to-peer mentorship, Zen spaces, and social emotional courses as young as elementary school. Our youth expressed wanting more access to paid internships, career training, and connected wages to high school, and more equity in the summer youth employment program. And lastly, our young people talked about basic needs for housing, transportation, and food, an increase in the housing options for young people who are homeless and their families, an increase in transportation support during hours when the metro is closed and after high school, and improving food within schools and communities for people who are in decreasing food.
Ms. Matthews,
I know I'm out of time, so I'll leave it there and welcome any questions.
thank you. I'm sorry, sir, you just sat down at the table. Who are you? Okay, you have to wait till the next panel because we already have 10 people on this panel. Just wanted to give you a heads up. Thank you, sir. Athena?
Immediately they're screamed at. For help or bring up a comment or bring up a concern, they're pushed aside because they're too young or not taken seriously. I used to do community service at an elementary school here in DC in Ward 1. Constantly, I would see teachers just scream at the children and then roll their eyes or complain to another teacher when the students don't behave or accidentally do something wrong. I understand the need to discipline so the behavior doesn't continue, but screaming at a child is not the way to go. When some children with special needs misbehave, they're suggested to be put on drugs that they believe will calm them down. The whole time, they just need a little more attention and care from the teachers. Instead, they're pushed to the side and treated as a nonsense. This was the case for my little brother. It hurt to actually see that treatment and response towards him. So why am I bringing this up? This type of behavior can poorly affect a child's mental health and child growth. It creates fear. Children, when they grow up, become too afraid to ask for help and begin to feel like they're being an inconvenience. This can lead to even more mental health concerns when a child bottles up their emotion, creating depression. Therefore, I'm asking that there is an improvement during the teachers' professional development days that include a psychological course on how certain behaviors and responses can affect a child's well-being. I'm also asking that the school system takes better care of the teachers' mental health as well. Thank you.
Angela?
Hello and good evening to all members. Hello and good evening to all members of the State Board of Education. My name is Angela Williams, and I am a Ward 4 resident and a 10th grade student at Edmundburg School in Ward 3. I'm here today to address a topic that weighs heavily on my heart: the lack of funding for student exposure and experiences in our schools, especially in underprivileged communities. I currently attend private school, but I was a student in DC Public Schools for elementary school and lived in Ward 7 from kindergarten through 8th grade. My education prepared me academically for high school, but not for life outside of school. When I entered my new school, I was suddenly exposed to new experiences, new standards, and what felt like common knowledge to others were things I had never encountered before. It made me realize just how much of a bubble I had been placed in. In underfunded schools, students are surrounded by people from the same neighborhoods with limited exposure to diverse experiences. Students at Alice Steele Middle School in Ward 3 have the opportunity to travel abroad to France in the 8th grade. Meanwhile, students who attend schools across the Anacostia River, like Susan Middle School, are encouraged to just stay out of trouble, go to school, and get good grades. This puts students at a disadvantage in life, preventing them from seeing the world. This lack of exposure affects all students in DCPS schools. We have programs like MBSYEP for our older students, but what about job exposure to younger students? What about opportunities to explore career paths before high school? If we continue this cycle, limiting students' access to travel, exploration, and life skills, we will continue to limit their potential for growth. Council members, I urge you to ensure that all students have access to meaningful experiences beyond the classroom. Fund field trips to job sites, colleges, and cultural institutions. After-school programming is not sufficient enough to combat this issue. You must integrate life exposure into the curriculum. We as a society emphasize academic success, but straight A's will only take a student so far. When the grades fade, will they have the tools they need to succeed? Give elementary and middle school students a strong foundation so that when they reach high school, they are not shocked by new expectations, but confident in their ability to thrive. Thank you.
Astro.
Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Astro Getahun. I am 16 years old and I live in Ward 3. Today, I come to speak about the struggles of academic work outside of school hours. Last month, I went to my local library to study for midterms. As I entered the dedicated teen section, I noticed all the chairs were taken up by adults. In the end, I ended up against a bookshelf waiting for someone to leave. I was faced with the question, where am I supposed to study outside of school hours? Now, I want you all to ask yourself a question. How many places do you know allow teens to enter without an adult? How many of those places are free or low cost? School is one of the only places where youth are allowed to exist without pushback. Schools work to consolidate numerous resources and supports for teenagers into one building, creating an environment meant for youth education. However, academic work doesn't end at the school day. In 2014, the average high school teacher assigned 3.5 hours of homework a week. A large portion of academic work is done outside of school hours, from homework to self-study to preparing for APs and SATs. It's impossible to get all academic work done during the school day. With the rise of online academic resources like Khan Academy, One Schoolhouse, and others, youth-friendly study spaces outside of school have been more important than ever. But not every home has the resources required, like stable Wi-Fi and places for collaboration with other students, to be a conducive study area, forcing students to find other places to study. Despite this fact, there are almost no places for students to work outside of school for free. As of January 15th, Starbucks, a very popular cafe, no longer allows you to stay in their cafes without buying something, preventing students from studying there without paying. Whether it's cafes, libraries, or other public spaces, the rise in anti-teen sentiment and policies severely limit the amount of places that youth can study outside of school. Education is a human right, yet we don't care about education outside of school hours. I urge you all to fight for a solution and look for ways to make studying outside of school more accessible for students who cannot afford to do so at home. Thank you.
Prince Will.
My name is Prince Wanyawu, and I'm in 12th grade, and I go to Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. I'm presenting the issue of a lack of career-oriented programs that negatively impact students in DC. There's a crisis in DC that many have been unaware of, but it has come to my attention that this issue needs to be brought into the light. For every 100 students who start high school together, 25 will not graduate, 37 will graduate but not pursue further education, and 30 will start college but not complete within 6 years. Only 8 out of 100 will complete post-secondary within 6 years. According to the DC's Quiet Crisis in College Access and Completion report in November 2023. Or did you know that only 1 in 4 young adults born and living in DC has any post-secondary degree at all? This leaves a staggering 75% of young DC natives ineligible for the 58% of jobs in DC that requires a degree, all coming from the same report. This is a big issue that needs to be addressed as there is an increasing cause of concern. A main factor of these issues is a lack of career-orienting / post-secondary opportunities. I believe that these programs and opportunities should be presented to students as early as middle school. Some would say, oh, well, there is a dual enrollment, which is the perfect way to get students equipped for post-secondary education. Do these same people know that 9% of public high school students in DC access publicly funded, fee-free dual enrollment programs in the 2022 to 2023 school year, which is in the bottom half of states in terms of dual enrollment access, all from the same report? We need to understand every piece of the puzzle in order to ensure that students are as successful as they can be. Some of the solutions that I've for this problem is to improve the funding for the creation of career-oriented programs. With an increase in funding, it will be easier to weave these programs into a student's daily life, whether it be in school or an out-of-school program. Not only funding for the creation of these programs, but for the programs that are already out there, such as dual enrollment. I also propose that we find a way to better spread the word about these programs, whether it be through social media or other means. A lot of the problems that stem from people just knowing where to look. A lot of the problems also stem from just knowing where to look and are not aware of the programs that could be happening right next to them. I challenge you all to focus your attention on all the DC students that are affected by these issues, which are setbacks hindering their potential. The future starts with the people like myself and even younger who are striving for academic excellence. It is imperative that these issues is not left on the back burner. Thank you.
Victor Horton, virtual.
Greetings, President Dr. John Patterson, esteemed members of the DC State Board of Education and community members. My name is Victor Horton. I am the Deputy Director of the DC chapter of Education Reform Now Advocacy. I'm a Ward 7 resident and former DC educator as well, and just want to thank you all for the opportunity to testify today. I want to first start off by voicing our strong support for State Resolution 2416, which calls for an end to legacy and donor admissions in DC. And secondly, I want to applaud the board for taking proactive steps to develop policies that balance the benefits of technology with the need for focused, effective learning environments. Third, I want to share our fiscal year 2026 budget priorities and urge you all to prioritize fair and equitable funding for all public school students. Thanks to the dedication of our students, educators, and families, we are beginning to see promising signs of progress in our schools. Recently, DC students demonstrated remarkable long-term gains in math and reading on the National Assessment of Educational Progress, NAEP, surpassing national trends. And this is compared to similar jurisdictions, both demographically and geographically. DC posted the highest gains from 2022 to 2024. Our stance is that we must build upon this momentum by ensuring that all public schools have the resources necessary to sustain and accelerate progress. Specifically, all public school funding, our request is that it also includes educator compensation must be distributed equitably across all LEAs through the uniform per student funding formula with a targeted focus on students designated at risk. Ensuring parity and funding across both sectors is essential because all students deserve a high quality education and all effective educators as well deserve a pay raise. Additionally, I want to encourage the board to support the following strategic investments. For literacy, we're asking you guys support on a $9 million investment to implement the remaining portions of the early literacy task force recommendations to ensure that all students have strong literacy skills. For math, we're asking you guys to support us fully funding the math task force recommendation of $9 million. In terms of career and college pathways, we want to push for expanding dual enrollment and early college opportunities and fund the education through employment, education through employment data systems to enable publication of essential data dashboards. We want to also ask your support in maintaining the 3.1 annual increase in the public charter school facilities allotment. And of course, we're asking for $18.8 million in
Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Thank you for your time today.
Justin.
President Patterson, Vice President Williams, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Justin Dean English. I come from a low-income background and am a first-generation alumnus of Georgetown University as of last May. I am grateful for your consideration of my testimony a second time before this body on the issue of legacy and donor admissions preference and its impact on the District of Columbia. It should be noted that legacy admissions preferences threaten to take away spots from those who would otherwise become the first person in their family to go to college. This point especially matters for the district, where there is a persistent gap in higher education attainment between white and minority groups. Census Bureau data finds that 92% of white-only district residents had a bachelor's degree or higher. For Hispanic and Latino residents, 65%. For Black residents, 35%. Legacy and donor preference automatically excludes more Black and Brown district residents than white residents, and excludes 75% of the community, as this young man next to me just presented. Legacy and donor admissions preference disfavors candidates, though, of all walks of life, who lack the familial connections or monetary means to claim a spot. Legacy and donor admissions preferences considers young district residents carrying the torch for their families, looks at their achievements and drives and uniqueness, and tells them that a worse candidate will be admitted because their parents are better connected. And for the hardworking parents of the district trying to build community and generational wealth by supporting their children's education, it is insulting to have local institutions make admissions unnecessarily less attainable for their children for such unmerited reasons. The FAIR Act on its own is not a golden ticket to prosperity for the district and its prospective college matriculates. It will help eliminate some racism and elitism in admissions practices, but we need to do more. This bill will not substantially impact other avenues for success, such as community colleges or HBCUs, and it does not reduce the need for their support beyond today. I suspect there may be reluctance to support this bill due to a pessimism that the unfairness in admissions we see today will continue, but the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. With this bill, you have the chance to create meaningful change for district residents and families pursuing the American dream. To those who argue that eliminating these tools will pull the rug, I remind the board that two wrongs do not make a right. The FAIR Act will ensure that DC's investments into youth will not be automatically cast away by a fundamentally biased and unmerited practice at schools like GW and my alma mater, Georgetown. Is it truly living up to our meritocratic ideals to have money and connections dictate where you can learn rather than ability and drive? I call upon the board to vote tonight to advance the FAIR Act to help restore confidence among the district's youth who wish to attend institutions near their home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we will have a round of member questions, but before we do, I just want to remind everyone, both online and in the room, please submit copies of your testimony to the DC State Board at SBOE@dc.gov so that they can become a part of the official record. Thank you all so much. And now we'll go to member questions. Representative Ting.
I would like to say that it is very awful to hear that these kids are obviously having really difficult issues getting to school. I mean, it's like, I can't imagine trying to convince like a middle schooler that they should be learning pre-algebra when like they're worried about being beaten up, robbed, even killed on the street, just trying to get there. And I totally support increasing safe passage funding so every child feels safe coming from school. I would also like to, thank the person who mentioned the difference between like Alice Steele Middle School going to France, and meanwhile like east of the river schools. I remember another public meeting we heard that some people even haven't even like seen the museums on the National Mall, people who live east of the river, which is crazy to me because it's right here, but we don't have the capacity for field trips and stuff like that, which is very sad to me. I would also like to add to the person who spoke about like the homework. Like I totally agree. Like my school, I don't even know how much homework I received. It's like 10 hours or more, plus all the studying I had to do. If I didn't have access to internet and my materials and didn't have my desk at home, it would be very difficult for me to consistently study and get myself done. And also, with social media, the person talking about making dual enrollment more accessible, like I also like agree with that. Like my college counselor, my school has two college counselors, and one of them walked me through the process of dual enrollment. Without that, it would have been very difficult to find paperwork and figure out how to check all the boxes. I would also like to allow Letitia Vincent to finish her testimony because I remember she got cut off due to time. If she would like to.
Wow, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. For sure, I can definitely do that. I'll pull it right back up. Um, So I left off, according to DC's school advocate, nearly 40% of DC students travel outside their ward to attend school, with many relying on multiple buses, metro transfers, and long walks for students traveling from Ward 7 to Ward 5. This means 30 plus minutes of walking alone in high crime areas, multiple transfers, increasing life exposure to danger, and more than an hour of commuting daily. We hope that we can fix this by extending safe passage hours, train safe passage personnel, coordinate with our safe passage ambassadors to increase training and communication, implement real-time safety monitoring and reporting, and improve public transit safety for students through pilot-only metro cars and safe passengers ambassadors are present, increase metro police, and so forth. Parents like me cannot do this alone. We must have schools, must operate according to the school's activities. Thank you.
Representative Barnes.
Thank you all for your testimony. It's definitely great hearing each and every one of you. I want to start off with Ms. Kennedy Richmond. Did you want to finish off what you had to say before we continue?
Sure. And my last name is Summerhour. But according to the Center for Innovation in Teaching and Learning, some professional conduct. According to the Center for Innovation in Teaching and Learning, some professional conduct in education includes being honest and responsible, treating others with fairness, and treating others with civility and decency. I want to highlight treating others with civility and decency, which means interacting with people in a respectful, polite, and considerate manner. We live, go to school, and hopefully will work here in Washington, D.C., the most powerful city in the world. It is imperative that we, the students, are prepared for the professional opportunities that this city presents. We deserve to be treated with professionalism and respect today, tomorrow, and always. Thank you, and remember to be professional means that you represent yourself in a manner to be admired. I hope that I have done that today.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Definitely understood that and heard everything you said, because you know teachers in 2025 ain't gonna lie, they messy, right? So they want to get in your business, get in everything like that, and I'm being real. But one of my questions to you, if you can make it brief, is how can we ensure that we're setting boundaries between the teachers and the educators, and also to add on to that, how are educators being held accountable?
I believe that to set boundaries, I feel like as a student, I don't want my teacher coming up to me and dapping me up. That's a little much for me personally. I feel like my teachers shouldn't be trying to have personal conversation about my home life, unless they're like a counselor or somebody. But if they're just a regular teacher who I know is going to spread my business, I feel like they should not be asking me that. And what was the second part of your question?
I forgot, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'll connect with you though. I'm gonna get with you because I want to definitely dive into that, what you just said. And then, Angela, I heard you say funding for lack of exposure. What I believe personally is we have to be foundational rather than traditional. I believe oftentimes we focus on, what we see, the routine of things, how things are done, rather than going above and beyond to support our students, because a lot of students aren't here. They can't just learn in the four walls of the classroom. I ain't gonna lie, I have ADHD, I get bored, okay? So just sitting here, seeing the same thing, white walls, pieces of paper, which is why I understand why they're trying to take cell phones. But yeah, I got 22 seconds, let's go. And then I want you to keep in mind, because I want to connect with you as well, as far as what can we do about partnerships and organizations that we want to consider. And yeah, think about that. 12 seconds, let's get it. And then Astro, right? As far as more spaces to thrive academically, I want you to think about citywide policies that we can begin to implement. And yeah, thank you.
Representative Mayor.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. Thank you, Georgetown students. I see that there are a lot of you, and I'm glad that all of you are here. I do wholeheartedly support the FAIR Act, so thank you for voicing your support, and thank you to the high school students that we have here today. Again, more high school students testifying, which is so exciting. I want to emphasize, reiterate Representative Ting's concerns about safe passage. Thank you for sharing your testimony about that. I do not have any questions, but thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you. Representative Goulet.
Well, thank you all. This is, I think, a really amazing panel of amazing young people, and I was able to track, I think, everything, but I want to touch upon two issues that a couple of you raised, and I'm trying to, was it Miss Shire, the young lady in the black? Yes.
Summer hour.
Okay. We're kind of going out of order on the list, so I apologize. I like what you raised with the security guards who are using the profanity. Do you, maybe you could share with me afterwards what the company was? Was it private security that was hired as a contractor, or were they school employees? If you don't know, it's fine.
I believe they're school-employed security guards.
Okay, school employees. All right. Thank you so much. And then, let's see, was it Miss Goins? Am I saying that right? Okay. You mentioned, I think, again on the same topic of needing training, because now we have employees also treating kindergartners inappropriately by yelling at them rather than trying to communicate at an age-appropriate level. So it seems like we're touching upon a couple similar issues where there needs to be additional training in how we interact positively with young people. So I just want to thank you both for kind of raising that issue and touching upon the same point. And then there was another two witnesses, I think, who raised something. The young lady in the red, was it Angela? Was it right? Okay. I really appreciate what you said about trying to create pathways to try to get students out across the city, both during the school year and then during the summer. And Mr. Goldstein touched upon a program earlier today that I think we could add funding to, the Bridge the Gap program, where we're trying to be able to get our youth out, into, areas, new experiences of the city that they may not have otherwise had. And I would love to see us do more with the Summer Youth Employment Program, because I think it's hit or miss sometimes, where if you have a great employer and a great experience, it can be really positive. But if we could integrate more experiential learning into that, where we get students out and see all the wealth of amazing opportunities that are in the city, I think it would be wonderful. And then lastly, it was Mr. Is it Princewell was the name? I mean, you also raised the issue of trying to get students out into career programming, which I think we could connect with that. So if either of you want to use the remaining 40 seconds to kind of discuss on ways that might work. I think you did a good job in your testimony, so you may not have anything to add, but is there anything you'd like to add in 30 seconds?
I just felt that it was imperative that we just curate these career-oriented programs, so whether it's some could be STEM-based, some could be art-based, but just creating this exposure that's necessary for the young children who are the future of the next generation. It will allow them to have a better understanding in college readiness or whatever post-secondary higher level education they decide to pursue. So that's why I feel like these career-oriented programs are necessary.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that, and just thank you all. I mean, I definitely support the legacy admission issue, obviously, and I enjoyed everything that you shared, all of you. Sorry I didn't have time to speak individually with everyone, but thank you so much for coming out today.
Thank you. Representative Henderson.
Ms. Summerhour, Dunbar is in my ward, and so I have special concern for what's going on there. You talked about a lack of professionalism from security guards, also faculty, also staff?
Deans.
Deans, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an adult at Dunbar that you feel that you can bring these concerns to? Have you done that already? And if so, what was the response?
I know that the head director of climate and culture has had numerous conversations with these people, and they have still yet to step up and fulfill the role of professionalism, so I don't really...
So you feel like you've exhausted what you can do. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Representative Johnson-Law.
I want to thank all of you and those online, if you all are still there. Thank you all so much for your testimony. I think this is a whole panel of students. I'm just really proud of you all. And I think that just needs to be said for the public record. And I want to see you all more. And I might have to talk to you all about coming to Ward 8 to help fight for our babies, because sometimes they're not able to come, but maybe we can get them to do more virtually. So I just really, really appreciate what you're doing. And then is it Justin? Yes. Mr. Justin, I just want to say thank you for putting perspective on different things. I'm going to say this out loud. I think sometimes when unfortunate things are happening, and when we look at low-income students, I think people associate a certain type of student or is from a certain type of background. And I know you were saying, hey, like, this is my story. And so I appreciate just everything that you're doing, and all of you from Georgetown, because I know all of you are going to be coming up, and just saying, hey, this is what happened to me, and this is why we find this to be problematic. We have to have more collaboration. And so I just wanted to say thank you. And Darius, thank you for everything that you're doing. It was lovely to see you all, to come together. I really need to know, can y'all come with me to Ward 8? I'm dead serious, because, how much time do I have? I'm dead serious because there's just a lot going on. Mr. Darius, go ahead. I want you to, go ahead.
If I could add, I think that's something we'd love to do. For me personally, being at Georgetown, and especially serving student government, and make this quick, I think it's important that we expand access. I think for me, seeing college as a young kid, and having educators, predominantly Black educators, that told me this was an option is the reason I'm here today. So we'd love to connect further with that opportunity.
Absolutely, and I think our students, I'm thinking about Mr. See, I done lost my place. My student from Kramer, is it Carmelo? I'm thinking about Carmelo, and I'm thinking about my own daughter, and just like how you all and what you all are doing and advocating and coming together. Sometimes that's harder to do, right? When we're trying to figure out Maslow's hierarchy of needs, when we're trying to put food on the table. Our parents are working. They have so much stuff going on, and sometimes they do feel forgotten. But if we see folks who have been in our shoes, right, that maybe it'll just be a little more helpful to bring them together a little bit. So I would love to follow up with all of you, because I'm going to need your help in the next, well, I know you guys are going to be graduating, but at least the next year and a half. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Representative Thompson.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time and testimony. Where would I like to begin? Ms. Summer, I just want to affirm you in saying that you are not off track with some of the things you listed as far as how you should be treated, not just as a student, but as a human. I just wanted to say that to you out loud, because sometimes when things are crazy, you feel like you're the crazy person. I want you to know that you are not a crazy person for the things that you said you would like addressed in your school. And I'm sorry they have not been addressed, but I'm confident that Representative Henderson will follow up. Someone also mentioned dual enrollment. I would be out of turn if I did not note that dual enrollment applications are open now. I say that to folks because what ends up happening is every year we do not have enough students who apply for those seats. And free college is a huge opportunity. And so I want folks to know that that application is open now through February 25th. And so I'm encouraging people to apply for that now. Mr. Horton, I'm running through because y'all know it's 3 minutes and we're gonna move on through. Mr. Horton, I heard you online. I just wanna note, so we have already communicated in our board letter about the investments around structured literacy. As I understand it, math, there is not a number from that task force yet. But we did also communicate about, like, we would like the establishment of the task force. We like the recommendations. So I just want to go on the record so you know what the board has communicated about that thus far. With my last roughly 1 minute, to the young lady, and I'm sorry I can't remember everybody's names. I can never do that. But to the young ladies who talked about, like, expanded experiences beginning in middle school, I'm curious if you have any examples of something you would like to see more of, because I don't want to take for granted that I know what we're thinking the same thing.
Yes, so, excuse me. What I'm having in mind is not just field trips, but just life skills taught in classes. I know there are some health classes in middle schools. Maybe we can teach life skills in those classes. And even if you can't get out into the community, you can still do things to outside of school. You can promote programs outside of school. I know that I said after school programs aren't just it, but they are a good start. And I think that exposure through trips or, what was I just saying? Through trips and class life skill management, things like that. I feel like that's what I meant. That's what I had in mind.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Representative Chang.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Mr. Wagner, I have some questions for you. So I'm curious when your last meeting, since you've been here, right, and you shared this with us last time, when your last meeting since has been with the school administration?
Well, that's been a while ago. For some updates, I know that sometime in the fall we've had a conversation with the administration, and I think one of our key takeaways from that conversation was that, legacy admissions isn't something that, the university is considering financially, but culturally. And so we are coming to the conclusion that legacy admissions is not functioning to pay for scholarships or help support the university functionality-wise. And so we feel that, ending legacy can both increase diversity, but also it's not going to impact the function of our university.
When you say that, are you saying that there was agreement there?
That's what we were told.
Okay.
The university has told us that.
So where is the pushback from them at the moment?
I think we're also asking ourselves that as well. They have already reported that, this is something that will increase diversity. One thing that was mentioned was culturally, they suspect that legacy students might have a stronger cultural connection to the school, which is, I think, absurd. I think many of us first gen or even students that are non-legacies just going through college will have connections at the university.
And what's the plan after if we pass this resolution?
Yeah.
What's the plan?
So the plan is to go to City Council, work on getting the bill hearing and a vote, and hopefully getting it to the mayor's desk. We feel confidently with the support of members of City Council, members from the Attorney General's office, and elsewhere that we have spoken with, that the collective support for this bill is 70% DC residents, that we will be able to get this a hearing and hopefully get this over the finish line.
Would you play that out with me then after as well? So it's passed this legislation that I presume would be a requirement?
Yeah, that would be a requirement. And I think within our legislation, we're not just passing, saying that it's a ban. We have mechanisms in place that says if you can do, one that is more transparent around, who we're admitting, especially around DC residents, and two, that if you are continuing to admit legacy admissions, you can no longer engage in business with the city, and the university definitely wants to continue to engage in business with the city, I think, as you guys may know.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Colson.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say and echo what has already been said. I really appreciate everyone's testimony. I was highly impressed by you all just being here. I want to say thank you all for doing what it took just to come here. Congratulations to you on your graduation. Congratulations to the legacy that you're building as a student, and to all of my high school students. I really appreciate you being here. To Kennedy, I serve as Dean of Students, and what you're saying is not crazy. Your expectation of your dean should be high, and they should be operating on a professional level. To the other young ladies at the end who had similar concerns about exposure and communication, I appreciate that as well, and I would love to work with any of you. And back to my young lady from Dunbar, if you've already spoken with leadership, your Director of Culture and Climate, I'm happy to suggest some other ways that you can possibly advocate for changing your building. Thank you all.
Vice President Williams.
Yes, thank you all. Sad that I'm not able to be with you all in person tonight. I'm recovering from a cold, but even watching virtually, it's amazing to see so much student voice here on this written commentary tonight. I just really heard a lot of great ideas that I think the board can continue to act on, and I think we will be stronger when we get more student input. regularly. So I just want to thank all of the testimony that we heard tonight, and know that I will be reviewing it and will continue to support a lot of the ideas that I heard. I would also encourage the students, if you are not already, to come involved with our student advisory committee. I think that is a great way to continue to leverage and work on these issues, and just appreciate all of the sound testimony that we just heard tonight. I yield the rest of my time.
President Patterson.
Thank you, Director. First, I want to start with Ms. Vincent, if you're still online. I just want to say thank you for your advocacy. I've had the opportunity to work with you for numerous years on a lot of the safe passage issues, and we've had some great successes, but I know that the job is not done from what you have stated, so I look forward to that continued work, and for the advocacy for it, making sure that it's budgeted correctly and the right coordination is done. Then I want to turn my attention to our students. I know we have a lot of people this evening, but this is worth all the time that we're going to be here this evening, because hearing your voices is needed. I want each one of you guys to know that we take these things very seriously. You're seen and you're heard here, and this is the place where you're supposed to come to voice those. So I appreciate the courage in which each one of you guys have turned out tonight. To Ms. Summer, I want to make sure, I'm glad that Representative Barnes gave you the time, because I was going to do the same had he not done that, to give you the time to finish, because I don't think we talk enough sometimes about school-induced trauma that can happen to students, because that's a bad word, so to speak, like as if it doesn't happen, that schools can actually traumatize children or students. I don't want to call you like little kids, but can do that to students. And it's important that when you take the time and show the courage to show up, to talk about it, that we are responsive. So what I want to say to you specifically and to any other student, I always want to be respectful to my other colleagues, because I'm the at-large member and they all are in their respective wards before I come to their wards and do something. But I do want to offer to you, Ms. Summer, that I will come to your school and tour your school and speak to, with you, those individuals in your schools who you've tried to talk to, but have not given you the seriousness that this issue needs. I am willing to work with you to make sure that you can arrange that tour, and I will be there, okay? I appreciate each and every one of you guys, so thank you for this panel.
Thank you all so much for your time this evening. We will now call our next panel of public witnesses. Isaiah Hodges. Isaiah Vasquez. John Plummer. William Meade McCall. Kumar Roan Bedouin. Otto Derrick. Otto. Arita, yeah. Please forgive me. I need phonetic pronunciations on this paper. My apologies. Sarah Eob. Mila Taylor. Adeosun. Okay, we will start the next round of testimony. Isaiah Hodges.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Isaiah J. Hodges. I am a low-income first-generation student at Georgetown University and by proxy, a proud resident of Ward 2. I cannot overstate how incredibly grateful I am to speak before you once again today. My mother always pitched college to me as means of an escape from a life of instability. I didn't truly understand what that meant until I arrived here in DC and came to recognize the door of opportunity that opened up before me. Tonight, I'd like to draw the board's attention to how legacy admissions directly affect the access to higher education for grade 8 students in the DC area and has additional implications for the city's pool of educated working professionals. As many of my constituents have already stated, the socioeconomic and racial diversity of some of DC's most prestigious universities has been constrained by allowing the ongoing practice of legacy admissions. At Georgetown, approximately 10% of every class is reserved for legacy students. This is in direct contrast to the 5% and 7% of student population, which is composed of Black and Latino students respectively. Socioeconomically, only 14% of the student population is composed of those in the bottom 60%, whereas a much larger 20% of the population comprises those in the top 1%. These statistics are not only reflective of Georgetown, as both GW and Catholic University have similar recent demographic reports. So legacy harms diversity, but how might ending such a practice help DC students? In reports from the Washington Post, we see that only 18% of current high school freshmen in the city are expected to finish college within 6 years of graduating high school. Currently, of DC's over 90,000 enrolled public school students, 63% are Black, 19% are Latino. Ending legacy admissions could give these students better odds at attending university in their own city. But the benefits don't end there. Not only do legacy admissions affect underserved students' odds of attending college or the demographic diversity of DC's college campuses, but the practice has additional implications in the pool of professionals serving positions of influence throughout the city. Around 44% of Georgetown graduates will go on to work in the DC area. As observed, students attending universities like Georgetown or GW that practice legacy admissions are preferentially white and upper class. The natural conclusion of such a practice is that similar demographics might be reflected in the professionals potentially entering the DC's workforce in influential sectors like public policy, management consulting, and healthcare. With education follows influence, and if DC students born and raised continue to be denied opportunities to access higher education, how can we expect to secure the values of diversity, equity, and community understanding, not only with DC's academic institutions, but also in its community of educated and highly influential professionals? With the State Board of Education support, the FAIR Act of 2025 could be a step in ending the continued educational and professional inequality that has plagued the nation's capital city for over a century. The public opinion makes it overwhelmingly clear that the disapproval of legacy admissions is a fact. I implore you to show us that you truly have the populist interest at heart and are willing to be a force of educational reform within this nation's capital city. Thank you.
Isaiah Vasquez.
Good evening, esteemed board members of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Isaiah Grayson Vasquez, and I'd like to first say that it is an immense privilege to be able to speak with you all today. I am from Brownsville, Texas, and I am currently attending Georgetown University as a sophomore studying mathematics and anthropology. To explain why I'm here today, I have to tell you about my background. Before attending Georgetown, I attended public school from pre-K to 12th grade and had only ever been exposed to an education from public schools in a border town with limited resources as well as limited funding. In my high school, over 90% of students were economically disadvantaged and lived beneath the poverty line. And we did not have a college counselor upon entering my senior year of high school. Because of this, I had to seek out college application counseling from nonprofits connected to other nonprofits I volunteered and worked with, and I did this on top of pre-existing responsibilities. These aspects of my educational upbringing reflect the difficulty in working through an educational system built up against low-income and marginalized communities of color like mine. When I arrived at Georgetown, I was taken aback by the jarring contrast between my background and that of countless peers coming from privileged points of view with prestigious private school backgrounds. As I got to know them, I recognized much of their privilege stemmed from their families and the environments that they were raised in. They had countless resources like access to SAT and ACT prep, private tutors, teachers with PhDs, and even college counselors who specialized in Ivy League and top-tiered university admissions, resources my public school simply could not provide. Beyond these advantages, a shocking number of these privileged and already wealthy students around me had familial connections to Georgetown. I point this obvious fact out to you here today to highlight the undeniable reality that wealth and privilege are already heavily embedded in the admissions process, and legacy and donor preferences give give a leg up to students from these already wealthy and privileged backgrounds, further disadvantaging those of us from underfunded schools and low-income or marginalized backgrounds. I urge you to vote in affirmation for the FAIR Act, which will prevent universities with donor and legacy preferences from receiving federal funding. This will aid students like me in having a fair chance at a life-changing admission to a life-altering university like each of the outstanding colleges we have in DC. I hope my words resonate with you when making this decision, and I thank you for your time. Thank
you. William Mead.
Hi, everybody. I would like to start off by thanking the board for allowing me to testify today. My name is William, and I'm a student at Georgetown University, but I was also born and raised right here in Washington, D.C., and my parents currently live in Ward 3. Today, the board is going to take an important vote on the subject of legacy admissions in the district, hopefully to introduce the FAIR Act into council. And I'm here to argue that legacy admissions is a practice that goes against our shared goal as DC residents of building an equitable and thriving city. I should make clear that I attended a private high school here in DC, and so my path to attending a four-year university was significantly easier than most other students in the district. Moreover, of the few other Georgetown students I have met who also grew up here in DC, the vast majority of them attended a private school, and many of them benefited from legacy preference. I'm not passing judgment on these students, or for that matter myself, but I hope this makes clear a fundamental flaw with the current college admissions landscape. That is, most of the people gaining access to elite institutions are the ones who have already enjoyed significant privilege throughout their lives. This is true all across the country, and it is especially true here in Washington, D.C. I know you've already heard this already today, but legacy preference compounds this issue by advantaging already wealthy, typically white, students in college admissions. At Georgetown, 10% of slots for incoming students are reserved for legacy, and those students are more than 2 times as likely to be admitted than other students. The statistics for DC higher educational institutions like GWU, American, and Catholic are similar. Moreover, legacy preferences' impact on diversity at these schools cannot be understated. The enrollment rate of black students at Georgetown is only 5%, the enrollment rate of Latino students is only 7%, and there are more students in the top 1% of earners than the bottom 60. Just think about that for a second. The most famous university in DC, one of the most diverse cities in the United States, is only 5% black and 7% Latino. Now, less wealthy students and students of color are significantly less likely to benefit from legacy admissions, and so the practice simply takes spots away from them. This is incredibly unfair, and especially in the wake of the Supreme Court's ruling overturning the practice of affirmative action and the current administration's comprehensive attack on diversity programs. Racial diversity at these DC schools is only going to get worse. Given this reality, it is time for us to outlaw a practice that takes spots away from qualified low-income students and students of color. In DC, only 53% of high school students enroll in post-secondary education, and only 18% of them will graduate within 6 years of enrollment. I'm confident that, if given a fair chance, every DC high school student would be able to attend and graduate college. Of course, banning legacy admissions is only a small step towards that goal, but it is a step, and a relatively easy one at that. Let's be a leader on this issue and send a message to DC students that they deserve a shot to attend their local colleges, regardless of if their parents went there. Thank you for your time.
Kumar.
Good evening, board members. My name is Tejas Kumar. I'm from Merritt Island, Florida, and I'm a first-year student at Georgetown University. Like many others testifying today, I was thrilled when I opened up the admissions portal last March and saw an acceptance letter to Georgetown. I felt then, and still feel, incredibly fortunate to be able to attend this elite institution and benefit from the opportunities it offers. However, during my time here, I've become increasingly aware of unfair admissions practices that give certain applicants a leg up in the process and bar others from entry. Admission to a top university should be based on individual achievement, hard work, and potential. Every applicant should have the same chance to prove themselves based on their academic and personal accomplishments, not legacy status. One study found that legacy-based admissions account for 46% of the artificial boost that wealthy students receive. The same study found that a legacy applicant's admission rate dropped from 36.4% at the school where they had legacy status to only 11.2% at schools where they had to compete fairly. Clearly, being a legacy applicant offers outsized opportunities at admission that non-legacy students simply do not get. Higher education is meant to be a place where the best and brightest are given opportunities to succeed. Georgetown graduates disproportionately go on to become leaders in their fields, CEOs, high earners, and change makers. If we allow admissions policies to favor the children of past graduates rather than those who have truly earned their place, we perpetuate an inherently unfair system and prevent many qualified applicants from accessing education and programs that would change their lives. I was fortunate enough to be admitted to Georgetown, but I am acutely aware that nobody else in my hometown in Florida did. There are brilliant students across the country who deserve the same opportunity I was given, but legacy admissions skews the playing field against them. For me, ending legacy-based admissions is fundamentally a question of fairness. The doors opened by higher education should not be closed to you based on whether or not your parents attended institutions like Georgetown in the past. I urge you to vote to end legacy-based admissions in DC. Thank you.
Roan.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rowan Bedoyan, and I'm a freshman at Georgetown University. When I arrived at Georgetown in the fall, I frankly had zero intentions of ever thinking about the Georgetown admissions process again. I attended the first meeting for Hoyas Against Legacy Admissions on a whim during my first weeks and was jarred by the reality of Georgetown's admission policies and, more importantly, their impacts. I was appalled to learn that the school I had just started attending, literal days prior, employed admissions tactics that resulted in a horrific lack of diversity. I am privileged that it was an assumption from the moment that I was born that I would attend college. I'm a part of a white, upper-middle-class family. One of my parents holds a bachelor's degree and the other held a master's. The privilege of my upbringing, though, is the result of the transformative power of education. My dad grew up in a small town in Death Valley, California, where he attended a high school that had an under 45% reading proficiency rate and under 15% math proficiency rate upon graduation. Despite this, he was the first person in his family to attend college and receive his bachelor's degree, later receiving his master's. My dad's higher education completely altered the trajectory of his life. His college education held the power of social mobility, enabling him to go from growing up in a bankrupt family to being a homeowner raising a family in San Francisco. This is the American dream, the promise of social mobility, and none of it would have been possible without his college education. The proverbial American dream starts right here in the capital of our nation. Washington, D.C. has a responsibility to set a precedent and demonstrate the promise of equal opportunity for all. As long as legacy admissions are in place, this American dream will not be equally available to all. Legacy admissions favor an overwhelmingly white, wealthy pool of applicants. Data from Harvard University shows that over 75% of legacy admissions were white, whereas slightly under 40% of non-legacy admissions were white. Here in DC, both GW and Georgetown suffer from an abhorrent lack of racial diversity. Only 5% of Georgetown students and 7% of GW students in the 2023-24 school year were black, despite 14% of college students nationwide being black. Likewise, 7% of Georgetown students and 13% of GW students are Hispanic or Latino, as opposed to 22% of students nationwide. Meanwhile, 10% of Georgetown students are legacy students. As a student, I care about seeing my institution reflect the diversity of our nation. I learn as much from my peers and their myriad backgrounds as I do from my coursework, if not more. The practice of legacy admissions is devastating to creating a diverse community. It is devastating to justice and equity. It is devastating to the future leadership of our country. Students who graduate from elite universities like Georgetown are disproportionately likely to become Fortune 500 CEOs, presidents, senators, and Supreme Court justices. Legacy admissions continue to consolidate power and wealth in the hands of those who already have it and withhold opportunity from those who are just as deserving but of a less privileged background. The FAIR Act is part of the solution to this great injustice here in Washington, D.C., and an important step towards true equal opportunity for all. Thank you.
Otto.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Members of the board, thank you for listening to our testimony today. My name is Otto Dierig. I'm a freshman at Georgetown University. So last fall, I traveled from Jersey City to DC to start college. I'm extremely proud of my hometown. I love it for many reasons, but foremost amongst them is its diversity. Jersey City and Hudson County is one of the most diverse and densely populated places in America. I found that exposure to this economic, ethnic, and racial diversity, which I experienced in the public school system, where 73% of my high school student population were minorities, was one of the most formative factors in who I am today, and I'm grateful for it. It's one of the main reasons that I wanted to come to DC for my college years, as I knew that the district possessed the similar metropolitan character that I cherished from the New York City area. When I arrived at Georgetown, I was excited and nervous, as all college freshmen are. But the thing that struck me most at first wasn't the hard mattress toppers or the state of the communal bathrooms, but it was the stunning lack of diversity on campus. I experienced a sort of reverse culture shock, where the diversity I was accustomed to and thrived on was absent. And I understand it's an expensive private college. Of course, I was expecting a lack of diversity, but I wasn't expecting it to be this stark, where there are more legacy students than Black or Latino students, where the student from the top 1% is 10 times more likely to be accepted to Georgetown than the average income student. The culture is lacking in ways that are aggravated by the outdated and harmful legacy system. I'm sure no one here needs convincing of the benefits of diversity, but we cannot continue to maintain our progressive identities while ignoring blatantly unethical and harmful practices that occur right in front of us. Higher education has a long-standing bias toward privilege, which continuously reaffirms the status quo of inequality and systemic oppression. Increasing diversity is one of the most direct ways to resist the current threats against equity we face. We must give the opportunity to those not part of the elite 1%. There's a proven, effective, and logical way to increase diversity in our universities, and that's to ban legacy admissions. The only thing left to do is act and secure a future of more equitable and abundant opportunities within our education system. Thank you.
Aditya.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Aditya Vishahan, and I'm a junior lucky to be attending Georgetown University. I'm fortunate enough to attend my dream school, but that is an opportunity that incredibly few get to have. Fewer still because of the continued practice of legacy admissions. Growing up in a town that was predominantly comprised of immigrant families, myself being a 1.5 generation immigrant, the college applications process was incredibly stressful and competitive. The fact that college is an incredibly important tool for upward mobility, and that attending a better college improved job prospects upon graduation, was not lost on the majority of my classmates. As the process went along, I saw my classmates pour their blood, sweat, and tears into their applications, making it their entire lives until every last application was submitted, many students submitting over 20 college applications. I then watched their spirits crumble as many of them realized they wouldn't be attending the schools that they wanted to attend. Many of them resolved this within themselves and made peace with these decisions by telling themselves that those who were admitted were lucky enough to be admitted because they worked harder, got better essays, or got better grades than they did. But that isn't always the case. After arriving at Georgetown's campus, it became clear that so many of my peers from home worked just as hard, if not harder, than many of the people at Georgetown's campus. It wasn't their essays, their grades, their recommendations, or anything else that was their difference. They just happened not to be children of Georgetown alumni. Otto mentioned how the students from the top 1% have a 10 times higher likelihood of being admitted at Georgetown, and even holding academic qualifications equal, that number remains at 2.7 times more likely. The system punishes certain students on a completely arbitrary measure, completely outside of their control. Not rejecting them because they wouldn't thrive, because they wouldn't succeed, but simply because of who their parents are, because they weren't lucky enough to be put on a please admit list. The problem extends beyond just Georgetown. Applicants to George Washington have a 2.6 times higher likelihood of being admitted if they're from the top 1%, still holding academic qualifications equal. The value of attending a prestigious institution is clear. Many of my high school classmates still attend accredited universities, even if it wasn't their dream school. But the fact that opportunities and likelihoods of success following graduation are disproportionately higher at prestigious institutions such as Georgetown and GW is not one that we can run away from. By continuing the practice of legacy admissions, universities are making upward mobility that much harder for future generations. This becomes especially problematic considering how much legacy admissions favor white, wealthy candidates over students of color. At Georgetown, there are more legacy students than Black students, and more legacy students than Hispanic students, as you've heard several times today. In fact, the underrepresentation of Black and Hispanic students at Georgetown has been worsening and will likely continue to worsen because of the continued practice of legacy admissions. The end of affirmative action has only made matters worse, with the first class at Georgetown following its end having 7.5% fewer students of color than in previous years. Now more than ever, it is crucial that DC follows the example that's been set by Massachusetts, California, New York, and more, and put an end to legacy admissions. A crucial first step in creating a more equitable college process and more equitable college campuses. Thank you.
Sarah.
Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. My name is Sarah Eob. I'm a first-generation sophomore at Georgetown University, and I'm here to argue specifically that legacy preference is crucial in promoting meritocracy. When I applied to Georgetown in 2023, my last name, Eob, wasn't tied to a well-known brand or Jordanian monarchy or $100,000 anonymous donation the year before. The name Eob was never included on the alleged internal list of applications titled Please Admit, for which my school and many others have been recently exposed. But the name carries the legacy of my father, who immigrated from Eritrea with my mother in search of a better life. They sought refuge from an authoritarian government and dedicated themselves to working tirelessly, and when my father passed, my mother continued her work as a waitress for almost 30 years and counting. Her merit is why I have the opportunity to speak to you today. The reality is that our current admissions system does not reward merit, it preserves privilege. It's no secret that most legacy students come from families with the financial means to access the opportunities that make them competitive for schools like Georgetown in the first place. While many of the conditions contributing to these disparities extend beyond the scope of legacy admissions, legacy preferences are actively worsening an already inequitable system. It's important to remember that in this system, it's not unfair due to a mistake in the policy or errors in its implementation. It is inequitable by design. Legacy admissions trace back to the early 20th century when elite institutions, I think the first was Harvard, sought to exclude the increasing number of Jewish students applying to prestigious universities. The historical context reveals that the primary purpose of legacy admissions has been to uphold exclusionary practices, to keep spaces WASP, wealthy, and male, even at the expense of a more efficient academic environment. Today, this board is faced with a very clear choice. No person or board can claim an allegiance, an intellectual allegiance, or a moral allegiance to the notion of meritocracy and at the same time support an explicit preference for students on the basis of their luck into being born into the right family. One side has to prevail, legacy admissions or meritocracy. History shows how when a system of undue privileges prevails over merit, institutions remain monolithic, inefficient, and judgmental. My story shows how when people, organizations, and institutions choose meritocracy, things get better for those who work for it. But the decision is not mine to make, it's yours. I implore you to choose the latter, for the sake of hardworking students who find themselves starting the race 1,000 steps behind, and for all students whose academic environments benefit from diversity, I implore this board to choose meritocracy and to vote yes on the FAIR Act. Thank you.
Myla Taylor.
Good evening, distinguished board members. My name is Myla Taylor. I am a first-generation college student attending Georgetown University. I speak here to you all tonight to express the importance of the proposed FAIR Act that aims to eliminate legacy admissions at private institutions in DC. 2 years ago, my concern for my qualifications in applying to a prestigious college, private institution rested entirely upon accessibility. Accessibility to opportunities that my public education in Mesquite, Texas could not necessarily afford me. Out of concern for pondering if my accolades and achievements would be enough, that I would be enough to be granted admission to Georgetown University, I almost stopped myself from submitting my application. Applying to schools such as Georgetown was not expected from high-achieving students such as myself in my school district because we were unintentionally burdened with the need to be realistic to understand that institutions like Georgetown in the higher education system seldomly awarded students of backgrounds similar to my own admission, giving the historical precedent of exclusionary admission practices. Legacy admissions practices maintain the exclusion of first-generation college students, primarily of color, from prestigious institutions of higher education. At Georgetown, there are more students from the top 1%, which makes up 20% of the student body, than the bottom 60%, which conversely accounts for 14% of Georgetown undergraduates. Without the ambitious belief that we deserve to occupy space at institutions that systematically rely on upholding traditions of exclusivity, we are left behind. The FAIR Act proposes that we are no longer left behind, that DC students who wish to apply to prestigious institutions but are often dissuaded by barriers to admission are no longer left behind. There is an evident misconception that legacy admissions reward students with a return on their investment once granted the privilege to attend universities like Georgetown. Legacy admissions are often celebrated based on what they can do after students have been admitted and after they have attended a university. However, many students like myself cannot wait until graduation. We do not wish to be redeemed by legacy admissions that discount our potential and our right to dream and act beyond the intimidation of being the first in our families to be given the necessary access to further our success. It is shown that institutions that put an end to legacy admissions increase their admission and retention of students hailing from marginalized communities and minority backgrounds. We must be recognized and identified for our potential to succeed in higher education before we begin. This recognition begins with an end to legacy admissions so that a shift in the climate surrounding barriers to entry into higher education can begin. Thank you.
Adodeson.
Hi, my name is Mayoloa Adeoshun, and I'm a senior at Benjamin Banneker Academic High School. I have previously participated in the Summer Youth Employment Program, but I'm considering not participating this year because the wages offered are significantly lower than what I would earn working at McDonald's or a summer camp for 8-hour shift. The DC minimum wage is currently $7.50 per hour, yet SYEP participants are being paid significantly less, which raises concern about fairness, especially given the rise of costs of living due to gentrification. SYEP is a valuable program that provides young people with real-world work experience, foster professional development, and encourage financial responsibility. However, despite this benefit, the program should ensure that compensation reflects the labor performed. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Washington, D.C. has one of the highest costs of living in the United States, with housing costs nearly 134% higher than the nation average. With the city youth unemployment rate at 14.4%, SYEP serves as a crucial opportunity for young people to gain work experience. Yet the wages provided do not match the financial reality many participants face. For many students like myself, SYEP earnings are not just extra spending money, but a crucial source of financial support. I need the income to cover college expenses, while other students rely on it to support family with disabled parent, contribute to household with multiple children, and to afford essentials such as shoes, books, and basic necessities. A survey by the Economic Policy Institution found that nearly 1 in 4 young workers contribute to household expenses, demonstrating that huge wages plays a significant role in family financial stability. While middle school students may not have the same financial responsibility, older participants, particularly those 15 and up, often use this wage to help support their family and prepare for their futures. A wage system that pays younger students a lower rate while ensuring the older student and at least minimum wage would be a reasonable compromise. Additionally, fair wages encourage greater participation and motivation within the program. When young people see their work being valued appropriately, they engage more actively and take their responsibilities more seriously. A wage structure that ensures fair participation for older participants would not only provide financial relief, but also reinforce the importance of equitable labor practices. I urge the DC State Board to review SYEP wage structures and consider implementing a system where middle school students receive an introductory wages, while high school students aged 15 and older earn at least the city minimum wage. By doing so, we are investing in our youth, recognizing their contribution, and setting them up for future successes. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your concern for the issue.
At this time, we will go to a round of questions from our members. Representative Barnes.
Thank you all for your testimony. It's definitely insightful to hear everything you had to say. And shout out to our SAC member. Thank you for coming. I was definitely always a pleasure to see you all step out. No questions though, but thank you.
Representative Mayer.
I was planning on voting yes for the FAIR Act before this, but now I definitely, absolutely am voting yes. Thank you all for coming. I love hearing your testimonies. I don't have any questions, but yeah, it's been great to hear all of your stories. So thank you so much, and thank you for your concerns about wages. I agree as well. I don't have any questions, but thank you all.
Representative Ting.
I would like to echo the statements of my fellow student members. Thank you for coming to testify. I guess on a personal note, Georgetown students have really shown up for my school because they do gumshoe tutoring, which means they'll sit in rooms for hours and teach middle school students. I don't know if you guys know the people who do that, but I always see them and they'll like make a sign and be really nice, and it's really sweet and an amazing thing. I yield my time.
Representative Henderson.
Did you get to go? Thank you all for your testimony. I'm also going to support the FAIR Act, but I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you all so much for your testimony, and you all get a resounding yes from me. I'm a single mom, my kid has disabilities, and so I'm a first-generation college kid, and so it's a lot going on. So I feel you when you were talking about your mom waitressing. I used to work at Uno's back in the day just to be able to put food on the table, so I know how hard she worked, and blessings to you and your mom. I just wanted to personally say that. To my baby down here about wages for the summer youth program. Let's follow up. That's an unfortunate trend that I'm hearing. So I'll follow up with you, okay, my dear? But again, I'm proud of you all. Keep advocating. I'm taking you to Ward 8. Okay.
Representative Thompson.
I'm snacking because it's a long meeting. Tell me your name. Tell it. Okay. I didn't completely hear that, but I can look it up on the roll. So I appreciate what you said about the Summer Youth Employment Program. You're not the first to say it, and trust me, you won't be the last. True story about me as a native Washingtonian, I never ever did SYEP because my mother said that I had the rest of my life to work, which is true. I worked very hard, and it was not enough money. And there were a lot of other experiences that I got to have because I didn't do SYEP. And I know that in the district, we have raised the minimum wage, and we're going to continue to raise the minimum wage. What you said about folks who absolutely count on that money is true. That was true when I was a kid. It's sad that it's still true now, and we have kids coming and saying that's true for them, and it's something we need to fix. And so I really appreciate you saying, hey, that's me, and this is why I'm making the decisions I make, because I feel like the why is often missing. A lot of times folks just assume we show up in data and we fit one place or a different place. And so I really do thank you for your testimony, and happy to, if you're not already connected to some of the groups who are working on this, to connect with you to make sure you're connected and supported by them. So thank you.
Representative Chang.
Thank you all, and to all the Georgetown students who also brought clapping to our meetings, please keep, we're going to keep that for future meetings as well, but really appreciate you all coming up.
Representative Colson.
That's funny. Thank you all for your testimony. It was very clear. Thank you for your testimony as well as illuminating something that I was not aware of. I did do summer youth employment for 1 year, so we always hear the wonderful tales about how people came through that program, but you do raise a relevant concern, and I'll be happy to support any way that I can with you advocating for us to change that. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Representative Goulet.
I want to thank everybody for testifying. I really appreciate your comments on the Summer Youth Employment Program. I would love to look at that because I think it would be good to have a variety of different experiences based on level. So I appreciate you coming in and testifying on that tonight. So on the legacy admission piece, obviously I support this. I'm extremely excited to move forward. So let's look at what next steps are in this. So we need a hearing, obviously. Now, don't take no for an answer from the council. To get it done before budget, because there is a period when performance oversight ends March 7th, and the budget is not submitted till April 2nd. So there is a window in there, albeit a narrow one, where a hearing could be scheduled on this legislation. And I think once you get in a hearing room and make your case, I think the council is going to approve this. The key is getting in there, getting a hearing. If we don't get it done before the budget, the reality is it may be the fall. So hopefully we can get that window. So push for between March 7th and April 2nd to get the hearing. It's probably going to go to the committee of the whole. So you'll have to talk to Chairman Mendelson and his staff. So go reach out to them and try to get that timeline. Now, my only other advice to y'all, because you all are amazing, is try to get equally amazing students from GW and American University to come here and join you, because I think that would just even make this stronger. So if you can get your counterparts in those universities to come out, give just as powerful testimony as you've given, it'll triple your numbers, and then I think it will just make the push insurmountable to council to get this done, because it's the right thing to do. There's no justification for having legacy admissions, and I just am so proud of this advocacy that you've done here, and I think it's going to be really successful down at the council. So thank you all for coming out again tonight.
Vice President Williams.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be brief. I think the issue around the SYP program is a critical one for making sure that young people have not just the experience, but also compensation that can adequately reward them for that experience. So I think that finding a sponsor in the council sounds like a good next step for that piece. And then I just also want to appreciate all of the testimony from Georgetown students. I think I am also strongly in favor of the FAIR Act and plan to vote yes tonight, but I think hearing your personal stories and the rationales around meritocracy and equal opportunity and all the values that stand behind it are really what's so powerful about the policy. And I appreciate you being here tonight to help see this over the finish line, and encourage you to take the suggestions from Representative Boulay to continue to strategize and move it forward at the council. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. President Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Director. It's very humbling to hear each one of your stories, mostly because I can identify with them in the sense of my parents come from a very humble background. My parents did not even finish high school. My mother had an 8th grade education. My father had a 6th grade education. They lived in the rural South. They came up during a time during Jim Crow. Now, fortunately, they sacrificed and did a lot of things, and I got to go to Georgetown. So I have a degree from Georgetown. Like my colleague said, he wished there was other students here from other schools. I also have one from American University and from GW. So that being said, my children would benefit from me having gone to those universities. And I think what's lost here is that you guys all work very hard and you represent your family, but you're willing to give up that legacy that would benefit your children after the stories that your families have went through to get you to where you are, because you want the system for those following. And I don't think people understand how important that is, that people are willing to give up a privilege. I heard someone say preserving privilege. A privilege that they've kind of earned, so to speak, through hard work, sacrifice, so that the system, as another person said, that it wouldn't be inequitable by design. So I commend you guys for that. It is not lost. I look forward to supporting it. I think it's truly important for people to hear your story and the sacrifices that you guys are making, just to make sure that those who follow you get to have a great opportunity to get into great universities without some inequitable system by design, hindering them from being great stories like you guys. So thank you very much. I look forward to support. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming out this evening to testify. We will now call our next panel of public witnesses. All right. Ignacio Sandoval. Ignacio. Abdi Hernandez. Shardal Kumar. David Panush. David Graham Degoni. Jennifer Dodson. Elizabeth Mitchell. Gabriela Martinez. Kayla Barnes. Maya Ferron. Maya Biliquis Abdullah. Wait, are you Maya? Oh, okay. I had marked you up. Okay. Aiden Monroe. Okay. Ignacio?
Thank you. Thank you, President Patterson, Vice President Williams, and esteemed board members. My name is Ignacio. I'm a first year at Georgetown studying public policy. I'm here not as a policy analyst, but rather to tell my story and to urge you to support the FAIR Act, as I'm really grateful you all have so far. I'm a first-generation student, so applying to college was really challenging. To be completely honest, I had no clue what Georgetown was about a year ago, but one of my mentors introduced it to me after he learned about my interest in policy. I always dreamed of going to college. I was like that kid who was really excited to go to school, but my parents, understandably so, had no clue where to start. They were just as confused as I was. So navigating those complex bureaucratic forms, deciphering the complicated financial aid applications, and writing and editing my essays took up hours, if not days, of my time. Even though that was not easy, I persevered because higher education is one of the most powerful tools for achieving the American dream. Both of my parents are service workers and have been for my entire life. As I speak here today, my mother's cleaning someone's home and my father's cooking someone's meal. I don't think my family's lack of legacy status makes me less qualified as a candidate. However, that does not mean, being here doesn't mean the transition has been easy. I remember admitted students weekend, I felt really out of place. I was seemingly the only admitted student who was walking around without a family member by my side. I was really lost, surrounded by faces who were familiar to each other, but very unfamiliar to me. I envision a different future, however, one where no student feels like an outsider because of their socioeconomic background. A future without legacy admissions is a future where Georgetown, schools across the district, and eventually campuses across the country reflect the full diversity of our nation. It is a future where talent and potential, not family connections, determine who gets a seat in the classroom. A future where first-generation students, students of color, and those from working-class backgrounds walk onto college campuses and see themselves reflected in their peers, their professors, and the institution itself. Legacy admissions artificially limits access to this opportunity, and the gatekeepers of higher education are upholding these exclusionary standards that disproportionately benefit students from wealthy backgrounds. First-generation students, like myself, are automatically disadvantaged by these practices. The promise of higher education should be based off merit, not lineage. If we truly believe in fairness and opportunity, then it's time to end legacy admissions and create a system where every student, regardless of background, has a fair shot of higher education. That's why I urge you all to vote yes on the FAIR Act. Thank you so much.
Abdi Hernandez.
Hello. Good evening, member of the DC State Board of Education. My name is Abdi Hernandez, and I'm a current freshman at the McDonough School of Business. I am from Dallas, Texas, South Dallas to be specific, and almost 1 year ago, my life was forever changed when I received the acceptance letter of admission from Georgetown. Since then, I have met people from all over the world, traveled to places I only ever dreamed of, and have had the privilege to plan out my future, a future that is now bright as it could ever be. However, throughout this individual success, I find myself thinking of home, my family to be specific. I think about how my immigrant parents from Mexico still have to work hard jobs, roofer and nail technician respectively. I think about my mom, who didn't even finish her 4th grade education in Mexico. I think about my grandma, who at the age of 70 still has to work as a custodian in a big office building in downtown Dallas to make ends meet for her own house. On top of all of this, I think about the tragedies we've been through as a family, from the accidental overdose of my cousin to heroin in 2018, to even recently, when on December 16, 2024, my uncle Juan Sanchez was murdered, not even 5 minutes from my home in Pleasant Grove, to an unknown assailant brandishing a machine gun-like weapon. Though it breaks me every single day knowing that my family is in these situations, I can find a little comfort in knowing that I was given the opportunity of a lifetime by Georgetown to save them from an environment that I lived for 18 years. At the same time, however, I cannot find comfort in the idea that Georgetown actively chooses to admit students based on their family background with the university, cutting off hundreds of qualified students from the chance of receiving a world-class education. In knowing the environment that I came from, I recognize the opportunity to go to college can be not only life-saving, not only for the student, but for their families as well. But it is vital for the university to give kids who are fully capable of being admitted to the school an equal chance to not only secure their own futures, but their families as well. Given the impact that Georgetown would not only have on me, but also my family, I should have every reason to want to pass that privilege on to my kids. But it's more important for me to make it more accessible to other kids from my community. And it would be a dream come true to see more kids from my Pleasant Grove community and neighborhood in the same classes as me. And so I really hope the board will make the correct decision and introduce the FAIR Act to ban legacy admissions.
Shardal?
Good evening. Thank you so much, distinguished members of the State Board of Education. My name is Shardal Krishna Kumar, and I'm a freshman at Georgetown University, and I immigrated to the United States when I was 6 years old to Edison, New Jersey. I was very much fortunate to spend my entire K-12 education in a town with excellent academics and a variety of opportunities. And for much of high school, I dreamt of studying at DC, and to me, Georgetown was the ideal destination for me to pursue my interest in policymaking and governance. But why am I here today? When I have no personal stake in this, and I come from a solid upper middle class family, why do I care about ending legacy and donor preference admissions in DC's universities? The simple answer is that I truly believe in our mission. Even before I knew whether I'd ever be accepted into Georgetown, I was following this organization's efforts on campus when they're collecting signatures for a petition in fall of 2023. I knew that if I ever had the privilege of attending this university, this would be the first organization that I joined. So here I am today as a Georgetown student testifying in front of this board, because I believe it is my responsibility to do what I can to provide equal opportunities to those who are underrepresented and deserve such opportunities. At Georgetown, when you have 1 in 10 seats reserved for legacy and donor admissions every single year, that is hundreds of students who miss out due to unfair admission practices. Universities practicing legacy and donor admissions clearly suffer from a lack of socioeconomic and racial diversity. Why do we have so many rich people at Ivy Plus colleges? We have students from the 1% who are 55% more likely to be admitted to an Ivy Plus institution than students from the middle class. It is also stated that 46% of these students benefit from legacy preference. While some universities may attempt to downplay the influence of legacy admissions, the evidence clearly shows that legacy preference has a significant impact on who gets into our universities. But as we can see today, ending legacy and donor admissions is a story that goes beyond the facts, and especially into the stories itself. And I would say that I'm extremely proud of everyone today from Georgetown University and beyond who support our mission and truly believe that this is what we need to do for the goodness of DC. As this nation's capital, I believe that it is the duty of our education system to be a symbol of fairness, equity, and justice. To enable legacy and donor admissions to continue is to prevent thousands every year from pursuing their dreams and aspirations. Ending legacy admissions will not solve the various issues of inequity when it comes to working class, first generation, and minority students, but it is one step in the right direction. In this current political climate, the question of how we can do right by and for the people is more relevant than ever. I urge this body and this entirety of the country to ask itself one question, which is, what is the legacy we want to set for future generations of students? Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Jennifer Dodson.
I'm not a Georgetown student. Okay. Good evening. Thank you for hearing from me today. My name is Jennifer Dodson. I'm a resident of Ward 3 and an ESOL teacher at an elementary school in Ward 4. There is much that I could share with you about my experience in that capacity. The poor quality of the language arts curriculum we're required to use, the high social emotional needs of the students in our classrooms, how the $66 million that was spent renovating the school where I serve was in many ways misspent because teachers were not part of the conversation. But that is not why I am here today. I am here because it has been nearly a month since the new administration rescinded the policy deeming schools a sensitive location where ICE and CBP officers cannot make arrests. And our district leadership has failed to provide any guidance or resources to students, families, or educators. Other nearby districts have made it clear that they support the safety of all students in their schools. Montgomery and PG counties, as well as Arlington Public Schools, have stepped up to train their school staff, to provide resources to students and families, information which is readily available on their district websites. Not only has DCPS done none of these things, our school leaders were specifically instructed not to say or do anything in support of immigrant families. When I included a Know Your Rights resource in our grade level newsletter, a school leader told me, you may have to wait on that, you may have to change that. We're waiting to hear from the district. This was after the DC Attorney General released the FAQs that confirm that DC schools and school personnel may share such information with students and families. During this critical time, when many of our students are coming to school scared, if they're coming at all, we should be making it clear that DCPS values our 12,500 linguistically and culturally diverse learners, and that we have a plan to keep them safe. Instead, our leaders have chosen silence. In the absence of leadership from our leaders, we teachers have stepped up. On top of our regular responsibilities, teachers have been attending virtual meetings to learn our rights as educators and how we can protect our students. We have been sharing and collecting resources to pass on to families. This is the work that we have been asking repeatedly for our leadership to do. In the virtual opening plenary of our professional development last Friday, many of us sent questions, comments, and requests on this subject. Requests that were dismissed by session moderators so they would not appear to our colleagues in the meeting chat. Our leaders have chosen silence, and they're trying to silence us too, but we will not be silent. I ask that you insist that DCPS leadership provide clear guidance to schools for following the Attorney General's guidelines, including providing Know Your Rights resources to families and explaining our rights and roles as educators in responding to immigration enforcement. Thank you.
Elizabeth Mitchell.
My name is Elizabeth Mitchell, and I'm a DCPS parent and former PTA and LSAT chair, and I'm the head of the DC chapter of Mothers Against Media Addiction. MAMA is a grassroots movement of parents and allies fighting back against media addiction and creating a world where real-life experiences and interactions remain at the heart of a healthy childhood. Today's youth spend nearly 9 hours on screens daily, and it's not healthy or safe for their hearts or minds. We have an unprecedented youth mental health crisis that is wreaking havoc on kids and devastating families. Our kids' compulsion to check their phones is inhibiting their development and displacing critical real-world experiences they need to properly develop socially, emotionally, and academically. The use of smartphones and social media is directly correlated to the development of addictive behaviors and the abnormal activation of dopamine and rewards pathways. 78% of teens 13 to 17 report checking their devices at least hourly. 95% of teens use social media, and Pew Research found that a third of those teens report they use it almost constantly. The more time our kids spend scrolling, the more money social media companies make. These companies relentlessly target our children with hidden algorithms and commercial messages that exploit their emotions for profit. In states across the country, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Colorado, Arkansas, to name a few, elected leaders have announced plans to make schools phone-free. And it's happening everywhere because everyone, from parents to teachers to administrators and even kids themselves, see how our kids' compulsions to check their phones is inhibiting their development, distracting them from learning in class, and limiting their opportunities for in-person interactions with their peers. Access to smartphones and social media inspires violent behavior. About 46% of schools in the United States have seen an increase in fighting and violence. Many educators report that students' eagerness to record and post fights makes it less likely they will discourage or even break up physical confrontations, putting all students and teachers at risk. As parents, caregivers, and educators, we want to protect our children. We see firsthand every day the harms of social media both inside and outside the classroom. As other parents and community members have previously shared, the ability to broadcast bullying and acts of physical violence not only re-traumatizes and further victimizes our children, but also encourages others to do the same. Children with special needs are not only more likely to be bullied, but are also more likely to be seriously harmed by it. We need a bell-to-bell policy that keeps these devices locked away during the day to keep our children safe from harm and engaged in learning. All of that said, I'd be remiss if I didn't also point out that in order to adopt this policy safely, we need to fully fund our schools and make sure our facilities are being maintained. In talking to teachers and students and community leaders about this policy, I heard from multiple sources that students often have to use their devices in schools because the Wi-Fi provided by DCPS is too weak to get their work done. We must ensure our PA and emergency response systems are not only fully operational but modernized to ensure our schools are safe should the worst happen. Teachers told me they often have to use their own cell phones during drills and other events because the equipment provided by DCPS does not work. Our children and teachers deserve,
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Gabriela Martinez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Gabriela Martinez. I'm a current sophomore at Georgetown University. In the past year and a half, I have learned how to read legal documents and ancient philosophers, and speak multiple languages. My time at university has challenged me far beyond what my Texas public school education could have prepared me for. And yet, many of my university peers entered with a vastly different experience than I. Since last fall, I have sat in classes that make me feel like an outsider in more ways than one. From being one of 2 students of color in a 30-person class, to listening to my peers discuss their experience with university traditions during their parents' class reunion. I have felt behind since day one. Now, to be clear, as a part of the Georgetown class of 2027, I was a part of the last class to not be affected by Students for Fair Admissions v. Harvard. My class is made up of 47% white students, while the class of 2028, the first class to be affected by the case, is made up of 63%. The lack of racial diversity is not the only issue. It's just the tip of the iceberg. There are more students at Georgetown from the top 1% of the U.S. income distribution than the bottom 60%. This uneven economic and racial distribution is reinforced by legacy admissions. Even with legacy status, students of color are 3 times less likely to be admitted into universities than white students. At Georgetown, roughly 10% of the incoming class is reserved for legacy students. And that doesn't even consider the fact that Georgetown's president has a running list of students to be admitted based on wealth alone. I'm here today to ask the board to consider the fairness of legacy preference and vote to end it. If we want a truly fair admissions process, we cannot preserve a practice that functions as affirmative action for white and wealthy students, all while dismissing the importance of diversity. Let's admit students for their successes, not that of their parents. Thank you.
Kayla Barnes.
Good evening, board. My name is Kayla Barnes, and I'm a junior at Georgetown from Columbia, South Carolina. I truly love my school, and I've gotten the chance to discover what I'm really passionate about and meet such amazing people who show me the importance of community. I've been fortunate to learn and grow here for the last few years, and I just want other students to have a fair chance at this institution. I am a legacy student, and I realize the privilege that I have to go here because of my father and my background. I went to private school. I had SAT prep. My father helped me with my application and understanding Jesuit values. He took me on a tour, helped me learn the metro, and I already had a lot of advantages coming into Georgetown on my background alone. And then on top of that, because Georgetown saves a percentage of its seats for legacy students, I had that advantage as well. Historically, legacy admissions has not benefited people who look like me. I am the exception, and yet I cannot actively support perpetuating the same unfairness that historically has been used to keep marginalized communities out of institutions like Georgetown. Because of legacy admissions, people of similar or higher merit than legacy students have been denied the chance to experience Georgetown and benefit from all that Georgetown has to offer, both in school and after graduation. People who go to Georgetown often go on to work in influential positions in government, business, and law, which means the environment we create at these institutions affect how our world is shaped. As long as the school continues legacy admissions, Georgetown will remain an institution with little diversity in race and wealth. And without diversity, we lose diversity of thought. And our community perpetuates structures based in inequality and racism. As long as our student body will not reflect the world around us, our future leaders at Georgetown will be ill-equipped to work for the world around them. One of Georgetown's core values is community and diversity, and I want our admissions process to reflect that. My father's own hard work, overcoming structural barriers to come into Georgetown, overcoming the legacy admissions process as well, implores me to ask you to take these systems back down so that we have a fair chance at admissions for every student. I want my potential children to say they have earned their spot, rather than constantly wondering if their last name gave them the advantage. I love Georgetown, and it's because I love its core value of community and diversity that I support an end to legacy admissions so that everyone has the same opportunity when applying to college. Thank you.
Abdullah.
Hi, thank you so much, members of the District of Columbia State Board of Education. I want y'all to know I have tons of friends at GW and American. I got y'all. My name is Bilkisu Abdullah, and I am a Black, low-income college senior studying at Georgetown University. I study women and gender studies and medical humanities. I sit here today in favor of the FAIR Act. When I announced in my hometown of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, that I was planning to attend Georgetown University, most people did not care. This was because many of my high school classmates had no idea where or what that institution was. This moment in time is when I realized that no one from my high school had ever gone to the school before and had barely been exposed to its larger societal connotation. Over the span of 4 years, I still have yet to see another person from my high school admitted to Georgetown. I find myself continuing to ask, is this a result of legacy? Am I a product of tokenism? Do people from my school have no chance of admissions in a system where hierarchical status is more valued than overcoming adversity? When I speak of adversity, I don't just mean the academic barriers students from my high school and myself had to encounter, such as limited AP courses, overfilled classrooms, and curriculums that still included racist rhetoric. But I also mean the life adversities many of my classmates and I were forced to reconcile with, while still being expected to perform at the same level as peers who went to private magnet schools with prestigious generational legacies. Life adversities such as being notified by local news with video evidence of countless peers being gunned down by police in our own neighborhoods, or planning our school days around when food was served at school because we didn't have enough at home. After these experiences and more, neither my high school classmates nor I should have to question whether or not hard work, character, and dedication to our community is enough for the opportunity of education and ultimately an opportunity to transform unjust systems. We can all acknowledge in this room that education is a cornerstone of the society we live in. Now the question I ask is, will you, the State Board of Education, honor the legacy I hold? A legacy that does not have infinite amounts of degrees, generational wealth, and institutional insider knowledge, but one that holds the histories of fighting for justice in a world that deems my existence void and non-valuable. In closing, I want to call upon the words of a personal hero, Dorothy Height. We have to improve life, not just for those who have the most skills and those who know how to manipulate the system, but also for and with those who often have so much to give but never get the opportunity. I myself have given so much to be here, yet I still have no chance that is untainted by the influence of institutional legacy. Let me be a lesson of the past and a testament to the future. Thank you.
Aiden Monroe.
Good evening, board members. My name is Aiden, and I am a sophomore at Georgetown University. I'm also a black student at a predominantly white school. I am an anomaly. I should not be an anomaly. I come from a middle-class family with two parents who went to college. I went to a predominantly white middle and high school with a number of resources for students looking to go to college. These are just a couple of the many advantages I have been afforded to enjoy throughout my life. Advantages that have nothing to do with my individual qualifications as a student or future professional. With these factors working towards my success, I have been fortunate enough to attend Georgetown. Yet even with all those advantages, I am still an anomaly. I am one of the few black students who attend Georgetown, a population that is actually outnumbered by the legacy students at the school, as you've heard today. I am far from unique in the sense that there are a number of other qualified black students who come from backgrounds like mine, or even more dire circumstances with less access to resources and opportunities who have the skills to excel at an institution like Georgetown. These students have valuable perspectives that enrich our institution by embracing the diversity of our nation more broadly. But because of the numerous systemic obstacles that curtail the success of black students nationally, many will never receive the opportunity. Legacy admission is one of those barriers. Legacy admissions are an unfair advantage that disproportionately affect students based on factors that have little to do with their academic potential or skills. Because of how systemic racism operates, the people who receive these benefits are overwhelmingly white. By utilizing this policy, Georgetown is playing an active hand in the disempowerment of black students around the country. What research from the McCourt School Center on Education and the Workforce shows is essentially a $3.3 million decision that affects which students see broader success in society. Success that is largely afforded to white students in part due to legacy admissions. This is an issue that recent data shows will only get worse, as the first class at Georgetown following the end of affirmative action has a 7.5% fewer students of color than last year. I am a well-advantaged, well-qualified black student, yet I am still an anomaly. Dismantling legacy admission is a first step to making sure students like me are no longer outliers. Thank you for your time.
At this time, we will begin our sixth round of board member questions. Representative Mayer.
I don't have any questions after the sixth round, but again, would like to reiterate, thank you all so much for coming. Thank you for sharing your stories. I will vote yes on the FAIR Act, so yeah.
Representative Ting.
I don't have any questions. Speaking about the ICE thing, as for like the need for awareness, I believe Laura Fuchs also raised that. I think that DC has provided this guidance, but I don't think it's widespread enough. I think it's like the DC Office of Attorney General, but I'm not aware if like all teachers know this, which I don't think they do. Yield my time.
Representative Barnes.
Thank you all for your comments. No questions.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you all for your testimony. I resoundingly and absolutely will be voting yes. Ms. Elizabeth, thank you for your testimony. We've been in talks. I'm going to follow up with you about the special education matters. Jennifer, thank you. We hear you. Let's follow up. No further questions. It's the sixth round, are you sure? It's that long?
Representative Thompson.
Okay.
Thank you for the testimonies about the immigration enforcement. And I actually did not know, what was the acronym, MAMA?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even know that existed, but thank you for that too, because we have a vote on that later. I don't have questions. But I do actually have a comment. I've heard a couple times in the testimony folks referencing the Harvard decision. Full transparency, I'm a Penn alum. I'm a DC native. And I voted no against the legacy admissions last time. I have not changed my mind that I think this is not perfect for a whole bunch of reasons. But I do think it is actually important that folks understand what the decision about Harvard and UNC said. Because the common misconception is that that decision made it so affirmative action cannot exist. And that is actually not true. What the court actually said in that decision was that the way Harvard and UNC specifically applied affirmative action cannot be done. It does not mean, though, that race cannot be taken in as a factor in admissions decisions. I say that to you all because I have a lot of friends who went to Georgetown, and I want to be very clear. I now live east of the river. I grew up east of the river. I am fifth generation Washingtonian, and one of my dear friends who went to Georgetown not only was a first generation college student, but went through a whole lot of other things at Georgetown and did not ever feel accepted. I say that to you because outside of this conversation around legacy admissions, that Harvard decision does not prevent Georgetown or UPenn or GW or any of the other colleges from still considering race as a factor for how students are not able to access opportunity. That is a common misconception that needs to be addressed because we should hold institutions accountable for what they can do. Just like we're having this conversation around immigration enforcement, and we still should follow the law no matter what the executive orders are that come down, the law still allows these very elite institutions to take into consideration that someone like me from Southeast DC went through a lot to be able not just to get into UPenn, but into every single Ivy League school, and they still can take that into account. So I just want to state that for the record, because it is wrong that Georgetown is telling you they cannot.
Representative Thompson. Representative Chang.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Would you finish your testimony, please?
Oh. Thanks. Sorry. Our children and teachers deserve phone-free schools, but they must have spaces that make them feel safe at all times so they can achieve and thrive, not just in our classrooms, but beyond. I support this policy, but I also call upon this body to do the work to ensure that our school technology, security, and facilities are doing what they're supposed to in each and every school across every ward. For what it's worth, I was part of the summer youth program, and I just want to say it's atrocious that the wage has not gone up. It's absolutely ridiculous. I'm 47, and it's like $3 more than when I was 20 years ago. So that's 30 years ago. No, 20 years ago. No.
Some time ago.
It was a long time ago. I was a different person.
A question on timing, and the importance of doing this now. Why do you think that this is an issue for the moment?
All the issues that I raised are everyday issues. Providing safe spaces for our students, we want them to be fed, we want them to be nurtured. When you have phones in these environments, it creates a very unsafe environment. And every day that we delay, every day that we don't take action on a myriad of different things that are happening online means that students' lives are at risk, their mental health is at risk, it's getting worse. I was bullied when I was young. I cannot imagine how that would, if it was recorded, publicized, put all over the place, if there was just no escaping it. I can't imagine if I'm sitting down at lunch, the bullying's finally stopped and I open my phone and it's there again. I can't imagine what it's like. And we've had specific issues here in DC where we've had students, we had a special needs student who was beaten up in a stairwell, it was recorded, the mother was very courageous, shared it with everyone, but these are terrible things that are happening right here, they're happening across the country. Students are committing suicide, the harms are real, we know that they're real, so everything that we could possibly do to prevent those harms, we should be doing, especially in places where we can control, like schools.
You mentioned the importance of funding schools properly. Do you see these as competing priorities, or can they be complementary?
I think definitely complementary. I mean, if you're preventing a mental health crisis, I think that this feels like an investment. This feels like an investment in excellent returns. You see that distractions are eliminated, students are really locked in and engaged. I think that it's actually an investment in our youth rather than I don't see it as competing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Colson.
Thank you, everyone, for your testimony. I want to go back to Mom, Miss Mitchell. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Mitchell. I have a question, and I want to be clear and say that I am not against reducing cell phone usage in the school. I'm not at all. But as you testify, you are a mom and your former LSAT, correct? I want to share that as a dean of students who works with all of this cell phone, bullying, POC, all of that, most of what we see that comes into the school happens outside of school on social media. And as a mom and former LSAT, my question to you is, if we are prohibiting cell phones in the school, what else can be done to monitor and reduce outside? What language, what conversation can the school be having? Because this is a multi-pronged problem. And so reducing the usage in the school may help a little bit, but I don't think it will stop this issue that we're having. So what recommendations do you have that we can actually share with parents on how to monitor what's happening with their children on social media outside of school?
So there are so many recommendations, and I know that we have limited time. There are tear sheets, fact sheets that we can give people, parents. I think educating parents and families and even students. The heart of the issue is that we really cannot expect youth to put down the phone. It is literally, it's designed to be addictive. It's a casino. It's the scrolling, it's designed, the same design features that you find in a casino are found on your little black mirror in your hand. They are designed to keep kids hooked and just completely addicted to them. So we can't count on our kids to put them down. We have to educate parents, we have to educate teachers and the community members. We also have to invest in person-to-person activities after school. I think you've had hearings on that too, after-school activities, sports activities. These are all ways to get kids off phones, and also engaging in person-to-person activities that really encourage all of that growth, all of that mental health, all of those wonderful things. Those are expensive, but they also have massive returns. I know that everyone on this board has heard all about those things. So we know that when we invest in our children in those ways, we see the returns immediately. And it doesn't just make them better, it makes our community better. On top of that, I think that we need legislation. The Attorney General is suing TikTok. There are places that we could actually seek other recourse. The social media companies have to be held accountable. We tried to pass this at the federal level with COSA, Kids Online Safety Act. That didn't pass. We're trying again at the federal level, but there are things that the district can do, including working with the AG's office to make sure all these crimes are reported. And also from a school perspective, you don't want to be liable for the crimes that are happening and being reported on your school campus. That also becomes a cost. We were talking about cost. That's another issue that comes up. Not sure if that answered your question, but I have tons of information on this, so reach out.
Thank you, it does, and I would love to chat more. Thank you.
Representative Goulet.
Since I agree with everybody on this panel, I'll make this quick. I just want to thank again all the Georgetown students. I didn't think anything could top the advocacy of the Green New Deal students that we had last year, but I think you, at least in terms of numbers, have at least equaled that. So I appreciate all the advocacy on this. I mean, you've convinced us. Now it's time to go convince the council to do this. And I'm excited to sponsor this. I've just been so impressed. Each time I feel like you have more people and you have new stories to tell that are really compelling. So I think you're going to get this. And I was excited to hear you say you've got friends at AU and GW. I think if you can build your network to those schools, it's going to even be more powerful, because it then puts pressure on those administrations too to do the right thing on this issue. Ms. Mitchell, thank you for sharing this. I agree wholeheartedly with that. This has been something I've been really excited to do. I entered it without really having a position on it, and it was Fraser O'Leary, who was our former Ward 4 rep, who got this rolling last December. And but it's really been compelling to hear from you and other groups on the dangers, not just the mental health of our kids, but then the safety as well. So thanks for coming in. Thank you for the really informed and helpful testimony, and I appreciate that. And I just want to thank all of you, but no further questions. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you. Just so you all know, the system times out after 5 or 6 hours, so they just have to press the button to restart it. Representative Henderson.
Thank you all for your testimony. When I was a Georgetown student back in the last century, it never occurred to me to engage in local politics the way that you have, so I want to commend you for that and also for holding your own institution accountable. One of the things that is disturbing for me to hear is that Georgetown is even less diverse now than it was when I was there 25 years ago. It did seem diverse to me because I was coming from a small mountain town in North Carolina, but I now know that relatively it still had a long way to go, and now even more so. And I know that certainly the diversity of a student body contributes immensely to the richness of education for all who are there. So thank you for your advocacy.
Vice President Williams.
Yes, I echo that sentiment and want to appreciate everyone's advocacy on this issue. I also want to mention that the issue and how we implement the OAG's guidance and what that means for DCPS so that teachers gain clarity is a top priority for me right now. It's something that I'm having conversations with a lot of principals in schools and one about, and also engagement with my colleagues on the state board. So I appreciate the testimony about that to make sure that we will figure out how to strategize to protect our communities during this time. So thank you for that testimony. Thank you for all the advocacy tonight. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. President Patterson.
Thank you, Director. I think I've already said that I'm going to be supporting this for the reasons that I'm going to be supporting. So I do have an ask, though, of the Georgetown students here. And this is a very personal ask from me. There is a young man. His name is Joel Bolton. He is from Ward 8. He is a freshman at Georgetown. Comes from my ward. I know what he went through to get there. I know how he is feeling at the current time of being the first in his family, even though Ward 8 is closed, to go to somewhere that is so foreign as Georgetown. He is literally just a few miles away from the campus, but it couldn't be more foreign than if he went to another country, okay? We talk on a regular basis. Okay? What I'm asking y'all is y'all to show him some love, okay? Since this is, you know, his experience of going to Georgetown, his experience representing his family from Southeast, having this opportunity. And I will say this about him. He is an awesome student. But out of the 2,000 kids that graduated from the LEA that he graduated from, and he did graduate at the top of his class, there were also some other deserving children that should have also had the same opportunity that he had. But he is the only one out of 2,000 that was offered the opportunity to go to Georgetown. So I appreciate you guys advocating so that more people that are like Joel will have the opportunity to go there. But I'm asking y'all, when y'all see him or if y'all look him up, show that little brother some love. Because he's there and he's trying to find his way. You know, we're only a couple semesters in and everything. I talked to him. He texted me this morning at 8. I was looking at my thing because he texts me on a regular basis. So when he texts me, so if y'all could show him some love, I would greatly appreciate it, okay? Thank you. That's all the comments I have.
Thank you all for coming out tonight. We will now move to our next round of public witnesses. Vivian Dew.
Called, but it didn't. Was it called to testify?
It was called up, but it didn't. Oh, well, then say. What? Yeah, I'll do the same.
What was your name?
Maya Farron.
Oh, I have you crossed out on my sheet. Okay. Vivian? Okay. Araya Shelton, virtual. Lily Oldenweller. Anshura Paul. John Odenweller. Kennedy Richmond. Kennedy Richmond. Sabrina Rawlings. And so earlier tonight when we skipped a whole page of people, I just want to go back and get those people who we called earlier who were expecting to be at the end to make sure they also still get an opportunity to testify. Maria Jose Morales. Connor Simon. Joanna Turner, virtual. That is the last of our public witnesses for tonight. So it's 8 of you. You still only get 3 minutes. No extra time. We will start with Maya Farron.
Good evening. My name is Maya Farron. I'm a sophomore at Georgetown University from the village of Wellington, Ohio. I am a proud first-generation low-income student. I would like to thank the board for hearing my testimony once again regarding the FAIR Act, a matter close to mine and so many of my classmates' hearts. For years, since my family could not afford to send me to a private high school to enroll me in standardized test prep sessions or to buy a building for the university of my choice, I had to rely on organizations dedicated to equity and education to reach Georgetown's campus. I came from a struggling public school where people rarely leave home, let alone even know what or where Georgetown is. However, from the moment I set foot on Georgetown's campus, I knew it was undeniable that the immense amount of socioeconomic privilege the majority of the student body holds would put me in an uncomfortable and marginalized position. The data overwhelmingly backs up my feelings. 10% of every incoming class is reserved for legacy students, and I can't help but think about all the low-income high school students who dream of this campus like I once did, who may be denied admission to Georgetown simply because there's not enough room to fit them among the seats reserved for legacy students who are mainly from white, wealthy backgrounds. Legacy admissions at my university have created an environment where a student from the top 1% is 10.8 times more likely to be admitted than the average income applicant, which is actually a bigger boost compared to the other Ivy Plus schools. This has led to there being more students from the top 1% at Georgetown than the bottom 60%, as you've heard multiple times tonight, and GW faces a similar socioeconomic diversity problem. In addition to my role as a student, I'm a National Education Equity Lab Fellow, which means I teach a Georgetown course to Title I high school students. I see the passion and intelligence of my students, and I, as an educator and fellow FGLI student, want them to have every opportunity to achieve educational excellence. This starts with banning legacy. Make no mistake, my criticism of my university is not from a lack of gratitude. Rather, I am here today because I know that change is possible, and I want my education, my extraordinary university experience, to be accessible to as many people as possible, regardless of things like class or race. More importantly, we know banning legacy admissions actually does work to combat these problems of underrepresentation. Like at Johns Hopkins, where upon their ban, the number of underrepresented students went from 18% to 34%. Not only do we have these results, but 70% of DC residents support ending legacy admissions, because not only will the FAIR Act support equality and diversity in education, but removing any barriers to education can only benefit the students right here in DC. I know it has been a long night, so I will simply close by saying I ask that the board vote to take a step forward for a more equitable future for all students. I ask that the board vote to advance the FAIR Act. Thank you for your time.
Vivian?
Members of the board.
If you could pull the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Members of the board, good evening. My name is Vivian Du, and I'm a first year at Georgetown University. Becoming a student at Georgetown is one of the proudest achievements of my life. I feel so lucky to learn from the experts in the fields I'm interested in, such as public policy from experienced government bureaucrats at a university that I didn't even think I was able to get into due to its competitive admission process. All the hard work I put into the journey to get here has paid off. Perhaps like many immigrant households, I was raised on the American dream. Hard work, and especially good education, was the key to success later in life. Financial security, a good, well-paying, and fulfilling job in society, all the wants I wasn't able to have because of my family's financial situation. I was told that hard work will never fail me. It hasn't so far, but I realized that there are so many hurdles in the simple definition of the American dream that I was raised on. Legacy is one such hurdle. In fact, it's the hurdle that revealed to me how far the American dream is in reality. It's a hurdle that threatened the foundational tenet of the American dream that I was raised on, a good education. When I first applied to Georgetown, I was so acutely aware of the existence of legacy admissions that I doubted that even if I was somehow qualified enough, I would never be admitted over people with more resources and access, such as legacy students. This shouldn't be the case. We should strive for a society where students who work just as hard, if not harder, than those who already have pre-existing connections to academic institutions can have a fair and equal chance to a higher education of their choice. Their hard work should not be undermined. I hold this conviction especially close to me as a first-generation low-income student. On campus, I'm part of GSP, Georgetown's Scholars Program for first-generation low-income students. While I find GSP a close-knit community that has helped me transition to college life here, I've also noticed just how small we are on campus. There are more students on campus from the top 1% than the bottom 60%. As someone who is from that bottom 60% and also a first-generation college applicant and student, I can say that we already face enough challenges to even make it to the application itself. We do not deserve to have another obstacle on our path to get a better education and a better life. Being able to attend an elite university like Georgetown opens so many doors to opportunity that leads to a path for socioeconomic mobility. Yet in an institution already dominated by those from the top, the admissions process is set up to create a self-reinforcing cycle that enables the environment. Roughly 10% of the seats in the incoming class are reserved for legacy students. That reserved 10% could be seats to a better life for students who have worked so hard for this opportunity. The blood, sweat, and tears we've shed on this journey are not worth any less. I'm here today to call on members of the DC Board of Education to stand behind students who deserve a fair shot at a higher education of their choice and to vote for the FAIR Act. Thank you.
Lily Odenweller.
Members of the board, my name is Lily Odenwelder. I'm a junior at Georgetown from Arlington, Virginia, and I'm a legacy student sitting before you today calling for an end to legacy and donor admissions preferences. In the fall of my senior year of high school, I had no plans to apply to Georgetown. The only reason I ended up applying is because my dad's friends came to DC for an alumni weekend, so I thought it would be fun to take them on a tour with me, and then they ended up convincing me to apply. Growing up in Arlington, I went to Georgetown basketball games as a kid, wore Georgetown merch to school, and visited campus, all of which contributed to me feeling a significant connection to Georgetown while applying. Most importantly, due to the privilege of having a parent who attended Georgetown, as well as numerous other privileges that I've had, I never doubted the fact that I deserved to apply to an elite institution like Georgetown and that I had a chance to get in. During the application process, my dad was able to help me understand what the Jesuit values are and to help me edit my essays. When I was deciding where to attend, he connected me with old classmates who walked me through the decision to ensure it was right for me. All of this made me feel significantly more comfortable than the average student when I took my first step on campus here my freshman year. And a lot of these benefits means that I still would have been more comfortable than most students at any top school, even if I had gotten rejected from Georgetown. So please trust me. Legacy students have enough benefits and advantages even without the admissions boost. There's no justification for keeping it when getting rid of it could be a major step in combating the inequities that are rampant on campus. It's not fair, it's blatantly discriminatory, and it actively perpetuates the egregious class and racial disparities in the Georgetown student body. Now more than ever, it is critical to do everything in our power to lessen the divide between opportunities afforded to a majority white and wealthy demographic and the black, brown, and middle and working class students who are just as deserving, if not more, of these life-changing opportunities. If it's the intergenerational connectedness that Georgetown is worried about losing without an admissions boost, I am proof that this will continue even without reserving 10% of each class for legacy students. My kids will certainly be connected to Georgetown like I was growing up, whether they receive an admissions boost or not. But I don't want my kids to get this benefit, and the end of legacy admissions will only make me more proud to be an alum and donate in the future. And how about the within generational connectedness? Is it not important to have a wide array of backgrounds and diversity of thought and lived experiences surrounding you to foster learning and personal growth? Can a university call itself an academic institution when it has a practice that actively overlooks many more qualified students simply because someone else's parentage or family income is more attractive? Georgetown is currently on a path of regression when it comes to racial and economic diversity, with both Black and Hispanic students being less represented in the student body in 2023 than in 2001, and no growth in the amount of Pell Grant recipients over time. It is crucial that we make a change to level the playing field, and all of the evidence points towards the elimination of legacy admissions being a critical first step. Thank you so much for your time.
Anushra Paul.
Anshu is good. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anshu Paul. I'm a sophomore at Georgetown, and I'm originally from Mumbai, India, and I only came to the United States to obtain an education at Georgetown. The only community that I know in this country is the Georgetown community. Although I love my new home, there are a lot of things that are flawed with it, in particular, legacy admissions. And as any good lover would, communicating one's issues is of paramount importance, which is what brings me here today. For decades, Georgetown has struggled to enroll classes that reflect the racial and economic diversity of this country, and in particular, this city too. Legacy and donor admissions only make this worse, systematically favoring the wealthy and well-connected at the expense of qualified students from underrepresented backgrounds. The statistics, as my peers have outlined several times over this night, make this very clear. However, I want to reiterate them just so that the board has them fresh in the mind before the vote. Nationally, 14% of college students are Black, yet only 5% of Georgetown student body is, while 22% of students nationwide identify as Hispanic or Latino, only 7% of Georgetown students do. Shockingly, there are more legacy students at Georgetown than there are Black students, and more legacy students than there are Hispanic students. And this underrepresentation is worse than it was 2 decades ago. In fact, by some estimates, there were fewer Black students at Georgetown in the year 2023 than in 2001, even though total enrollment has gone up by over 1,200 students. Beyond race, Georgetown and GW, our neighbors across town, are among the most economically unequal universities in the country. At Georgetown, there are more students from the top 1% than the bottom 60% combined. A student from a wealthy family is 11 times more likely to be admitted than a middle-class applicant. Even when you control for academic qualifications, the wealthy student still has a 3 times greater chance of admission, which is larger than the disparity observed at any Ivy League school. This is not just a problem, it's a choice. Eliminating legacy preference would significantly boost enrollment for students from middle and working class backgrounds, and the data proves it. When Johns Hopkins eliminated this practice, the number of underrepresented students nearly doubled, and selective universities that don't consider legacy status on average enroll 27% more Black students and 25% more Hispanic students. And the FAIR Act is a common sense step to ensure fairness in admissions. It doesn't impose quotas, it doesn't impose any limits on academic freedom. It simply ensures that applicants are judged on their merits, not on their parents' wealth or alumni status. Being an international student, I have seen firsthand how our university's admissions policy shape our student body, personally knowing several international students who had much lower scores on tests and in academics, only to be admitted to Georgetown because their parents contributed large sums of money to the university. This is not just about policy, it's about students who are being denied opportunities they've earned. It's about ensuring that the next generation of leaders come from all backgrounds, not just the wealthiest. The question is whether we should act. The question isn't whether we should act, it's why we haven't already. Thank you so much.
Maria Joseph Morales.
Hello, my name is Maria Jose Morales. I'm a first-generation Georgetown student. While I'm fortunate enough to have had a family that encouraged education, neither of my parents graduated from college, and though attending elite university was always a goal of mine, schools like Georgetown were never a guarantee for a variety of reasons. Among the biggest, of course, being obtaining admission. And with no access to college advisors or even just trusted adults that could give me informed advice throughout the application process, the thought of earning admittance to an elite school like Georgetown felt unrealistic. Thus is the case for many other members of my community in Brownsville, Texas, where for many university in general is not a realistic option. And while many of us have overcome the disproportionate challenges faced during the college admission process, it pains me to think about the many students, as achieved and deserving as I have a seat at Georgetown, who were denied because the university reserves seats for those with more connections, access, opportunity, and means, who were basically guaranteed a seat long before they applied. Nonetheless, I proudly sit here today feeling immensely privileged to have been able to attend the university of my dreams for the last 3 years. During my time at Georgetown, I have passionately worked in solidarity with newcomer migrant families and children, a community that faces unique challenges and hardships unimaginable to anyone not in their situation. Recently, I worked at McFarland Middle School, assisting children in their journey to learning English and entering the American education system in DC. And I have been advised by DCPS administration to lesson plan around showing these kids that they should strive for higher education and to, quote, show them college is possible, that education can help them leverage a better future in the United States. Many of them are taken to tour Georgetown during their academic school year and are encouraged to strive for a seat in a university classroom throughout their time in the public school system, under the impression that Georgetown and other schools like it are attainable through hard work and merit. But what does this realistically look like for them? These talented and resilient students realistically will not have access to the resources and support systems students typically rely on to guide them through the college application process for reasons out of anyone's control. But the kids that are able to overcome those barriers will be, under the currently flawed admission process, prevented from getting a seat at the table that they have moved mountains to earn, as Georgetown and schools like it with legacy preference reserve many of those seats to already wealthy, well-connected, typically white students. What does this say about these children's position in the United States? And as DC education encourages migrant children to overcome vast barriers for the sake of education, to sacrifice so much in order to have the best shot at being admitted to university, the same systems continue to perpetuate classic cycles of generational oppression in legacy admission, demonstrating to these students that they are less deserving of an opportunity to leverage a better future for themselves in the US than a student born of parents who graduated from a prestigious university using a metric completely unrelated to their respective merit. Thus, for the sake of other members of my community at home, as well as for that of migrant children trying their hardest to secure a good future for themselves through education, I am in support of ending legacy admission, and I implore you to be as well.
Connor Simon.
Firstly, I want to say thank you all for being here tonight and staying up with us to hear about this important issue and listen to our stories. We all really appreciate it. So I'm a junior at Georgetown, and I'm studying political economy, and I want to bring a little bit of that macro perspective into what I have to say tonight. So you've heard countless testimonies about the unfairness of legacy, but legacy is also hurting this country. And as we know, we're presented with a myriad of existential threats, from climate change to economic inequality. Consider the people charged with facing those threats. Those in power. They're graduates from schools like Georgetown. They're graduates from schools like George Washington. So they have the demographics of students from Georgetown and George Washington. What does that mean? That means they're predominantly white. They're predominantly very wealthy. Yet, studies from McKinsey and Harvard show that diversity boosts creativity, innovation, and problem solving. We need a diverse group of change makers and leaders to make progress in this country. Consider the issues we're facing and the issues that we have faced over the last half century. From 1980 to 2014, the pre-tax income of the poorest fifth of Americans fell by 25% in real terms. That means in real terms, if you were making $30,000 in 1980, then in 2014, after 34 years of economic growth, 34 years of innovation and progress, you're making less than you were before. Meanwhile, the income of the top 0.1% grew by 320%. Why am I telling you this? Well, clearly something is very wrong with our national leadership. Today, we have the opportunity to educate a generation of leaders from all walks of life who can use their perspectives to understand the problems at hand and work towards a real solution. And if you want any evidence of how powerful that group can be, you have it today with this group of wonderful students, a product of tons of diverse backgrounds and upbringings. Now just imagine what this type of group could bring to the world. What if our Congress was as diverse and as wonderful and educated as those here today? Thank you.
Thank you. John Odenweller.
Sure. Good evening. My name is John Odenwelder. I'm the father of a junior majoring in global health at Georgetown University. I'm also a Georgetown alum, a member of the undergraduate class of 1990. I've worked in the nonprofit sector for nearly 20 years, more than half of that time as a leader of DC-based organizations. I've provided direct services to and been a fierce advocate for those experiencing poverty, especially immigrants and refugees. It is because of the injustice I've witnessed in my work, as well as my daughter and her classmates' tremendous passion for the FAIR Act, that I'm here testifying this evening. I'm not your typical Georgetown alum. I went to a small high school in North Carolina with just 80 students in my graduating class. At Georgetown, I was on work study, which meant that I had an on-campus job as part of my contribution to tuition. For spending money, I worked at the campus convenience store as a stocker, cashier, and ultimately a shift manager. I worked more hours each week than I spent in class, but I didn't mind. Attending the School of Foreign Service was my dream. I'm still not sure why I was admitted. While I had good grades and strong test scores, I didn't think I fit the Hoya mold. But on the application, it asked if anyone in my family had ever gone to Georgetown, and I answered yes. My mom's older brother was an alum. My wife and I have done our best to set our kids up for success, stressing the importance of both hard work and academics. I am so proud that my daughter got into such a fine institution, and I'm so happy that she seems to be thriving there. But it is time to end the practice of legacy admissions. It's time to stop setting aside spots for applicants just because they have a family connection. At a time when we're witnessing unprecedented assaults on diversity and equity in this country, we should be doing everything in our power to encourage more applications and admit more students from underrepresented backgrounds, not hold spots for overrepresented families like my own. DC has long been on the cutting edge of progressive educational policy, and with the highest number of college students per capita in the US, it should be a leader in making the college admissions system more fair. I urge you to support the FAIR Act. Thank you.
Last but not least, Sabrina.
Good evening, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Sabrina Rawlings, and I'm a 10th grader at School Without Walls. I live in Ward 4, and I'm here today to urge the Council to adopt SR 25-1. As a student, I can speak to the first-hand experience of the challenges that outdated HVAC systems generate for both students and staff. The temperatures in my classrooms are constantly fluctuating, which makes it difficult to focus during instructional time. When it's too hot, there's not enough cooling. When it's too cold, the heating system doesn't do its job. This inconsistency creates an uncomfortable learning environment, which is distracting for everyone involved. I've noticed that our teachers often have to adjust the thermostats during class, trying to get the temperature just right. But this constant adjusting isn't just inconvenient. It leads to unnecessary energy consumption. The HVAC system has to work harder than necessary, either cooling or heating the room far more than needed, contributing to excessive energy uses. This waste of energy not only increases our utility costs, but also has a negative environmental impact, not to mention the rising global temperatures, making this an even greater and pressing issue. The extra energy consumed could be avoided if the HVAC systems were working more efficient and maintaining a constant temperature. It is clear that the systems are inefficient, which makes it harder to focus in class and waste resources that could be better spent elsewhere. Temperature issues in the classroom shouldn't be something we have to worry about, yet they continue to distract from learning. The HVAC problems throughout my school are just one example of how outdated systems affect not just students, but also teachers and staff. The constant fidgeting with the thermostat takes away valuable instructional time and affects everyone in the classroom. I urge you to invest in new HVAC systems for DCPS so we can have a more stable, comfortable, and energy-efficient learning environment. Doing so would not only help students focus on their education, but also reduce energy waste and promote a healthier, more productive atmosphere for everyone. Thank you for your time and consideration. I yield my floor.
Thank you all for your testimony. We will now go to our 7th and final round of member questions. Representative Mayor.
Thank you all. I have no questions. Sabrina, hopefully we will vote on and hopefully pass this HVAC resolution tonight. And I will be voting yes on the FAIR Act. Yay.
Representative Ting.
Thank you all. I have no further questions.
Representative Barnes.
I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out tonight. Your dedication truly shows. I'm glad to be graced with the opportunity just to make it to 10:46, okay? Look down at my phone says sleep mode turned on, so hey. Nonetheless, definitely appreciate your dedication. It shows your efforts to come out and advocate, and I definitely noticed that for you all, and thank you all once again.
Representative Thompson.
I got the same bedtime notification as Representative Barnes. I want to thank you all for your testimony, and I will yield the rest of my time.
Representative Chang.
Thank you all.
Representative Colson.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone for being here, your time and your testimony. Dad, thank you so much for coming out. No additional questions. I yield my time.
Representative Goulet.
Thank you all. I'll continue the pattern. I don't have any further questions, but I really appreciate all your testimony tonight. It was very compelling. Thanks for coming out.
Representative Henderson.
I really want to ask John what part of North Carolina he's from, but I'll catch up after. I also hope that we will vote on and pass the addressing heating, ventilation, and air conditioning issues in DC public schools resolution tonight. So thank you for coming out to support that. Thank you.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you all so much for your testimony. Again, I'm proud of you all. It's 10:48 and y'all stuck it out, and so I'm excited for you all. Keep fighting. It's not over. I need you all to have the same fire with council and beyond. No further questions. Thank you.
Vice President Williams.
Thank you, Executive Director, and thank you all for the testimony. As stated earlier, I also look forward to voting on the FAIR Act. Additionally, Ms. Rawlings, I appreciate your argument around the importance of moving forward with HVAC's updates, and also your explanation of the impact that it has on the classroom. So I also hope we can move that tonight and continue to advocate for this work to improve in our schools. So thank you all for the advocacy.
President Patterson.
Thank you so much, Director. Thank each and every person that came out tonight. It means a lot to us. I'm looking forward to voting this evening. Just want to say a special thanks to Dad. It's always cool to see a dad come out and support his daughter and everything. It's a lot. I yield back my time.
Thank you all for coming out tonight. This concludes the public witness portion of our program.
All right. As you guys go back to your seats, or however you want to do this, now we want to thank all the witnesses, as I said earlier. We really appreciate it. We will now move to vote on 3 state resolutions. I will look for a motion and a second, followed by Director Butler reading the resolution into the record. Once the resolution is read into the record, we will open it up for members for discussions before roll votes are conducted. We now move to vote on State Resolution SR 25-1, addressing heating, ventilation, and air conditioning HVAC issues in DC public schools. Is there a motion?
So moved.
President Patterson, I have a question before we vote. Are we able to make a motion to not read it into the record? Can't we? So that we, okay. I'm new, I'm sorry, y'all, okay.
Thank you. There was at the request for move the motion.
Yeah, we had some roadblocks with this, so I'm circulating an amendment.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Not yet.
Has
That's
the
not
motion
yet.
been moved and seconded?
You want to move your motion?
Somebody
it
needs
has
to
to be
move it.
moved and seconded
So
first.
moved.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you. And then you have the next one.
The motion has been moved. Who moved it? Just want to make sure. Barnes, and then it was seconded by? Mayor, okay. The motion is probably moved and seconded. Director Butler, there's discussion, correct?
I don't know.
Yes, there is discussion.
Yep. So there's discussion, so discussion.
Okay, so I'm circulating an amendment in the nature of a substitution for SR 25-1. So take one, pass it down. Representative Goulet and I had some disagreements on some of the phrasing.
Hold on one second.
Are we good? Okay.
No. So in terms of parliamentary procedure, once the motion is properly moved and seconded, Director Butler will read the resolution into the record. So before there can be discussion, it must be read to the record, or a motion must be made to void the reading.
I'd like to move a motion to waive the reading of the resolution, because you're going to have to read another thing in a second. So I
That's
move the
fine.
motion to
Need a
to
second
waive it, yes.
to that.
Second.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded by Representative Goulet and Representative Johnson Law to skip the reading of the resolution. Is there any discussion? You all can
Yeah, I can,
be
I'll be
recognized
glad
to discuss.
Sure. I just want to, and I realize you will have to read this amendment into the record.
Yes.
So we do get a chance to read the resolution into the record after all, but it's just the amendment nature of substitute. I want to thank, I'll start on this round by thanking Representative Mayer for working with me to address some concerns I had with this, and proposing this in amendment nature of a substitute tonight that I think really makes great strides to ensure we have healthy air quality within our schools. I will have a few discrete amendments to the amendment nature of a substitute once it's adopted, but per parliamentary procedure, I need to move those after it is adopted. So I just, again, I would encourage all of my colleagues to support the amendment nature of a substitute. I think it really does advance what I think is a goal that has been stated over and over again, is making sure that all of our schools have consistent air quality, that they're not too hot, not too cold, and that we can ensure that our students are breathing air that is safe. So I thank Representative Mayer again for her work on this, and I look forward to supporting the amendment nature of substitute.
So what I have not heard is a motion to adopt the amendment. Or are we just still discussing? Okay. So you all are still discussing?
Is there more discussion before we close discussion?
I mean, this is worth saying, this is a compromise based on Representative Goulet's concerns that he raised at the last working session and what the resolution that was introduced at the last working session is.
Second round.
I would say I'm supportive of the amendments. I think it both reflects the spirit of the conversation we had at the working session and what I also believe to be the spirit of the intent of the resolution. I did read what Representative Goulet circulated before the meeting, and I had the chance to talk to him, and I understand he was going to reach out to you. And so I personally would be supportive of them, and I'm overall supportive of SR 25-1.
Second round. Second round.
Representative Goulet.
Yeah, thank you. So just I'll explain just what some of these amendments are that Representative Mayer and I worked on, just for members who are seeing this for the first time tonight. So one thing that we felt was really important is creating a timeline for these modernizations and sticking to it, ensuring that there are additional funds if needed for HVAC repair. That's covered on lines 82 through 88. And then what we wanted to see was a report quickly from DGS on the cost of any additional funds that are needed to properly repair and maintain HVAC, the cost of conducting the biennial HVAC inspections in all the schools, which was in the original resolution, and then also that was raised by parents testing for the environmental hazards. So those were all things that were in Representative Mayer's initial resolution. We just combined those together to ensure that DGS sent those to us by May 31st so that we would be able to know if additional resources were needed in those areas. Further, what we worked on was making sure that there was it was a little bit of a longer time frame for this, but making sure that by December 31st, we got a comprehensive report from DGS, OSSE, and DEOE that showed the feasibility in a modernization schedule for achieving ASHRAE standards 62.1, 62.2, and 241, and what that would look like to try to get that done by September 1st of 2030. At the hearing before the council, DGS really didn't have a lot of answers on that yet. I think they were in the preliminary stages of investigating it. So this allows them time to prepare a staged plan to show what the cost would be and the feasibility of that timeline. So we think this is a good compromise to be able to get that information before the state board by December 31st.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Now, from my understanding is that we have to read the part, the amendment. Right?
Yeah, they have to move the amendment. You have to close discussion, and they have to move the amendment.
Motion is, discussion is closed. Motion to move.
So moved.
Wait, what are we moving? Are we moving a specific amendment?
We're moving the specific amendment. Yeah.
Yes, so I just want, in the future, all amendments should be printed on a separate paper so that they can be attached to the original resolution.
Okay.
Because what I'm reading now, I just want to make sure, am I just reading red text? Is that the only amended part, or all the edits that are in said document also part of the amendment?
So this may be something we want to revisit in the future with the bylaws, but technically it requires you to read any amendment. So reading.
Oh yeah, I just don't know what part is the amendment.
So
is it like
an amendment in the nature of a substitute would require you to read the entire amendment, where discrete amendments would require you just to read the discrete amendment. So technically, per the rules, you would read the entire document, not to rain anyone's parade, but yes.
So like not only the things that have changed, but the things that also stayed the same, and comment on all edits to grammar that is in the document that you all.
No, you would just read the resolution. So I think you would just read it. You don't need to read. So you wouldn't read the strikes. You would just read what the resolution says, because this is the new language. I think the purpose of what we have is so that the public is aware of amendments that we read. So I think, Executive Director, what you would do is read the language of the resolution.
So I think what's being asked, so specifically, as I understand it, the amendments are the now, therefore it be resolved clause beginning with line 76, be it further resolved beginning with line 82. Again, a resolve clause beginning with line 96. A final resolve clause 118 and 123. Those are the amended. Those are the amended items.
That's what I was trying to get clarity on. I couldn't tell what was amended and what were just edits and corrections. All right, we'll vote on this amendment. The State Board of Education resolution addressing heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, HVAC, issues in public schools in the District of Columbia, SR 25-1. Whereas indoor air quality, which refers to the temperature, filtration, ventilation, and comfort of the air in and around buildings, has been shown to directly impact academic achievement, student attendance, and overall well-being of students and staff in schools. Whereas inadequate filtration and ventilation in classrooms is increasingly recognized as a threat to student health, with frequent exposures to suboptimal conditions linked to respiratory problems such as asthma, obstruction of lung disease, and bronchitis, disproportionately affecting students with pre-existing health conditions, and these risks are further exaggerated by extreme weather events, rising urban pollution levels, and climate change. Whereas the climate crisis presents growing risk of extreme temperatures, which are projected to increase globally by 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit by 2050. Whereas the District of Columbia is projected to experience temperature increases of up to 10 degrees Fahrenheit by 2085, compounding the threat of extreme temperatures on schools, students, and staff, particularly during warmer months. Whereas extreme heat and cold worsened by climate change pose a serious risk to District of Columbia public schools and public charter school students and staff, leading to uncomfortably hot classrooms in the summer and cold spaces in the winter, further exacerbating health conditions, reducing academic performance, and decreasing school attendance. Whereas the District of Columbia Department of General Services currently has over 87 high-priority open HVAC work orders, with nearly 4,000 total work orders open across the city. Whereas the 2023 Master Facility Plans highlights while HVAC maintenance work order volume has decreased, the significant challenges remain, requiring prioritization, equitable modernization efforts to address ongoing climate and health threats in all public schools across the district. Whereas significant progress has been made addressing HVAC issues, including ongoing modernization efforts through challenges remain, require sustained attention and additional resources. Whereas temporary school facility issues such as swing spaces are often used in place of long-term solutions like full facility modernization or comprehensive staff training to support HVAC maintenance and reporting. Whereas inconsistent or inadequate HVAC maintenance has led to poor indoor air quality and suboptimal learning environments, inadequate maintenance impairs ventilation, reduces filtration, and disrupts airflow, worsening air quality, health risk, and discomfort, especially during extreme conditions worsened by climate change. Whereas the public concerns have been raised by district parents, students, and educators regarding inconsistent temperatures and inadequate HVAC repairs and insufficient management of HVAC systems in school. Whereas during the November 2024 and January 15, 2025 public meetings, the D.C. State Board of Education heard and received testimony from students, parents, and educators and experts, including representatives from the American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. Whereas improved air filtration and ventilation system can mitigate the significant health risks to students and staff in schools that are caused by elevated levels of carbon dioxide, particulate matter, and airborne pathogens. Whereas public testimony and expert recommendations support the ASHRAE standards, including ASHRAE Standard 241 and the control of infectious aerosols as measures for enhancing air quality, health, and academic outcomes in school. Whereas states such as Maryland, Washington, and Michigan have implemented measures to improve indoor air quality, including dedicated funding for HVAC and air quality improvements, prioritization of facilities with IAQ deficiencies, and the establishment of grant programs to support air filtration enhancements and air quality upgrades. Now therefore be it resolved that by September 1st, 2030, Mayor Muriel Bowser and the D.C. Council and the Department of General Services should prioritize HVAC maintenance and system upgrades, ensuring sufficient funding for timely repairs and modernization, particularly in schools with outdated systems, with oversight from the Office of the D.C. Auditor to track progress and spending. Be it further resolved that the State Board requests that by May 31st, 2025, that DGS, in coordination with the Office of the State Superintendent and the D.C. Department of Energy and the Environment, should inform SBOE in writing of the following cost estimates and any additional funds needed for ensuring sufficient funding for prompt maintenance and repairs of existing HVAC systems, conducting biannual HVAC inspections in all DCPS schools, and testing for environmental hazards like mold, especially when concerns are raised by staff, students, and family members. Be it further resolved that the State Board suggests DGS, in coordination with OSCE and DOEE, strengthen preventative maintenance and rapid response capabilities to address HVAC issues promptly, while the Mayor and the D.C. Council allocate funding to support comprehensive HVAC overhauls and modernization projects at school with aging or inadequate systems, ensuring long-term solutions to HVAC failures. Be it further resolved that the State Board requests that by May 31st, 2025, DGS should issue clear guidance affirming that donated air filtration equipment are permitted in classrooms and are common areas to support cleaner indoor air quality, or alternatively, DGS should state in writing why they do not support the use of donated air filtration devices. Be it further resolved that the State Board requests that by December 31st, 2025, DGS in coordination with OSSI and DOEE should issue a report detailing the cost, feasibility, timeline, and proposed modernization schedule, which would be required to ensure DCPS compliance with the ASHRAE standards 62.1, 62.2, and 241 by September 1st, 2030. Be it finally resolved that the State Board urges DGS and the Deputy Mayor for Education to incorporate ASHRAE 241 into all school modernization projects and develop a phased plan within fiscal year 2025 to bring all schools into compliance with updates provided to the DC Council and the State Board of Education.
Thank you. Is there a student advisory committee statement?
Yes.
Right. The Student Advisory Committee strongly supports SR 25-1, recognizing the HVAC issue as a serious and ongoing problem in DCPS. The SAC fully supports SR 25-1 addressing HVAC, 26 in favor, 0 opposed. Amen.
Is there discussion on the resolution? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt SR 25-1.
President Patterson, so this would be the vote on the amendment nature of a substitute. So we have to adopt the amendment nature of a substitute first. I will have some discrete amendments to the amendment nature of a substitute, but first we have to adopt that. Then I will propose my amendments, and then we would vote on the underlying measure at that point.
So on the amendment that was just read, you all need to vote on that. On the amendment just read, someone need to call for a vote.
I move that we.
I call for a vote on the amendments that were.
I move that we accept the amendments.
Moved by Johnson Law.
It's already been moved. You all just need to vote.
Vote on it. Okay.
Yeah.
I call for the vote.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
It's for the amendment, so the student statement wasn't for the amendment.
The students vote, though, so the students would need to vote, too.
Yeah, it don't matter when the students vote. Representative Ting.
Aye.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Barnes.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
Aye.
Vice President Williams.
Aye.
President Patterson.
Aye.
The amendment has been adopted.
Representative Goulet.
Yes, I have amendments.
Wait, you
That's-
have amendment to
I
the
have
amendment, or do you have
The
amendments to
amendment
the
nature.
original?
So the original is no more. The amendment nature of substitute is now before us.
Yes.
So my amendments are to the amendment nature of substitute, which is now the measure before us.
Yes,
So-
but I'm just
so
double checking, I'm just
I would
clarifying,
like-
because I have to write
And I've
everything
reduced them
down.
to writing, given them to you, Executive Director Butler and President Patterson. I'll read them. I think the first two are non-controversial. I've talked to Representative Mayer about them. First is just technical. The second, I think, strengthens the resolution based on testimony from today. So Amendment 1, which I'll move in block with Amendment 2. So if you refer to line 76 on the resolution, Amendment 1 is to strike the phrase by September 1st, 2030. This was language that was already incorporated into the section, the final resolve clause there, which is looking forward. We want, though, more immediacy on this issue. This was an action to ensure that all of our HVAC systems right now are maintained in a safe and effective manner. So we do not need this language going into the future there. So the recommendation is to strike that phrase to recognize the immediacy of that. Amendment 2, if you refer, yes. Can I move in block the amendments without objection?
That is not up to me, that's up to the president. But we should be voting, so you have to make a decision whether you want to vote on them individually or collectively.
I could do one at a time, but I think these first two we could just do together without objection.
Objection? No objection.
Okay, great. All right, so Amendment 2, if you refer to line 87, this was based on testimony we just heard today. So I would recommend inserting on line 87 between the word schools and one additional thing that we would like DGS to report on, and it would be inserting this phrase: restoring prior air quality monitoring that was previously funded with federal COVID funds. So the purpose is to get a report by May 31st on the cost of restoring that air quality monitoring that the witness spoke about earlier today, so that we would then be able to know whether or not that was something that was feasible. I thought that was good testimony, and we should get that information so that we can know whether it is something that we can continue. So those are the two amendments. They're provided to Executive Director Butler if you'd like to read them into the record.
Yes. Amendment 1, strike line 76 by September 1st, 2030. Amendment 2, insert on line 87 between word schools and the phrase restoring prior air quality monitoring that was previously funded with federal COVID funds.
Hold on.
Yeah, you have to call for a vote, and there has to be a motion and a second.
I call for a vote.
Goulet has moved the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second.
Call for the vote.
Representative Ting.
Present.
I need yes or no. Representative Ting.
Yes.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
Aye.
Vice President Williams.
Aye.
President Patterson.
Aye.
Amendment number 1 and number 2 have both passed.
So
Are there
Ms.
additional
Amendment.
discussions or amendments?
Yes. So I have two further amendments. I actually think these can be grouped into one amendment because they both go to the same resolve clause. So then they affect lines 124 and 125. So I'll move them together without objection. I know there will be a substantive objection, though, later, because this is where Representative Mayer and I part company on this. So the amendment that I'm moving is to strike the phrase on line 124, incorporate, and insert the phrase in its place, examine the feasibility of incorporating. And I'll explain why I'm recommending that in a second. And then also on line 124 and 125, strike the phrase and develop a phased plan within fiscal year 25 to bring all schools into compliance. So the reason I'm proposing this amendment is as follows, is the resolve clause above that requests that DGS provide a report to us on the feasibility timeline and modernization schedule for all three of the ASHRAE standards. No one has been able to explain yet what it takes to incorporate ASHRAE 241 into the school modernization projects. So what I'm hesitant to do is to have the state board urge DGS and the mayor to incorporate ASHRAE when we don't know the cost of ASHRAE, we don't know the impact it could have on other phase one modernizations that are still pending right now, and we don't know if it's even feasible to bring all schools into compliance, because I am not certain at this point, and no one has said, whether ASHRAE 241 is even feasible to implement in some of our older buildings. Not that we want to have poor air quality in the buildings. I am just not sure what it takes to implement this standard at this point, and that concerns me greatly, because I just simply have watched over and over again there be commitments to environmental actions in this city that were well-intentioned but not fully vetted, and then the legislative body backtracks on them because they had a cost that they weren't anticipating or there was some unintended consequence. I have no problem with committing to these ASHRAE standards once we see the cost feasibility. So I would recommend respectfully that my colleagues wait until December to see the report before making commitments on behalf of the board, and that we just act with certainty at that time. So I would like to move amendments 3 and 4, and I'm sure there will be discussion about that.
Can I clarify that the last amendment that Representative Goulet is referring to is talking about making a plan to bring buildings into compliance? It's not saying that we have to be in compliance, and I think that asking for a plan to be made and saying that compliance is required are different. So I just wanted to make that difference noted.
Second round.
So I'm going to read the amendments.
What, second round, can we, before we, and so, I appreciate that distinction. I think the concern I have is that when it says bring, like, that we are urging the mayor to develop a plan to bring all schools into compliance with ASHRAE 241, I am not sure that that's, I don't know whether that's the best use of resources until we see from DGS the feasibility of that plan. Because if that requires taking out HVAC systems that are well within their useful life, or in some cases, if they're older buildings, it would require a full modernization of an older building that we just simply don't have in the capital plan. I would not want to have that be something that we've recommended if it's not feasible. So I am very comfortable with asking DGS to provide a plan that gives us the information we need. I just don't want to go further because I don't know what it takes to implement ASHRAE in our schools. And it's not that I don't support clean air. I just think we're dealing with uncertainty. And I do appreciate your point, though, Representative Mayor, that we'll be asking for a plan. I just want to make sure it's a plan that is implementable. That's all I have. Thank you.
Representative Mayor.
I just wanted to make that distinction.
Want me to read the amendments into the record? Amendment number 3, line 24, strike incorporate and insert examine the feasibility of incorporating in its place. Amendment 4, lines 124 and 125, strike and develop a phase plan within fiscal year 2025 to bring all schools into compliance. Call the vote on those amendments.
Call the vote.
We need a motion and a second.
Motion to move.
Been moved by Representative Goulet. Can I get a second?
Second.
Been second by Representative Thompson. Call for the vote.
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Mayor,
Nay.
Representative Ting,
Nay.
Representative Chang,
Nay.
Representative Colson,
Aye.
Representative Goulet,
Aye.
Representative Henderson,
No.
Representative Johnson Law,
No.
Representative Thompson,
Aye.
Vice President Williams,
No.
President Patterson.
Aye.
Amendments do not pass. So that's it. It failed the vote. The vote failed. It did not pass.
You'll have to vote on the underlying measure, though.
Oh, yes, that part. I thought
That's
he
all
was
by
asking about the
amendments,
amendment. Yes, we still have to vote on whether or not. So, yes. So you returned back to the vote at hand. The maker of the original motion was Barnes, seconded by Mayor. So we voted on the amended SR 25-1. That includes Amendment 1 and 2 that were approved earlier and does not include amendments, discrete amendments 3 and 4 that were voted down.
So moved.
They already did that. We just got to call for the vote. Representative Barnes,
Yes.
Representative Mayor,
Aye.
Representative Ting,
Aye.
Representative Chang,
Aye.
Representative Colson,
Aye.
Representative Goulet,
Aye.
Representative Henderson,
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law,
Aye.
Representative Thompson,
Aye.
Vice President Williams,
Aye.
President Patterson.
Aye.
SR 25-1 amended with additional discrete resolutions, Amendment 1 and 2 has passed unanimously.
Excuse me. Next, we move to vote on State Resolution SR 25-2, calling for the elimination of student cell phone usage during the school day. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Goulet has moved it. Second?
Second.
Second by Barnes. Thank you.
Mr. President, may I move a motion at this time to waive the reading of the resolution?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
No. This is the cell phone bill, right? Wait,
I know she said nay to reading.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
just want
sorry.
to be
Okay.
clear.
To the
No,
reading,
I'm
right?
sorry. I'm tired. It's 11:30. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's okay. We
I'm
understand
sorry.
what you're doing.
Yes, to waive to read it. I'm sorry.
Right. We waive.
And so, to be clear, Representative Colson, you're voting no to waive the reading.
Okay.
Are there any more no's? The motion to waive the reading has passed.
Okay.
Is there any discussion on the resolution?
Yes.
Right.
May I be recognized?
Goulet?
I want to start by thanking our former Ward 4 Representative Fraser O'Leary for leading the charge on this and getting the ball rolling. Fraser had us come in to a discussion on this where I think a lot of minds had no idea where they would be. And he put up an expert panel that was really, I thought, very compelling on this issue that we heard back in 2024. And it's led to this resolution. So I really want to start by thanking Fraser on this. I think he got the ball rolling. I also want to thank our students. I had a great discussion with our Student Advisory Committee. I walked in expecting to get 0 votes out of 25. I think I ended up with 8, which was good. I thought entering the lion's den there, but they had some really good changes to the resolution, and I'm going to put those forward today. We would have loved to have circulated them with the resolution, but since they were made after speaking with the Student Advisory Committee, I have to move them as amendments, which I will do so right now. So I would like to move 2 amendments to the resolution.
But, so are we still in discussion phase?
Well, the discussion is now me moving amendments. I have shifted to the moving of amendments. So after I move the amendments, the discussion would be on the amendments.
Is there anybody else who has discussion about?
Right.
the
Well,
no.
no, so the way under parliamentary rule, so after I complete my little speech and then I move the amendments, the discussion then moves to the amendments. We would then have discussion on the amendments. Once the amendments are either approved or disapproved, we would go back to the underlying measure. So then we would go to Representative Chang next, who would be, I believe, next in the queue for discussion on the underlying measure. Correct? So I'd like to, at this time, move the following 2 amendments based on discussions with our Student Advisory Committee. The first one is to allow LEAs to set the cell phone policy as individuals for if there are situations where the instructional day has ended. And this was inspired by Representative Ting, who is online. So at the end of classes for the day, if that occurs before the end of the school day, each individual LEA could set the policy of whether or not the students could get their phones back before the school day officially ends. So thank you, Representative Ting, for raising that issue. And the other 2 issues that were raised by students were the issues of smartwatches and personal student laptops. The recommendation would be to let individual LEAs make the decision on those 2 devices specifically, not that they would either be specifically prohibited or allowed, but the LEAs would make a decision on those devices. So we would have consistency on cell phone policy amongst all LEAs in the city, but that, for those individual situations, it would be up to the LEA. So I move those amendments, and then for Executive Director Butler to read the formal language into the record. Yes, so these are related amendments here, 1A and 1B. So you could read both of these. These amend 2 resolved clauses in the legislation. They're related. Yes, and the reason is one is us with our resolution. Yeah. Right, okay, yeah, fair enough. So you just have to read the red language here. So moved.
Second. Yes.
Nay.
I can't really hear what's going on, so I apologize.
Representative Ting, they're voting on the amendment to the cell phone.
It's his amendment.
Yes, okay, I apologize, the microphone sucks for some reason, or maybe that's me on my end. Yes.
Representative Chang.
Yes to the Ting amendment.
Representative Colson.
Abstain.
Representative Goulet.
Yes.
Representative Henderson.
Yes.
Representative Johnson Law.
Abstain.
Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Williams.
Yes.
President Patterson.
Yes.
Amendment A and B has passed. Has been adopted. We have to go back to discussion, President.
So
Patterson.
back to discussion.
Because we've adopted amended language. So now, are there any other further discussion on the cell phone?
Great. First of all, thank you, students, for hanging in there with us. You guys are next on the agenda. Pending amendments. I want to start by thanking Representative Goulet for preparing the resolution and for your attention to detail. As we heard earlier tonight from Mr. Goldstein, educators have been asking for a policy that reduces distractions, creates a more focused classroom environment, and allows them to do what they do best, which is to teach. I'll be voting yes on this legislation in response to what educators like him have told us they need to help students learn, and in response to parents like Ms. Mitchell, who spoke with us tonight to support the health and well-being of their children. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Thompson?
I also will be voting yes on this resolution. I do think that the status quo is not a good one. I think consistency is important, and I cannot unremember, if that's a word, it's 11:34. I cannot unremember that the Department of Ed actually encouraged all state boards of education to encourage their LEAs to pass policy for the following reasons. One is some of the mental health concerns we have captured year over year, especially coming out of the pandemic, as far as the loneliness and isolation. Two, I think the engagement is important. And three, I just want to reiterate my concerns about actually addressing the digital divide and not relying on students' individual devices to do so. Because that is something that is of particular importance to my ward, because we are number one on the wrong side of the digital divide. And so I think this is a timely policy. I think it's important that we do actually support schools in doing this and have dollars allotted to do so. And I look forward to the discussion at the council level around setting policies for all schools. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Barnes?
I just want to reiterate very quickly. We're implementing something that is already implemented. Schools are doing themselves. And then other than that, but I also want to iterate that we're not even, negating the fact that they're still bringing in their personal devices, but nonetheless.
Thank you. Representative Cole?
I want to second what Representative Barnes has just said. I also want to champion with my colleagues who have testified that cell phones are a distraction. I, however, want us to elevate that they are a distraction for all of us, and I want us to look at implementation, because when we pass policies or resolutions, it's important that they have teeth and a backbone to it, and we have to consider how we're supporting the schools in implementation. And right now, we are putting forth a resolution that is a bit antiquated in the way that we move forward with collecting cell phones. I believe as we move forward in technology, we should be doing that with the implementation of our policies as well. And so for that reason, in this current state of the resolution, I will not be supporting it. Thank you for your time.
Representative Johnson Law.
Thank you, President Patterson. I just want to also iterate what Representative Barnes is saying. I have been to 4 of my high schools in Ward 8, and they already have cell phone policies in place, number one. Number two, I just want for the public record, I appreciate Ms. Mitchell's testimony, and I know she was talking about a student, how a cell phone was being used to record a student being jumped. But the other side of that story that people need to hear is that the child who got jumped used his cell phone to call his mother because the school failed to do so. So until we solve for all of it at the same time, because it's a multi-pronged issue, I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to support this if we're, again, not putting teeth behind it, not going to put real implementation to help teachers behind it, not going to put full funding behind it. And then also, if the schools are already doing it, then maybe we should be fighting for the funding to already go behind what they're already doing.
Thank you, Representative. Any other? I'm going to be supporting this resolution after extensive conversations with school level and other central office level individuals, on both sectors, that are very supportive of this, including both the DC Charter Alliance. Had conversation with them. I also had conversations with the WTU and some of their leadership. I'll be supporting this resolution. Next question would be, is there a student advisory committee statement?
The Student Advisory Committee recognizes the intent of SR 25-2, eliminating student cell phone usage during the school day. We agreed to some aspects, however, majority of us disagreed to the blanket ban being ineffective, given the smartwatches, laptops, and school-issued devices remain accessible. Students rely on their cell phones for emergency communications, especially in crises involving safety or medical needs. Concerns over trust in staff handling phone collections, potential theft or damage. Primarily, we said no. SR 25-2, final vote was 8 in favor, 17 opposed.
Thank you. Is the discussion on resolution?
There's no.
Okay. Seeing there's no further discussion, the motion is to adopt SR 25-2. Director Butler, call the roll.
The motion is to adopt the
Amended.
SR 25-2. Representative Barnes.
No.
Representative Mayer.
No.
Representative Ting.
Nay. Sorry.
Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Colson.
Abstain.
If y'all want to, I mean, there's a slot on here for it, so I am marking it on the paper. Representative Goulet.
Yes.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Abstain.
Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Williams,
Aye.
President Thompson, and President Patterson.
Aye.
Vote passes with 6 votes in favor.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to vote on the state resolution SR 25-3, establishing committee structures and assignments. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Johnson Law has moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
It has been seconded by Representative Henderson. Motion.
Mr. President, may I move at this time a motion to waive the reading of the resolution, and so moved.
Second.
Okay, I just want, if there's an amendment, there's a proposed amendment, that someone has said they would like to be reconsidered, we wouldn't forego the reading, is that correct?
No, it depends on what, is it a discrete amendment, or is it not a discrete amendment? Because a discrete amendment can be read without reading the whole thing, but we just need to know the line and the item, and I need to have a written copy of the amendment.
Point of clarification. Should we dispense with the reading of the resolution and then move to the discussion and amendments? I don't know that did we fully dispense?
No, you haven't voted to waive the reading yet.
Okay, because I feel like we should do that and then move on to
Yeah.
the actual.
It is a line. Okay, you have the wrong one. Oh, don't. You should use the ones in your binders that have line numbers. This is what you're signing. This is the official copy. You should never sign it. Right on it. So before you do that, do you want to hold a vote to waive the?
From my understanding, we're voting to waive the reading.
That is what someone has moved, and it has been seconded.
Call for the vote.
The vote to waive the reading. Representative Barnes?
Yes.
I'm sorry. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? It's moved to, it is passed.
So, move.
Well, it is up to you now to have discussion, and within discussion, you can propose an amendment.
Okay, discussion. I move the discussion to write a name on a committee. They would design. Line 28, teacher.
So in discussion, the amendment before the board for consideration is the elimination of T. Michelle Colson, line 28 of the resolution. Is there any discussion?
Is there discussion? Yep. Okay, right.
No, it's just the amendment first.
Just the amendment.
He brought an amendment.
So, any discussion on the amendment? There being no further discussion on the amendment, we would now call for
A vote on
a
the
vote
amendment- on the amendment.
on the amendment, striking a name on line 28.
Yes.
Call for the vote.
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Yes.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
Aye.
Vice President Williams.
Aye.
President Patterson.
Aye.
The amendment has been adopted. T. Michelle Colson has been removed from line 28.
Oh, this one.
No, they don't get a vote on committee. So you go back to see if there's any additional discussion now that.
Is there any other further discussion
On the amended
on the amended?
SR 25-3.
That. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt SR 25-3. Director Butler, will you call the roll?
Yes. Motion to adopt the amended SR 25-3.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Yes.
Excuse me. Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
Aye.
Vice President Williams.
Aye.
President Patterson.
Aye.
Amended SR 25-3, establishing committee structures and assignment, has passed.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to vote to transmit the Furthering Admissions, Inclusion, and Representation Fair Act of 2025 to the council. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
It's been moved. I heard Goulet first.
Second.
Seconded by.
Second.
I seconded
love the-
first.
Second.
No, I
love
said
the
it.
enthusiasm.
I seconded
Seconded by
first.
Johnson Law.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay. Is there discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair.
I'll let Eric go first. Do you want to go first?
Go ahead.
You know, we're on the cusp of midnight here, so I'll make this really quick. I mean, you all got this done through your advocacy, so thank you again. It's been so impressive getting to meet all of you, hear your stories. Now just go forth, go make the same compelling case to the council, and bring your peers along from AU and GW with you, and you'll get this done. So congratulations, and thank you all, not to be presumptuous, but I think we got the votes up here for it. So I really, again, appreciate your leadership and advocacy on this issue. Thank you all.
Representative Thompson?
I have a few comments. I don't pull all-nighters anymore because I'm not in college, so I'm ready to go to bed. I will vote to support transmission because the board has already voted on this, and the board has already made its stance clear. I do, though, want to put on record that I want to renew my discomfort and share a little bit more about why. I feel like the narrative of this particular narrative around legacy admissions erases those of us who are alumni of certain prestigious universities who don't actually have means, because not everybody who is an alumni of Georgetown, especially those of us who look like me, and I have talked to some of those folks since the passing of this the last time, since I did not go to Georgetown, but I am from here. And one of those alumni said to me, when we finally reach a place where our kids can have some access of opportunity, it feels like another door is now closing for us. And legacy is not always tied to means, because I understand that legacy is built up over time. I think I shared when we voted on the resolution the first time, there's someone very close to me, their dad was the first black medical student at UVA. That person was also gay, was also a preacher's kid from rural Virginia. And it is really hard for me to look someone like that who went through things I can never even understand and say to them that you did all of that and your kids and your grandkids don't have access to that, because those people aren't white, and they aren't wealthy, and they aren't rich. And we are also part of a narrative of legacy. I do want to be very clear. I still have a Shih Tzu, and my children will not be affected by this because I am not an alumni of Georgetown. My education did teach me to think critically, though, and I also want to restate that I'm also very troubled by the national narrative that affirmative action doesn't exist anymore, because it does. And one of the easiest way to convince people that you can't do anything for them is to say, this rule over here told me I can't do it anymore. And so I want to be very clear that if elite institutions are choosing to let disadvantaged populations dwindle because they are saying their hands are tied, what they are actually doing is making decisions to exclude those populations, not because they can't, but because they are choosing to. And I think they should be held to account for that as well. I'm not discouraging you all from further advocacy. I look forward for you all talking to council colleagues. I would also encourage you to talk to alumni whose names aren't on buildings. I would encourage you to talk to alumni who look like me. And if you need connections to some of those alumni, I will offer them up to you that are all different age groups. But I want to say again that affirmative action is actually not dead in this country, that folks are choosing to no longer include certain populations, and that needs to be said too, because they're getting away with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thompson. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to transmit the further Admissions, Inclusion, and Representation Fair Act of 2025 to the D.C. Council. Director Butler, will you call the roll?
Representative Barnes.
Yes.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Present.
Representative Chang.
Aye.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Yes.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Absolutely, yes.
Representative Thompson.
Oh, wait, I can abstain now, huh? Present.
Okay, y'all. I'm just following the rules. Thank you. Vice President Williams.
Aye.
President Patterson.
Aye.
The vote to transmit the FAIR Act of 2025 to the D.C. Council is passed.
Thank you for the enthusiasm. I'm going to keep us moving so the rest of us can go home. We are now at 12 o'clock, basically. Next, we'll move to vote on our amended bylaws and standard operating procedures. Is there a motion?
So
moved.
It's been moved by Thompson. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Johnson Law. The motion is properly moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to adopt the amended bylaws and standard operating procedure. Call the roll.
Is that what the script says?
Roll call.
President Patterson, are you sure you don't want to drag this out for 4 more minutes so we can say
No.
we were here till midnight?
No, I don't.
Okay.
That's
All
a
right.
terrible idea.
Representative Barnes.
He said aye. If we could have quiet, because we're still conducting business, please.
Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Colson.
Yes, aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
Aye.
Vice President Williams.
Aye.
President Patterson.
Aye.
DC State Board amended bylaws and standard operating procedures have been adopted.
Thank you. Finally, we'll move to vote on an updated date for our March working session. The current date of March 5th conflicts with our performance oversight hearing. The proposed new date is Thursday, March 6, 2025 at 5 p.m. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Johnson Law, second.
Second.
It's been seconded by Ting.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. The motion has been properly moved and seconded. Is there discussion on the item? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to change.
There's a discussion.
I'm
Is
sorry.
there is discussion?
When are we moving it to?
The 6th?
Thursday, March 6th.
One day. the
Yes, one
6th,
day.
Okay. I heard the 5th, but then I didn't hear when we were moving it to. Thank you.
Okay. Was there more discussion, clarification? Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is to change the date of our March work meeting to Thursday, March 6th at 5 o'clock. Also call for a roll. Call the roll.
Representative Barnes. Representative Mayer.
Aye.
Representative Ting.
Aye.
Representative Chang.
Yes.
Representative Colson.
Aye.
Representative Goulet.
Aye.
Representative Henderson.
Aye.
Representative Johnson Law.
Aye.
Representative Thompson.
Aye.
Vice President Williams.
Aye.
President Patterson.
Aye.
The vote to move the March working session from March 5th to March 6th has been approved.
All right, thank you. Members, are there any announcements or comments you would like to make before we adjourn? Seeing none, with no further business before the State Board, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Moved by Johnson Law, second.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Second was by Mayor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the public meeting of the District of Columbia State Board of Education is adjourned at midnight.